Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while. How do I start this thing, Lidicor? I think there's some words, isn't there, that we typically use? G'day, fellas.
Hello and welcome to the final day of Elite Classic 4. That sounds like a reasonable way to start.
It does indeed. How you guys doing? Long time no see, Lidicor. Good to have you back in the booth.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. It feels like every finals that comes around, it works out. But look, we got ourselves a big day ahead of us, don't we, Lidicor? We got 2 series happening today, and 4 of the biggest names in the game.
Absolutely. Beastie versus Anatan here in the 3rd place match, best of 5 coming up. The players are drafting right now, as you can see. Maps are already set, but if you look at the top of the screen, civilizations are still being picked as we speak. And then, of course, the main show of the day, we are going to have Marine Lord facing off against Puppy Paw in the grand finals.
Indeed, yes. I mean, it's Marine Lord, the one man who has just been so steadfast through all these years up against Puppy Paw. He's obviously been quite strong in the last couple of years, performing incredibly well in this tournament as well, Lidicor. So that's undoubtedly going to be an amazing showdown. But in the meantime, we got these 2 bad boys to take a look at, and already I'm excited. I'm seeing the Chinese here, Lidicor. It's getting me pumped. Unfortunately, Juicy banned out on both sides, though, which is unfortunate. I mean, this is a civilization that has obviously seen some reworks recently, and it's performing well.
Yeah, it's interesting that Anatan is opening with the Chinese in this draft, though, because that is, to me, a bit of a surprise, I would say, just like right off the get-go. There have been a number of civilizations that were just incredibly powerful across this tournament, Ottomans being one, the Macedonian dynasty being another. So, Chinese going first, interesting choice, especially given that we do not see a single hybrid map on this. Do not be deceived, of course. Coastal cliffs, you do see a patch of water, but it's not like you can access it, so at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
I think there's even some fish in there, isn't there?
Yeah, assuming you can teleport through the mountains, I'm sure you can fish, but no one has ever managed to do that so far.
One day we'll get there. One day the Chinese will work out how... Sorry, I shouldn't say it. One day the hackers will work out how to do it. Anyway, not that they need to, but look, we got ourselves a good matchup today. Beastie, Anatan. Unfortunately, yesterday's games for Beastie didn't go particularly well, but I'm sure he'll be heading into this matchup confident here against Anatan. We've got some stronger civs getting picked out here. Sengoku going a little bit later on in the draft, as well as the Knights Templar, and Lancaster being picked up for Beastie a little bit later on.
Yes, I want to look at the maps here real quick, because we do have a pretty juicy matchup. First game is going to be on Dry Arabia. That's already the classic start, as classic as it can get. But then we have King of the Hill. I'm a huge fan of that map. We can see some crazy shenanigans there. Gorge, very frequently played across tournaments, so is Coastal Cliffs. And then we also have our, per se, chaos map, Mountain Clearing. A map where a lot of crazy things can go down. And honestly, I'm wondering how this is going to unfold between these players, especially with Anatan being known for someone who can bring in cheeky strategies. Maps like Hill, Mountain Clearing, those feel like a perfect environment for an Anatan to thrive.
I agree with you. And I love the fact that Mountain Clearing has stuck around this long. You know, the first time it was introduced, people were just like, what is this meme of a map? And now, after all these years, it's just been one of those maps where it's like, we can look forward to a good game on Mountain Clearing. It's rare that you get a game that is boring on Mountain Clearing. So, you know, whether it goes for 5 minutes or 50, it's going to be awesome on Mountain Clearing. I'm looking forward to that, honestly. Hopefully we get to see some burgers happening. What'll it be? Order of the Dragon versus Holy Roman Empire on Mountain Clearing, maybe, Lidicor?
Maybe. It's funny because Mountain Clearing, when it first appeared, it was used extensively, and it just totally disappeared because people were like, oh, this is a meme map. But now it's back, apparently. I've just looked at the logs, and believe it or not, it's not like this map has been played a lot since 2023. Only 1 or 2 tournaments used it in total. But here we are, head-to-head between these two. Beastie, 12-5, convincing lead against Anatan. But do keep in mind, Anatan certainly had a journey becoming a pro player, so some of those numbers are somewhat skewed by the early results. When you look at the recent matches they had, that paints a much closer picture.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that you point that out, because that's exactly it, right? You know, Anatan, he wasn't always at the top echelon. It's been a journey for him, exactly as you said. And so, in recent times, he's had a couple victories right here. You know, we see the 4-2 over Beastie in the Homestead Cup and the road to Wallalol Londoninium 4. We see Anatan beating out Beastie there as well. So even though the numbers, it's hard to say that they don't lie. They do lie. Oh, all right.
All right, some more numbers for us. This is a slightly more data-loaded screen here for us. It's something that we're going to get back to over time. Anything that stands out for you here? Because I've been looking at these numbers in the past couple of days, but given that this is your first appearance here on screen in Elite Classic, I'm wondering what your impression is about these metrics here.
So, I've got 3 things I want to call out here. Number 1, Jin Dynasty. Sad to see you all the way down there, being picked only 4 times. So that's a bit disappointing. Second thing was Turklag Dynasty, 0 and 7. Don't even be touching that civilization in this event. And then finally, Juicy Legacy. Juicy Legacy together with Sengoku Daimyo. I mean, look at these 2 civilizations here. Both up that top end of the ladder. They're just getting picked so often. They've got incredible win rates as well. Obviously, we've got Mongols, Malians. They're a bit more, I'm not going to say that they're outliers necessarily, but compared to the consistency of Juicy's Legacy and Sengoku, like, have a look at that and get out of here. Look at that, 100%. 100% ban. Okay, fair.
That's an actual total number of bans rather than percent, but yeah, fair enough.
Okay. I was looking at it, just thinking, hold on, how do we have 100% ban, but it's also been picked 4 times and lost 4 times? All right, I got you.
That's still a great point. If you look at it, that's actually, I think, one of the more intriguing things to look at. Ottomans, 100 bans, Malians, 90, and then you have Byzantines at 61. Nothing even gets close to these numbers. The next one is Macedonians at 36. Now, granted, the way that the format of this tournament works is that even if you do not ban a civilization, you can essentially deny your opponent from playing it using snipes. But you just get the feeling that Ottomans being a global ban so many times, same thing with Malians, just tells you how powerful these civilizations have been recently.
There's always a part of me that feels like, people have banned it 100 times, but is it really 100 bans worthy, right? Like, I feel like a more valuable ban is probably going to be on the Juicy Legacy or on the Sengoku, a civilization that is going to be so much more, well, not guaranteed, but from the data that we've got, Ottoman's win rate, I think it was 4 and 4, right? Obviously, it's strong, but at the same time.
Yeah, and right off the get-go, as you see, Ottomans, Beastie allows Ottomans to go through for Anatan. Anatan goes for one of those, or goes for the Ottomans as one of his picks, and then gets it sniped. As a reminder, folks, the way this works is that for any map, you pick 2 civilizations, and the opponent takes away one of those. This time, it was Chinese and Ottomans for Anatan. Mongol or Macedonian dynasty and the French for Beastie. I just want to add one more thing to this kind of mind game between the players here. Surely, if you're Beastie, you can deny Ottomans every single game, even if you've let it through in the draft. But that also means that for any game, Anatan can just go Ottomans plus a civilization he likes for that map. So, for any of these maps, if you just go Ottomans, you either let Ottomans slip through, or you're going to let a civilization that's suitable for that map through.
And it definitely makes it easier for Anatan, doesn't it? Because he takes Ottomans and then whatever civ he actually wants to play. And it's a win-win for him in that regard.
Yeah, which actually begs the question of whether there is any instance where Beastie is just going to pick or ban the alternative civilization and let Anatan play Ottomans. Is there any map here that you think Ottomans would be slightly weaker on?
They all feel like really good Ottoman maps. I mean, there's a part of me that thinks like maybe Mountain Clearing, they might not have the tempo. But even then, they can still get decent castle time straight up to crossbows if someone felt like a burger time. It feels like they're all very strong Ottoman maps, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially given how land-heavy this whole setup is. I like Ottomans on coastal cliffs. It's good on Dry Arabia. I would argue that Mountain Clearing might actually be one of the weaker maps for Ottomans. It's just simply the fact that you really don't have time to build up that infrastructure for the free units. It's a very fast-paced map, and perhaps a slightly slower Ottoman start could be a detriment there. But then again, you do have the Dark Age aggression potential, so you never know. If you ask my opinion, I think Ottomans, the weakest map of Ottomans among these 5 is probably Mountain Clearing.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, all the other ones, it feels like you've got enough space to do what you need to, enough time to do what you need to. Obviously, King of the Hill is similar with regard to Mountain Clearing. When you think about it, it's kind of the same map. You know, it's smaller. The only difference is the wood line versus the mountains. And obviously there's a lot more limited play area on Mountain Clearing, but the same idea. But I think at the end of the day, with King of the Hill, you've still got more time compared to Mountain Clearing. Mountain Clearing feels very cutthroat. So, yeah, I'd be curious to see. I wouldn't be surprised if Beastie actually let it, or maybe even picked Mountain Clearing and then hoped that he could bait out the Ottoman pick there.
Very possibly. Elsewhere, he did take away Malians and Byzantines from Anatan. Jushi also gone on that side. And for Anatan's bans, we do see Jushi, Byzantines, and Malians. I'm absolutely not surprised about the Malians being taken away from Beastie. We've seen how frequently players just take away Malians in general, but Beastie's probably one of the best, if not the best, Malian player out there.
The Malian king. I mean, it's been that way for a long time. A couple of years he's been the king of the Malians, and yes, it's still very much that case. But yeah, I mean, the Malians are performing very well in this event. So I think it's very much almost a mandatory ban on the side of Anatan. So yeah, well spotted by him. Not long to go before we head into this game. About 100 seconds to go, Lidakor. Which way do you think it's going for game one?
Ooh. I'm curious how the Macedonians will do against the Chinese here. I kind of like Macedonians in this environment. But recently, just like, say, in the second half of Elite Classic, you've started to see these very eco-heavy strategies thrive. I think we had a set yesterday where even on an open map like this, Chinese can be an incredibly powerful civilization. You do have the chance to expand quickly with the Barbican, secure another pack of deer or a boar. And then once you get to Song Dynasty, which is just a very natural and cheap transition, you just have that small eco advantage build up over time. It's not like you have a 2TC build, but the investment is also orders of magnitude smaller. So I feel like Chinese can work very nicely on these open maps simply because of that nice passive eco expansion. But I feel like it's one of the civilizations that could easily be punished by the Macedonians early on. So I would actually lean towards the Macedonians here, but I certainly see an avenue for the Chinese to be successful in this matchup.
All right, I'm going to completely throw everything that you said out the window and just say I'm a Chinese main. China's the best, and China's going to win the first matchup. Good analysis, though, Lidakor. I do very much agree with what you said, though.
I give the smart arguments, and then Aussie is like, I like Chinese.
China's number one. We know the truth. We know the truth. Yeah, I mean, I got to agree with you, though, right? Like, at the end of the day, I think the lovely thing about playing China and watching China is just the fact that it slowly sneaks up on you. The fact that they've been sitting at a much higher or faster economic production for the last 10 minutes, and you're like, how are they so far ahead? Well, this is how. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Lidakor, boy, oh boy, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a casted game of Age of Empires 4. Have a look at this, Lidakor. We've got ourselves quite the matchup today, don't we?
Indeed. I was hoping that you introduced the players, but you decided not to, so
no.
I'm just going to take over your job and say Beastie on the right side with the Macedonians in yellow, and on the left side, Anatan with the Chinese in red. This is the third place match of the Elite Classic 4 here on AGC TV.
Well, Lidakor, let's have a chat as well. Chatting is important part of the early game, but thank you for introducing them nonetheless. We've got ourselves, I'm looking forward to this because we are seeing the Chinese, a civilization that both you and I are intimately familiar with. This is the first game. This one is going to be setting the pace for this series. Of course, it always feels so good winning that first game, and it can feel so heartbreaking losing it. But already we see some interesting decisions coming out early on, as the deer have been taken here for Beastie.
I kind of like this approach here. If you're up against a civilization like Chinese, which is very unlikely to do any Dark Age pressure, then why not just go out for a deer? It's a very nice early eco boost, and here's the thing. The more you rely on that deer pack early on, the more you can preserve some of your sheep for a later time when your base might be under attack. So there is certainly a lot of merit in this decision for Beastie. He's actually getting survival techniques as well, so this is going to be a very nice early boost to his food economy. Whereas if you look at Anatan, it's just your good old-fashioned Dark Age opening with China. Absolutely no shenanigans on that side.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. It's very much a nice bonus to have. And obviously it takes a little bit longer getting off the ground. You know, if you're investing into survival techniques, I will say, if you're going to take the deer early, it just feels so good, doesn't it? Just taking survival techniques. Of course, you're going to delay that age up a little bit, but we'll see exactly how he plays it. Checking in with Anatan. Have we got any Imperial officials out yet? I suspect not. We can see the 0 over 4 at the top corner, so no real surprises there. It's been a while, but Imperial Academy is now coming down. 3 villagers on the age up as well, so should be up around that 3-minute mark to be rushing this out. This is a strong opening here. How do you think he's going to look to play it? Obviously, he spots out the enemy on deer, sees that, okay, you know, we've got the enemy on deer here. There's a good chance of survival techniques that he's invested in. Obviously, he hasn't spotted that out yet. Thank you, Cal. But once he does, is that going to change his decision-making?
Oh, that's an interesting question, because the thing I was looking at is that both of his deer packs are very close to one another, and they're kind of out in the open. In general, this is a very open spawn for Dry Arabia if you have a look at either player's base. I'm wondering if simply knowing the fact that Beastie is a little delayed to Feudal Age will prompt Anatan to just go Song Dynasty straight away. You could go for a Barbican on the deer if you wanted to and just get Song Dynasty immediately. Beastie's going to open with the Hippodrome, but it's going to take a minute until the first enemies arrive, so Anatan could certainly just commit to a Barbican on the deer, for instance.
Yeah. And it's a great point raising the fact that this is quite an open Dry Arabia sport. You know, very often we will see those double wood lines at the front. It feels so nice walling off that choke point. But here, of course, for Beastie today, he's got wood lines only to the back. It does give him that nice little bit of safety net, you know, at the risk of being raided at the back lines. You can always wall off against the edge of the map. And by the same token for Anatan, he's got the one back wood line and then one to the front. So neither player really in a position to easily wall up today.
You know what's funny with this map spawn? This is a very, very funky spawn. There is a large gold vein spawning right next to a forest, which is something I've never actually seen before. Yeah, look at that.
That's a really good point. You do sometimes get this on other maps, but on Dry Arabia, this is incredibly rare. And this could be a big problem, and it's obviously going to be a main fighting point later on in the game, because when it comes to the gold veins, they're so incredibly important. But we do now see Anatan making his way across the east side of the map, spotting out the fact that Beastie's been on the deer for quite some time. There's not many carcasses left here.
Yeah, if you're Anatan, I think he's going to head down and take out the other deer pack just to make sure that Beastie cannot just collect all of them to the same spot and drop a mill later on. It's going to be a stable opening just to match that Hippodrome. First Horseman is going to be on the way.
All right, let's pay
Anatan
attention
is still on
to
gold
Anatan.
with 2 villagers, though, and that's something that we need to keep monitoring. I think that's
Yeah.
that's kind of an indicator of where he's going with this. Pro Scouts is an option, as our observers are pointing out that to us. It's not inconceivable for Chinese to play Pro Scouts, and indeed, with more Scouts in queue, that's exactly the plan for Anatan. Also explains why he's not going to expand towards the deer immediately. It might make it a little bit challenging for Anatan that the deer packs are all close to one another. If Beast just sends his horsemen there, it's going to be difficult to pick up those carcasses.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Often when we see those deer packs next to each other, it's normally an indication of a good thing for a player, right? Because it's easier to defend. But here the shoe is on the other foot, and as you've correctly identified, Beastie now with the horsemen over on the hunt is hopefully, well, at least going to be able to put on some pressure, at least initially here. Now, we did see Anatan had also dropped the racks. I don't know whether or not he decided to bring it back up.
First Scout is taking away the deer carcass, but that's exactly what we were talking about here. Nice little micro by Anatan, by the way. He's using 1 or 2 scouts to essentially take the damage, and then the others to ferry in the carcasses. First Spearman now coming out as well, so Beastie's going to be repulsed. But there is more horsemen coming from Beastie, and the scouts are heavily damaged. So do keep this in mind. Anatan's going to have a tough time here getting these carcasses, and it's not like he's got an alternative. There is no alternative deer pack where he can just sneak out and grab a couple of carcasses.
Yes, that is very much the case. And you can see Beastie already predicting that Anatan might be looking to move over towards the east side of the map. Cuts off any potential chance of that. And now looks to route back over towards that west side. Now, there's quite a number of horsemen on the field for Beastie here. 4 horsemen already. More than enough to take out a single spearman. But on the side of Anatan, that Imperial official has been working overtime. And there is no way you are putting a dent in that mass of spears.
Absolutely. Nice little reaction by Anatan. He knew that this was coming. He didn't just want to play stable versus Hippodrome. The moment he aged up, he dropped the racks because he knew exactly that there is going to be horsemen coming. Beastie does not really care about this, though. He's stopped making horsemen, he's going straight to Castle Age, and this is a really nice opening for Beastie. Do keep in mind, his villagers have been on the hunt with survival techniques since the beginning of the game. You're starting to see the effects of that. He's going to have such a huge advantage going into Castle Age here.
Yeah, I think he's done quite well. Honestly, he probably saw that the Spearman would be coming. He hasn't overinvested here. And now moving up towards Castle Age, he'll be looking to capitalize on that tech advantage. I think my question is, what happens to that 4th hunt? And we've just got our answer. The Golden Horn Tower is going to be going down on that 4th hunt, and that's going to mean that Beastie is now restricting the access of Anatan to that hunt. It means he's not going to be able to take it away from him at all. And that's massive, because you're essentially losing out 50% of the food that you could be stealing across the map.
This is huge. Anatan spots the Golden Horn Tower. He's trying to send some units in here to stop this, but that's not going to happen. He's looking for that one villager. He's just microing all around. Beautiful body blocks by Beastie. It feels like a little thing, but that villager surviving is so important for Beastie here in this age up. Anatan is trying to rally forces to that Golden Horn Tower. Once it goes up, it's basically impregnable. You're never going to siege that down in early game. A bit of a bittersweet moment for Beastie, though, because at the same time, that Golden Horn Tower is so offset to the flank that it's not going to influence anything in the middle of the map, and that could actually be very helpful for Anatan.
I think this is actually... Well, I agree with you in the sense that Anatan could just bypass this if he wanted. But I think the key for me is now he has denied Anatan the ability to steal this hunt away. On top of that, he somewhat secures the boar as well. Now, villagers jumping inside the outpost post. Gold is a little bit threatened here. And this could be problematic for Beastie, having just aged up.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, because when you just reach Castle Age but you don't have gold, you're denied the ability to get your key technologies or your premium units in Castle Age. So being restricted to just 100 gold is a bit of a problem here for Beastie. He's getting a couple of crossbows out, interestingly.
Yeah, I didn't understand the crossbow. I was looking at it thinking, okay, why are we making crossbows? Because we need gold for other things, and there's no armored units. Just, excuse me. You'll have to excuse me. It's been a while, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
He's slowly getting back in the booth.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, wait a minute. Yeah, that's from the Golden Horn Tower. I think if you ask me, the stranger thing is that he's actually getting double Broadaxe. He's using the little gold he has on a tech, which, I mean, it's a nice low eco boost, but it's not going to clean this army up, and now his camps are being sieged down. I don't really know how he's going to clean this up. For now, he's just launching a counterattack, trying to intercept reinforcements or hit the eco. Anatan is not taking the bait, though. Anatan is getting ready to age up, and this is getting a little dicey for Beastie.
Yeah, perhaps, you know, maybe I didn't give credit where credit was due on your earlier call. The fact that going for the Golden Horn Tower so far offset from the main base is really becoming quite a bit of a problem here for Beastie. The fact that we're now seeing this war camp about to go down. And obviously, at the end of the day, you know, the hunt is still going fine. But who cares about the hunt if you're dead?
There's no gold income. That's my main problem for Beastie. Absolutely no gold income. The Golden Horn Tower actually helps protect the food, but all of Beastie's alternative golds are wide open. There's just no easy way for him to grab it. And by the time he's going to get back on it, it feels like it's just going to be too late. Anatan is going to be up with the Imperial Palace. And sure enough, this Golden Horn Tower does a lot right now, protecting all of Beastie's villagers. But the moment the deer runs out, this Golden Horn Tower is going to be very, very... I don't want to say useless, but it's going to lose a lot of its value in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I will accept that, Ludicor. I will accept that. And look, from this perspective, I'm wondering, how does Beastie get back in this game? You know, we're not going to count him out just yet, but it's not going to be an easy job for him. Anatan is pretty much doing everything that he needs to at this stage. Still sits in the Tang Dynasty, though. So if there's one thing going for Beastie, it's the fact that they're still relatively on par from that economic perspective. He's doing a good job of keeping Anatan on his side of the map as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, the way that Beastie gets back into the game is exactly what he's doing right now. Just forcing Anatan to chase him. There is no way that this force is ever going to put a dent in that Golden Horn Tower. They're just looking for a couple of villagers to pick off, perhaps. But the most important thing here is that... Ooh, that's a nice little raid here by Anatan. Picks off a villager. Anyhow, what matters for Beastie is that now he's back on the gold. That's step number one. He needs to kind of fortify that position. Now he's got a couple of archers out. His army's still a little feeble, he does have 9 Bogmadr now. He's going to have to start picking off these spears quickly, though, because most of his forces are cavalry, actually very badly beaten up cavalry, and the spearmen will just butcher them in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, a little bit of a throwaway we've got right here from Anatan. Probably the first real mistake of the game, where he's a little overextended, not really appreciating or respecting Beastie and his position here, but Beastie should be able to clean this up without too much of an issue. So needs to be cautious not to lose any villagers, and he does the right thing here. It can be very tempting to just kind of ignore the units when they're attacking your villagers on the gold like that, and it does. Sometimes you see players lose a lot of villagers just because they think, it's fine, we'll clean it up. But he does the right thing, so I think the first little win right there, with the exception of that villager early on, so we'll call it the second little win here for Beastie.
Yeah, I think he lured in the boar as well, if I'm not mistaken, because the boar disappeared from the minimap, and yeah, there's a second mill right there. That's going to be the boar that Beastie is eating up. Only 3 villagers on it, though. He kind of evacuated this position. Anatan falling back home, kind of getting some much-needed eco-techs in. Wheelbarrow just now coming in, no double broadaxe. And as you said, still Tang Dynasty. I think this is a time to go up to Song now, because things have slowed down a bit. This is an excellent opportunity for the Chinese to just gain some eco advantages.
Yeah, we can see no relics getting picked up just yet either. So where's that Barbican going to be going down? What are you thinking? Probably, I mean, you could look for it on the side, maybe up towards that hunt, but we do now see a bit of problem up towards this top side as the horsemen make their way up towards the north.
I would probably put it on the second gold mine to the north. It's a different story than the Golden Horn Tower. The Barbican, mid-late game, it's not like it's going to be a massive factor in fighting, but it's a useful landmark to just garrison villagers inside if you get raided. It would give a very nice and protected position for Anatan on that second gold mine. He's ferrying in carcasses with pro scouts, so I just cannot see him putting it on any food source early on. So that's a nice, cheeky little scout from Anatan, hiding it in the stealth forest, close to the relic, so he spots when Beastie's monk is coming in. Unhappily for him, though, the scout actually attacked the monk, so Beastie got the notification, and now he's able to make the run. Nice little touch here by Anatan, though. He was using that scout to just spot the monk and then send the cavalry there when the monk comes.
Yeah, Barbican of the Sun now also going to be going down, and it is going to be down towards the south. Bit of an interesting spot here, up against the boar, so the Barbican will be online. Also going to be doubling up as protecting the relic. But yeah, it's very much out of the way, isn't it? You know, it's definitely not really in the field of play. Very similar to the Golden Horde Tower that we saw before.
It's a good spot, though. I actually forgot about that boar. Do keep in mind, Anatan is just now finishing up with most of the deer he brought in. Bit of a skirmish over here. Beastie's cavalry is very badly bloodied. He has to just pull back over here. It's not like he can fight this.
Now, meanwhile, back in the base of Anatan, still got quite a few berries that are here. Villagers moving out towards the backside. We can expect to see a transition shortly over towards those farms. The food is slowly running out everywhere. He's realistically not got much left in the bank, does he?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's going to be farm transition time very, very soon over here, Beastie. Now with a sizable army, he caught up to Anatan. Anatan up to Song Dynasty now, so he's going to start pulling ahead in terms of villagers. Both players now starting to just fortify their positions, and I think this is where we're going to start looking at the relics here. I do believe Beastie might have gotten one from the north. Actually, most of the relics are gone. And it's going to be an even-ish split. Beastie's bringing in 2, the final relic unclaimed close to Anatan's base, so Anatan will likely have the edge in the relic department. Beastie, on the other hand, is going super heavy on the technology department. That has been the theme across this game. He's been investing a lot of resources early on technologies.
Yeah, one interesting thing to note here as well is just with regard to composition. So for Anatan, we've seen a little bit of cavalry out early just to try and hit raids, but he's primarily moving into crossbow spear now, which has pretty much always been the staple. Meanwhile, on the side of Beastie, he's going for a pure range composition. I'm excited, Lidicore, because that's exactly what he wants to do against this combo. But now, have been caught out of position over towards that east side. Beastie's combo or combination gets spotted out as well. Does Anatan look potentially for a little bit of siege? Maybe a nest of bees or 6?
I love how Anatan is trying to poke around this Golden Horn Tower, trying to find a villager, but The range on that is insane. The firepower is insane. It's just nearly impossible to really hit the villagers here. As I'm saying that, there is one dead villager lying on the floor. So it's a little bit of something, but again, you traded that for 1 or 2 archers. The fight here in the middle, though, Anatan does not see the full extent of Beastie's army over here. He does not really have the line of sight. Beastie does, however, and he's going to pull back, or is he? The fight unfolding over here. Not a lot of heavy cavalry here for Anatan that's in good shape. He's got 12 lancers, but not all of them have arrived just yet.
Yeah, still being poked from behind as well. Meanwhile, back towards that big fight. Archer numbers looking really solid here for Beastie. Now looking to try and fall back away from this front line. Keep your eye on the cavalry numbers here, though, Lidicor. As you mentioned, there wasn't really a lot of heavy cav on the side of Anatan. That's exactly what he needs in this situation. Well, arguably needs some horsemen is probably going to do him a lot better in this situation. But those archers really pushing forward quite strong. I'm curious what the response is going to be here, because he's just really doubling down on the heavy cav. I think from Beastie's perspective, he can probably just keep making crossbows, maybe add in a few spears, and he should be okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same here, although Beastie is very heavily invested into archers mostly and not crossbows. It's only 12 crossbows on the field. Beastie needs to be careful about that. 15 crossbows can do a lot, but if Anatan just uses his own crossbows to quickly focus them down, his heavy cav could just absolutely butcher all the archers. I do like the mobility advantage for Anatan, though, because this is still an open-ish map, and especially as the players start expanding towards neutral resources, just having a couple of lancers you can send into the enemy eco could be very valuable.
Yeah, I agree. It's always nice just to have that little force free to go and hit the economy, and just as we say that, we see now Beastie moving down towards the south. Villagers jump inside the Barbican. Not going to be happening today, he says. I'm a little bit worried for Beastie, though, just because that Lancer number is really starting to build now. He's up to 17 Lancers.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Beastie's crossbow number, and it's barely changing. It's just almost exclusively archers. Now, granted, you're looking at Macedonian archers, but still, it's, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, it's a non-armor-piercing unit against a heavily armored army, not to mention the fact that Beastie's archers are a little slow, so catching up to some of those Lancers might be a bit of a challenge. We're actually entering a stage where that Golden Horn Tower becomes valuable again, because it kind of gives line of sight and some protection to that far flank where Beastie's getting gold from. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Anatan to just flank around and hit the eco unnoticed.
Alright, well, Beastie now with a big force. He's also pretty well upgraded on these units, and you can see just how quickly he's dunking on all of them. And naturally, Anatan moves away. That is a massive force coming out. Look, Anatan's got a decent number of Lancers, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. It really feels like Beastie's force here is a bit of a death ball, Lidicor.
He's got a lot of blacksmith upgrades, and that's the big difference maker right here. If you look at the top right corner, Beastie's leveraging that ability for the Macedonians to really buff up existing units via essentially blacksmith upgrades. And that's part of the reason why he can just go with this death ball of archers and crossbows without any meaningful front line. Anatan is actually making a pivot into horsemen, though. So he stopped making Lancers because he's afraid of the crossbows. He's going to now focus on horsemen. It's got a lot of silver income as well, something that Beastie does. Something that's going to come in handy soon enough.
Yeah, I think for Anatan here, the switch into horsemen is definitely the right play. The main thing is, with this switch, he needs to make sure that when he's attacking that it is going to completely shut down Beastie. You can't let him get away with his mass. You can't let him get out, because as soon as he does, he's just going to immediately switch up to 3, 4, 5 barracks, and it will shut you down completely. So you really have to go for the game ender right here. Anatan now starting to push out. He's got a huge, massive cav now. This is looking a lot more healthy than what we saw earlier.
Yeah, if you're Anatan, offense is the best defense. You really just want to run around. There's a runestone hiding in the... yeah, look at that. There's a runestone hiding in the tree.
Is that intentional, do you think?
What's that?
Is that intentional that he's hiding it there? Can we check line of sight from Beastie?
I'm absolutely certain. I'm 1,000,000% certain that Beastie is doing that. He's just known for this. Now, players are getting out. This is actually... Oh, this is... I feel like a bit of a misstep for Anatan. He's claiming the sacred site, and it kind of pulls Beastie's army in this direction just when the villagers are going out for the gold. That's a dangerous combination. Cavalry has to loop back over here.
Sacred sites all over the map now being dotted up and touched inappropriately by all of these cavalry units. And there, as you correctly pointed out, they got found out, didn't they?
That's just a weird timing there for Anatan. Kind of drawing attention to that sacred site, and now the villagers have to flee. Archers, luckily for Anatan, not fast enough to catch them. Anatan has completed a farm transition, though. He's got a very robust food eco, a lot of gold in the bank. Makes me wonder if he wants to go into Imperial. And as I was saying, if your Anatan offense is the best defense, force Beastie to chase you with his slow army. He's sending all the cavalry into Beastie's base. Anatan does not have a lot here to hold his own base, but he can just devastate Beastie's economy. Could be as crazy as a base trade over here, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Beastie sitting on 69 vills, down to 68. We'll keep an eye on that villager count at the top of the screen as Anatan continues to rain down pressure into the economy of Beastie. Meanwhile, back in the base of, well, here we go, inside Beastie's base. Beastie actually has plenty of units there to deal with it, so he should be fine.
I was going to say, he's up to 23 spearmen, and that should contain this, whereas on the other side, it's not like Anatan has enough to deal with this. I don't see a nest of bees or anything that can really just deal with this death ball. Down center is going to help a little, but Anton's going to have to pull back his cavalry, or at least what's left of it. This is a slaughter.
Yeah, good luck to Beastie right now. He's in a bit of an awkward position. He's going for the village. I do like this. A smart move here, looking to try and house his opponent. Of course, as soon as the village is down, it gets rebuilt with 12 villages somewhere else on the map, but not a lot of wood in the bank. Now Beastie making his way towards the farms. A single, oh, excuse me, a whole bunch of farms right there. But meanwhile, we've got cavalry now making its way forward. So many horsemen here. Not a lot of it Germida, though.
Yeah, and this army is trapped here for Beastie. I was going to say, this army either wins the game for Beastie or loses it for him. Because if he hits those farms, he's going to clean everything up. But now this army is isolated, and as you said, not a lot of spears over here. And archers are good, but that's a lot of horsemen. This army is getting cleaned up.
Yeah, I think this may have been a massive mistake right here. This could be a game-losing mistake here. He had a lot of Atgermida out on the field, but unfortunately, he's on the wrong side of reinforcements. And all of those Atgermida are still coming in towards the front of the base. Beastie loses the mass in the back corner, and that right there goes on the thumbnail. Oh, jeez. You hate to see it, don't you? That is a massive loss for Beastie here. It's a huge amount of tempo that he's lost now as well, because all that mass is gone. And now there's nothing to hold back these forces of Anatan.
Beastie was trying to send the Atgir across the map. They got intercepted by the archers over here, and this is looking grim for Beastie, especially because his food eco is terrible. He's only got 6 villagers on food. Remember, Anatan completed a farm transition before. I don't know if that was the case for Beastie. He might have been on berries, he might have still been on that boar. If he does not have any meaningful food income, replenishing this army is just next to impossible.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. You can see him sitting at less than 200 food a minute right now. It's slowly climbing, but yeah, it's not going to be easy. A single unit in queue. Of course, that crossbow that we talked about before, that's what it is. So where does Beastie go from here? How does he look to play it out? How can he defend here? I think at the very least he's going to need to fall back to some form of defense. So some keeps, and that's exactly what we see going down now. But he's probably going to need a couple more.
He's very heavy on stone. He had 2,000 stone in the bank just a moment ago. Dropped the keep. He still has enough stone for additional keeps. He also dropped the second town center, and I love that for Beastie. He's trying to gain an upper hand essentially by just digging in, trying to get an eco advantage, but Anatan does not really care about it. He's well protected at home. He's going to age up, and it's going to be the Great Wall Gatehouse. Lovely position on this large gold vein here. I don't think Beastie's going to contest this one before it goes up. It's going to be 18 villagers on it. There is no way.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but I do like the fact he is moving out to secure this large gold vein. It's been such an awkward spot. It has repeatedly been the catalyst of a number of not mistakes necessarily, but a number of battles down towards that bottom side. We'll say it. That's probably the nicest way to say it, but... As the game moves forward, Lidakor, as we make our way to Imperial Age, where does the advantage lie? Because Beastie continues to scale. He's got that second TC in now, so his economy will improve, but it's going to take a while for him to actually get up to Imperial Age. Which civilization do you think does better in Imperial Age? Ignoring the fact that Anatan's got a huge army and he's getting all of his upgrades right now.
Yeah, I think on an equal footing, I like Macedonians a lot more in Imperial. The problem for Beastie is that the footing is not currently equal. But it's not a catastrophically bad position for Beastie either. He's got a lot of defensive structures that will make it difficult for Anathan to really attack his base. As I'm saying that, there's a castle he's building that gets denied here. You can see the little red blob on the minimap stopping that castle. Either way, yeah, this is what Beastie was building. Having said that, this is only archers here, and Beastie could clean this up. This is exactly the kind of fight he needs. He doesn't want that large army from Anathan. He wants this kind of small grouping to deal with. Anathan is up to Imperial though, and the Horsemen are already elite. Beastie needs to finish this keep over here, and that might be a challenge. It's gonna be so close, but Beastie should be able to finish it.
Yeah, he's gonna get it up, but I think at this point, you're just almost, if you're Anatan, you don't even care. It's like, what's the keep gonna do? I've got, you know, Imperial Age units, I'm getting my precision plate arming, and like, there's just, yeah. There's so many upgrades that are now coming through there. You can see the angled surfaces has arrived. And yeah, he's got all of his armor upgrades.
Do keep in mind though, Beastie does have a nice boost from his Castle Age blacksmith upgrades. So sure enough, he's still in Castle Age, but it's Castle Age plus units. And that little diversion, this is exactly what Beastie needs. Remember, Beastie needed to complete a farm transition. Now he's up to 1,500 food per minute. So he bought himself enough time with these little raids and little diversions, plus the defensive castles, to the point where his food eco is back up, and I think now he's starting to progress towards Imperial. A challenge is going to be accessing gold, though. He's on his last small gold vein, and that's very much to the front of his base. Both of the large gold veins currently belong to Anathan.
Yeah, that's incredibly painful, and there's no way you're getting him off that one in the north as well. Great Wall Gatehouse is just going to take way too much. And I don't think he's really set up to do it either. But to me, it feels like Beastie's only real hope in here is just hoping Anatan doesn't attack him. Is that pretty much it?
Kind of. Or at least, if he does, that Anatan is going to fight under the castles. Because sure enough, it's an imp army, but these are the positions where sometimes players tend to misjudge how powerful their armies are. We've seen that over and over again across this event and others. They dive under a keep, a golden horn tower even, we've seen instances of that, because they have a massive army advantage, and if it's miscalculated, you could just throw away the army and reset the game. I love the fact that he is contesting the sacred sites though, putting Beastie on a timer, leveraging the passive gold income from that. I think if you're Anathan, you kind of want to just box Beastie in here, and perhaps get some cavalry going to try and get some raids up.
Yeah, I think that makes sense from this point, just looking to try and hit him from all different angles. Foreign Engineering Company now going down for Beastie, though, at the 29-minute mark. So, Imperial Age is on the way. How much silver has he got in the bank? He's got 2.4k in the bank. So, realistically, he could look to challenge, if he wanted to, down towards that Great Wall Gatehouse. He's got the silver for it. See how this plays out here. I mean, with regard to units, he's still full archer. That's the other thing to remember. Thank you, Cal. That is the that is the Palatine School, also available, but obviously not today.
Yeah, bombards are now coming up for Anathan, though. So the clock is still ticking for Beastie. Those castles, I would say if you're Anathan, you probably do not just want to dive them with your army, especially because you mostly have crossbows and hand cannoneers that are very squishy. But once you have bombards, you're going to start shelling them down, and do keep in mind, Beastie's up to Imperial, but hand cannoneers are going to be a little tough to deal with. Horseman hand cannoneer in general is kind of annoying to deal with. And I also love how Anathan is getting stone walls up back at home, getting some raids going. Just like making sure that even if Beastie gets up to Imperial Age, there are no nasty surprises awaiting for him.
Take a look at what Beastie's actually researching right now. He's decided to invest all of his silver into another upgrade for his archers. So going all the way to +5 right here. Still not all the way to the end, but you know, this is a lot of damage, especially when you combo together with the elite upgrade.
Here's the thing, if you get them strong enough, they can actually one-shot cavalry fairly well. And archers by default are very cost-efficient solutions to dealing with hand cannoneers. So if you think about it, even without those very special Macedonian upgrades, archers would be good against the crossbows and the hand cannoneers on the other side. with those upgrades, they can probably do reasonably well against the Horsemen as well. So Beastie can just focus on a single unit and its mass production, which is kind of important because the archers do not cost gold for him. He's got no gold to work with. This is a nice little safe way to essentially optimize his military production into a single type of a unit, and that makes it a little cheaper to just get the critical techs.
Yeah, that's a smart move. The question is, where does he go once the wood runs out? He is essentially surrounded at this point. We saw that outpost to the north with a springald emplacement guarding up that gold vein. There's not a lot of wood left for him. I guess down towards the south, he's probably got a couple of options near his landmark. But other than that, it's not easy for him.
Anathan is trying to wall off the right side here as well. Sacred Site was decapped, and that's very, very important. That timer was down to 7 or so minutes. Anathan is looking to make a push, but this is not a fight you want to take. Hand Cannoneers will be absolutely miserable against all these archers over here, at least in terms of cost efficiency. It looks like Anathan thinks otherwise. There's no Castle to help out with extra firepower here. Beastie's down to only 47 Bogmother, but still, do keep in mind the cost efficiency of these engagements. Looks all nice and cool until you start losing those expensive Hand Cannoneers. Frontline now gone, but the archers are thinned out from Beastie's side as well. Flanking with the cavalry coming in, though, and again, I do not know if this is a fight that Anton really wants to take in terms of cost efficiency.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's got the bombards here definitely makes sense for him to be taking the fight, because that slow roll siege is just so painful to deal with from Beastie's perspective. And even though he's got reinforcements coming in, and he's got quite a few on the way, 12 horsemen queued up right now, I think you're just happy to sustain the losses as Anatan just simply because you're doing damage with the bombards.
Fair enough. And Beastie's numbers are now very, very thinned out. The production is just not there. He's got a lot of units in queue, 15 horsemen, but it's very slowly trickling in. He's actually thinking about pulling the villagers on the bombards. Anton noticed that, sent the Hand Cannoneers up to deal with the villagers, and now Beastie has to make a run for it. Doesn't really have a lot of resources he can access. He was all on stone with these villagers. His army is just devastated. And it looks like this might be it for Beastie. Anton with that second wave, taking out critical infrastructure. Actually, he could be going for the landmarks at this point. Hippodrome right there, DC.
All right, well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 going over to Anatan. We see him on the Chinese with the victory there, Lidakor. A tough game from the perspective of Beastie.
Yeah, it's very difficult to really think about how this game could have gone if it wasn't for Beastie losing that huge army in the enemy base. And frankly, when he marched in, I was certainly sitting there like, okay, this either wins the game for Beastie by absolutely wrecking the opponent's eco, or he's going to get trapped and cleaned up. Anatan was able to clean him up, and from there on out, you just felt like there was no momentum for Beastie. He was always trying to play the catch-up game, never really came together. Lovely start, though, a hard-fought battle, and Beastie looks like he's not in for a standard game now. He is taking Anatan to mountain clearing for game number 2. Order of the Dragon against the Mongols.
Oh, I love it. Look at both of them matching up their civilizations as well. Double Mongols picks, well, you know, Mongols and Mongol variant, Order of the Dragon and the Holy Roman Empire as well. Very, very nice. And yeah, that's going to be a good game. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that was very much the defining moment of the last game. I don't know exactly why Beastie went in, but I had the exact same thought. This is either going to win the game for Beastie, or it's going to be the moment that the game gets lost for him. And it felt like it was a downhill, or rather an uphill battle for him from that point. He had a decent spot in the back of the base, but you've got to remember that there's reinforcements that are coming in from Anatan as well. So while he's on 30 cav, there's also a whole bunch of cav in the queue, and that's just reinforcing to the back of the base. You got to go all the way through. Just makes it so much harder to take fights like that. So you have to be very confident to get in there, and unfortunately it didn't pay off for him today.
Yeah, I also want to look back just for a brief moment on that Golden Horn Tower placement, because to some extent, that actually made Beastie's life kind of annoying towards the end. If this Golden Horn Tower is, like, say, in this position, right in front of his base, which is not an inconceivable spot for a defensive landmark, this fight would have been orders of magnitude more challenging for Anatan to take. That Golden Horn Tower was totally bypassed in the second half of the game. sure enough, it gave a nice little boost to Beastie, but it was one of those instances where it's good at the beginning and then utterly useless at the end. And you really wonder if that landmark was elsewhere, could it have actually influenced the game in Beastie's favor?
Yes, yeah, and it's a double-edged sword, isn't it, as well? Because at the same time, if you don't put it down there, then all of a sudden, your opponent who's playing Chinese with professional scouts is potentially going to take all of your hunt away from you. You don't get to secure the boar, so now you have to transition to farms earlier. You lose your tempo in the mid-game. You never had that opportunity to dive behind the enemy's base. Like, there's all different levels of fallout that happen, but I agree with you. Things might have been differently in that last fight if it had been there.
No rest for the wicked, though. It looks like we're going into game number 2 right away. Beastie versus Anatan, Order of the Dragon versus the Mongols.
Welcome to Mountain Clearing. Oh, it's good to have you back, Mountain Clearing. It is the it's the arena, isn't it? It is definitely a place that people come to have fun. And we're going to be having fun today because we've got two of the world's best players facing off. The single boar in the middle marks his territory. She's looking very... She's looking very healthy. Anyway, Order of the Dragon versus the Mongols. Who's your pick today, Lidicor? Which way is this going down?
Ooh. The Mongols actually have a sneaky high win rate in this tournament. But I kind of like the early benefits of the powerful OOTD units. I just feel like... Normally, I'm not a big fan of how OOTD plays out because you really have such a small mass of units that one bad fight can finish the game. But on a map that's so spatially confined as this one, even just 1 or 2 units that are super powerful mid-map can really turn the tide and give you that advantage in momentum. So I actually like Order of the Dragon quite a bit here.
I agree with you. I like Order of the Dragon as well, but he's going to be up against early aggression as we see Anatan. Not only is he giving out a good scout right here, he is also... The racks coming up behind it. Now, Beastie's put the first of the outposts down. There's still a bit of an angle that can be worked here, and Beastie's going to have to challenge it because undoubtedly Anatan will be looking for blood. I'm expecting 1 tower, at least. How many vills will we see? What do you reckon? Maybe 2 to try and get it up extra quick? It's a small map, so you could see more than 1.
Yeah, I feel like whatever you do on this map, you have to be very decisive about it. Because if you go for these half solutions... it's just going to get responded to. Like, this is the kind of map where the opponent might just pull villagers and have a villager fight in the middle of the map. So, I just feel like you've got to very heavily commit here. Interesting, some quick walling on the left side over here, trying to just box in that Khan. Scout actually gets a couple of nice hits on it, but the quick walls do not go up in time. Is it actually stuck, though?
I think it might be stuck. Did he get it stuck? Wow. Oh, no, he's faking. He's pretending. All right, I like it. So, what's this wall all about? He's just trying to prevent the outpost coming up on this side, isn't he? So, because obviously, the spears will be able to make it through, but the villager will undoubtedly get focused down by the outpost. He'll move villagers into the outpost so that it's got more arrows. That's my suspicion, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Because you have that defensive tower on the front, so the only tower that you could really use to deny that gold mine would be kind of offset to the far left. Khan is trying to get out of here. It's a big investment from Anatan, though. He's got...
the age up coming down. It's going to be Arkan. Interesting. Not going to be going into mine work here. We also see the outpost coming down. Looks like it's just the 1 villager for Anatan. It is going to be where we suspected, but yeah, it's curious that it's only the 1 vill. Perhaps he just knows that he's not going to get this up because the villagers are right here and he's going to be able to break it so quickly. Though I guess there are spears that are willing to challenge it. And he's got quite a few spears. Have a look at that. 6 spears.
That's a big investment. He's actually not towering that gold mine. He was trying to tower the hunt. Cancels that, interestingly. What's the play here? He's going to get through the walls eventually if he pulls the other 3 spears.
Oh, Vill's
he can kind of tuck that tower behind the wood line. I think, you just run past the gold mine. Yeah. Pushes away the villager. That tower is going to be kind of late, though.
Yeah, and you can see Anatan really doesn't want to run this villager under the gauntlet of going through or past that outpost. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't. But nonetheless, he will get it. So what does this actually mean? I mean, if we look at the minimap, and this is probably a key point here, you got 2 golds right here, right next to each other. This outpost is shutting down both of these golds. Where does the next gold go for Beastie? He's going to have to go across to the other side of the map. There you go. So, he can, I guess technically he could go to that one in the south, but at the same time, do you dare? Especially when your opponent's got such good control. But we now start to see archery range is going to come up. Outpost is going to take a while to get here. This archer might be able to make it out in time. He's doing a decent job of delaying the outpost up until now. Now the archer's in queue.
Very, very late outpost. First range coming out. Spearman will try to just push away the villagers here. Might actually try to jump the archer as it comes out of the range.
Yeah.
Once you have 1 or 2 archers over here, the Spearman will not be able to do much. Villagers will have to flee here. But indeed, you just kind of try to camp underneath that range so you can jump the first archer coming out. And Beastie is housed. He cannot get the archer out.
Yeah. Kind of working for him, though, because in the sense that he'll be able to choose where he got his archer out right there. It would have been terrible if it had popped right into all 6 of those spears. But no, he's okay for the moment. So the outpost gets up. At this point, who's in the more favorable position? You'd have to argue, even though it's a late outpost, it still feels pretty good here for Anatan.
It's a good outpost because it covers both gold mines. That's really all about it. Once you get a second tower, like this one is actually a really nice tower over here. It's gonna, I don't know if it's gonna actually range the villagers right now, but it's going to give you that harassment potential, and it's kind of important that you push away the villagers from underneath the Aachen Chapel. Yeah, as the observers are pointing out to us.
This is a psychological outpost, this one, Lidakor. You gotta understand, right? This this one here, this doesn't win the game, this wins the series right here, this outpost. Oh, that is so damn cheeky. I can't believe he's doing that. He's really playing the long game there.
It's not even that long, to be honest. It's a few minutes. And it's one of those things where it's just so bad when mid-game, you suddenly have a tower pop out of nowhere. I'm not even sure if Beastie saw that tower, because he should not have line of sight over the wood line. Yeah, indeed, he's got no idea about it. So imagine 2 or 3 minutes from now, he's busy with something else.
Yeah.
And just all of a sudden, the tower pops out. Looks like he might have suspected something. He knew that the villager was somewhere around there.
Yeah,
I feel like that's just implied odds, though. Yeah, I don't think he knew about the tower coming up. He just suspected that something must be happening with that villager. Sees the villager running back. As Anatan is starting to add some horsemen over here, Beastie's first spearman is still on the way.
Because the thing is, Beastie knows about the gap behind his base, so he can just infer. He knows, all right, well, this is going to happen, right? Like, the villager's gone missing. So, I mean, we can admire all we like, but look, at the end of the day, the outpost did get up. We're not going to... Beastie's done well. That could have been a really bad outpost. He's actually...
The funny thing is that this outpost can still hit the villagers eventually.
Yeah, so well, that's what I was going to say. He's chopping on a good angle. He's really done the math there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's put his own outpost down so that, like, the blueprint is there and he can see, okay, where would he be able to shoot from roughly? And then work it out from there and say, okay, I'm going to go chop over on this position. But now that what's interesting, so Beastie's still not yet on the gold. He hasn't found a way to break the outpost just yet to the south of his base. Compared to Anatan, Anatan's still got a couple villages on the gold, but no one really thinking about going Castle Age at this stage.
Yeah, Beastie is sending his forces over to the enemy side, and he's got to be careful here. This is a very, very small army. Granted, it's premium units, but it's a slow-moving army, and it's being chased by horsemen, Kashyyyk, archers. You got to be very careful about it. Tower does not go up in time, though.
Perfect timing right there for Beastie. Exactly the kind of win he needs in this game. So now he shuts down that north side. The fortunate news for Anatan is he does have the gold vein to the south, so a little bit more of an even split for Anatan compared to Beastie, where he had 2 gold veins sporting on top of each other in the back of the base. But yes, good point. Still no arrow slits coming in, and now Beastie going to get cleaned up exactly how you said. The fact that these units, they weren't slow. Of course, quite strong, but unable to escape from the horde, who's the Mongols.
Yeah, there was only 1 or 2 spearmen accompanying this force, and once those are gone, there is really nothing you can do against the Kashyyyk. Now, Beastie, he's pulling villagers to take out this tower. He's going to have to do something about this. He needs that gold. Do keep in mind, it's not like he had access to gold. Spearmen do garrison inside, but this tower should go down quickly.
Yeah, Beastie now bringing the Vils. The bunker bust is in, and I'd be surprised. He's probably going to lose one by the looks of it. One Vil going down right there. But at the end of the day, that is the cost for getting your gold vein back. So he's now in a decent spot here. Interestingly, it just goes straight onto the wood. Has he pulled any villagers onto the gold at all? Yeah, there we go. So we see a few Vils moving over. So what's he even thinking about with all that wood? Is it just going to be... It's surely not farms this early. It would have to be something different. Archers, perhaps. Outpost now down. That's everything cleared out. The series ending outpost has been removed. The series will not be end, I can confirm.
Yeah, that would be strange in game number 2, but...
Well, it was a psychological win. You got to understand that, Lidakor, right? If that outpost was successful, that would be it. Beastie would be demolished.
It's a nice little diversion as well. While Beastie was dealing with that, Anatan had absolutely no one challenging him in the middle. He is going to be on the board. It's a nice little food boost.
Now towards the north. He's looking. There's no Vils up there, though, so he's just doing a little bit of housekeeping. And now at this stage... Feels like, yeah, still no one's really geared up towards Castle Age. But the pressure's still being put on here for Anatan. And the only unit he's got in queue is a single archer at this stage. So I feel like he is absolutely going to be thinking about it in the next minute or so. Meanwhile, Beastie's still on the defense. Only the 4 Vils on gold as well. Outpost now online in the center. Now back towards the base. Upgrades finally coming through. He's picking up +1 on the ranged armor. And yeah, 10 Vils on gold is going to mean that he is absolutely heading up. So which age up is it going to be? On a map like this, I guess Kurultai is kind of mandatory, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I think on this map, you go Kurultai 100%.
Basically put the Kurultai next to the Sacred Site, and it covers 86% of the playable area of this map, so you'll be fine.
Pretty much. And it's not like you would even have to move it that much. I wonder actually if he's just going to place it at home and then roll it out, because the distance to cover is so small that you can probably do that without the movement upgrade even.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I don't even think you need the movement upgrade. You just park that bad boy. It's going to take you 12 seconds to get it across the map. There it is now, getting put down. 13 Vils on it, so he's definitely looking to rush it up. Beastie does spot it out, though, so he's got all the information that he needs. One thing to note is Beastie's not close to aging. 5 Vils on gold, 100 gold in the bank. He has got a decision to make. Does he look to apply pressure right now? That's exactly what he's going to do. He's not going to be able to stop it, though, Lidakor. Is he just going to try and force the fight before it comes up? That's exactly what he's trying to do, I think.
Yeah, it's just so difficult under a tower, and he's got a very, very small army. Really, it's the men-at-arms just tanking up the fire. If you're Anatan, you probably just focus down all other units and then make the men-at-arms do all the work. Beastie's not going to fight that tower. Anatan's actually going to repair it back up. Kurultai is now up, and he is getting the movement upgrade real quick, so that Kurultai is going to be up in midfield very soon. Beastie, he could think about Castle Age, but he's still so far away from it.
I really don't know how you play this from Beastie's position. Obviously, he's moved Vils over to castle or to gold right now, so he's going to try and get that castle up. What's the play? So it's obviously got to be Burger, and we just hope that he gets a million Lanch connects out and spins to win. Well, no, you don't really spin to win with the Lanch connect there, but yeah, like what's the play from here? We'll have to wait and see. He's the Kurultai is moving forward. Veteran upgrades coming through as well. Not far to go. Still quite a few units on the field. Anatan not making any new units at this stage, though, but just putting on the pressure. Beastie now dropping down the Burger. Single Keshik behind enemy lines. Charged into a villager, but didn't do any damage. Does get taken out. Those archers once again on the front. Here they come. Take out one villager. +1 melee upgrade also coming through. Is that... No, that's +1 range, excuse me. Veterancy's now arrived on the archers. Kurultai rolling out. Where are those deer stones, though?
Yeah, this is going to be nice timing here for Anatan. He's going to hit Beastie just as he's aging up. Beastie will have the gold for the upgrades, but when a Kurultai is parked right next to your base, that's never a good sign. It's a very, very squishy army, though, for Anatan. It's mostly archers. You got to be careful standing under the TC or the towers. Beastie's just going to pull back. It's multiple defensive towers. It's going to buy a little time for Beastie. Not a lot of siege weapons available for Anatan.
+1 ranged attack is now through for Anatan. Check on the archers. What's the damage that he's doing? I think 9 damage at the moment. Is that right? 10 damage with the Kurultai. So it's quite a decent amount of damage that's coming through. Beastie on the other side, he's actually looking for veterancy on his archers rather than going into, say, +2 ranged armor. He's not even got +1 ranged armor just yet. He's only just getting it through now, but it looks like Anatan's trying his best to commit here. Spears being brought out. Beastie just getting absolutely ruined by this archer mass. Beautiful control coming out from Anatan as well as he shuffles in and out of range of that town center. Manages to do a little bit of damage, but walks away with his tail between his legs for the moment. How did that go for him, Litter?
I'm okay with that fight for him. He healed most of his army back up, picked off a lot of expensive units. If you take a look, Beastie's down to 2 spears, and Anatan was trying to mix in some more cavalry. He has got no more cav in queue, but right now Beastie's got basically no anti-cav units. So if you show up with a couple of Keshik, that could actually be a big factor here. So yeah. I'm kind of liking this, especially now with the Traction Trebuchet coming in. A bit of a swing in with the Keshik, trying to hit these stone miners. No one to be found there. I like those traits for Anatan. I feel like if you are playing the OOTD, you want to thin that army out and just want to make sure that even though you're facing premium units, the mass is just very small. That's probably your best way of dealing with the OOTD on this map.
Yeah, I got to agree. I'm loving this already. You know, watching that Trebuchet come out was just... It took me back, Lidicor, you know, back to the good old days of the Mongols, where you'd see this setup, and I can feel it happening right now. The question's going to be about whether or not Anatan looks to play into outposts, because I think they could be quite strong here. If he sets himself up with 4 or 5 outposts, sprinkled emplacements in them, could be a defensive position difficult to stop, but now Beastie on the south side has got a bit of a raid coming through. Not really a raid, it's more of an attack, isn't it? Sacred Site has been taken as well.
He keeps poking around that gold mine, and that's a bit of a headache for Beastie. He's just forced to jump in and out of those towers, and that's just going to slow down his gold build-up. Gets a tower up on the stone mine. Keshik picks off that spear. It's going to be the Traction Trebuchet is making it happen, though. Well, just one of them right now. Side note, do keep in mind, there is only one Sacred Site on this map, so funnily enough, the Sacred Site timer is going. The trap... What is he going to do with this trap, though? I think the best start is probably the gold mine.
Yeah, it looks like it could be this. It's an interesting strategy. Let's see how it plays out. Do you think he's just going to try and snipe the mining camp repeatedly? Because that could be very annoying.
Probably just a tower right next to it and then hit the gold. There is a relic inside that tower, though. That's something that we have to keep in mind.
Can we do a quick relic check? I mean, it's 2 under the TC, 2 under each TC, right? And then there's normally 1 in the middle, if I remember on this map. Unless it's been changed, but... Yes, yeah, there's the 1 in the middle. Cool. Alright, well, big army for Anatan. It looks huge, but, I mean, Beastie's keeping up when it comes to population, though. That's the other thing to remember. Order of the Dragon... Big scary units, big scary number, not a whole lot of actual units on the physical field though. So, Beastie now, let's check in with his upgrades and see how he's doing. He's got +2 ranged armor, definitely the right call against this archer mass here. Monastery at the back, Inspired Warriors, a smart move here for him. Get that extra little bit of archer, extra little bit of armor against those archers.
Yeah, the Mangonel is going to be a little dangerous to deal with. There is a decent amount of monks here for Beastie to heal. Nice little Mangonel shot to open this fight with. The archers are not fully in the Kurultai's range here for Anatan. He needs to pull back a tiny bit to be covered. And there we go. He's going to have to pull back a little.
As well. Good shuffling so far. Men-at-Arms, look how tanky they are on the front. Inspired Warriors not in quite yet, but he doesn't even need it. It feels like he's really cutting through this. Distinct lack of crossbows is really making it quite hard. The backline for Beastie is doing work, though, as he manages to stay alive. And have a look at the population swing now. All of a sudden, Anatan halves the population, or rather, has had his population halved. Now pushing out underneath the Kurultai itself. The double Trebuchet You know, this is sort of the double-edged sword of the trebuchets, that you're investing into a unit that is not going to be killing units. It's only going to be killing buildings. Especially when you've got free healing on your buildings like you do for Beastie on the Order of the Dragon. It makes it difficult to justify. But now, Beastie's cleaning up Lidical.
In the initial fight, I don't think Anathan's crossbows were fully focusing men-at-arms, because those men-at-arms stood there for way too long, despite facing at least like 15 or so crossbows. But do keep in mind, now that the front line is gone, Anathan is trying to slowly clean this up with the Mangonel, even the Traction Trebuchet is coming in to help. And, you know, the monks are good to heal up an army, but when the army is gone, the monks will not be able to fight back. When it's all said and done, it just feels like the two armies canceled each other out.
They really did, didn't they? So who does that benefit? Because as the game gets longer, I mean, at this stage, you'd have to say that benefits Anatan, right? Undoubtedly. Because he holds the Sacred Site. He's got the Kurultai, which is going to be healing up any units that are left over, even though there wasn't really that many. But the burden is on Beastie here. He must neutralize the Sacred Site. And I think from the perspective of Anatan, all I'd be doing right now is just dropping outposts and just making some sprinkled emplacements everywhere and saying, come on, you know, come grab it. It's here for the taking. And just, yeah, I think that's realistically all he needs to do to win out this game from here.
I was going to say the same thing. I think, first off, we need to mention that Beastie lost 7 Dragon Villagers in this whole game. The first villager that Anatan lost just happened now on this Gur. And, you know, again, there is still 5 minutes from the Sacred Site countdown, but 5 minutes can go past very, very quickly if Anatan just focuses all his attention here. In the next few minutes, Sacred Site actually can become a realistic win condition. Beastie, for now, is just going to avoid going for it. He's going to try to hit the gold mine. Anatan sees this army coming through, though. He also sees, Beastie is able to see the villagers on the deer pack right there. Anatan is just shadowing this army, however. I think Beastie is doing the right thing, though. He's trying to take fights outside of that Kurultai aura, just coming in on the flanks, and this Spring Golden placement is going to be so annoying to deal with for Anatan.
Yeah, you can see already it's firing off. Beastie actually bringing in a men-at-arms to help out a little bit. Second outpost trying to get up there. He's saying, hey, no, you're going to have to go back. You're going to have to get yourself on the sheep, mate, because it's not happening today. No deer for you. Double Treb now moving to the top, and I'm not going to say they're out of position necessarily, but they're a little bit more exposed.
Couple of men-at-arms now coming in here. Big push from Beastie in the middle, but that's 3 Mangonels. You gotta be careful about that. Not a lot of front line in front, however, but that's a beautiful volley. And that's exactly what you need for Anatan. The second volley could just wipe all those archers. The men-at-arms just getting absolutely butchered by the crossbow backline. This is not looking good for Beastie.
Oh, and the prelates just walking up into the front line as well. Oh, you know, it was just one of the most... we need to see that again. We need to break that down. That was such a unfortunate timing there for Beastie. He's clicked around the Kurultai, and when that's happened, the army has compacted onto a single tile at the edge of the Kurultai, the corner, the north corner of that Kurultai, and the Mangonels have literally just hit that spot. And how many units went down there? I don't think it was a lot of units that went down. It was just a lot of damage that was done. It's flashbacks to the Mangonels of old Lidicor.
3 minutes on the timer. This is almost becoming a do or die for Beastie. I feel like he's got one more shot to decap that Sacred Site, but this is the domain where Anatan is going to start potentially considering all-inning the Sacred Site. It's always a double-edged sword. We've seen games where someone just focuses fully on the Sacred Site on a map like King of the Hill or a map like Mountain Clearing, and then if that all-in doesn't come together, you're just going to automatically lose the game. But I think at this stage, it's actually becoming a reasonable win condition for Anatan, something that he can roll the dice on.
Beastie switching it up a little bit. The stable's in the back of the base. You got to love that as well. Very smart from him, just keeping things hidden. Don't want anything to be exposed on the front. But look at Anatan responding without even saying. He just knows that something is up. 3 minutes now until Sacred Victory. Not long to go, and the Trebs continue to work down the base of Beastie. Keep in mind that even if Anatan loses the Sacred Site, he's still in a decent spot and can still continue putting on pressure towards the base of Beastie. Beastie's got landmarks, and of course he's got emergency repairs, but it's a slow trickle. Those Trebs just dealing damage.
And losses like this is not going to help Beastie. These crossbows could just turn back and snipe all these men-at-arms. It's just that Anatan was focusing somewhere else. These are expensive units that are difficult to replace. That's a nice little raid from Beastie, though. He needs to cut into his opponent's eco, but the timer is down to 2.5 minutes, and when your entire army is hitting the enemy base or the enemy villagers, they're not there to decap the Sacred Site. Beastie's going to have to do something about that Sacred Site very, very quickly.
Indeed. It's got 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Nice little raids coming through as well from Beastie. It's one of those things where this is going to be great if he's able to survive the Sacred Site threat. But that's the if, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, now if Anatan doesn't win on the Sacred Site, he's in trouble. He took a big beating to his eco, and he only has 7 spears. He's up against 8 Gilded Horsemen. He needs way more spears to deal with this, even with the Kurotai buffing him. All that Beastie can do is send in the cavalry to try and stall the Sacred Site. If Anatan is up to like 15 spears, I think he's fine, but he's only on 7. He's also going to face a couple of the Landsknechte, as well as the Men-at-Arms. It's an all or nothing, but that's mostly mangonels for Anatan's army against horsemen.
You heard that sound right. Yeah. Yeah, they know what's happening. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for it. Make sure, if you've got this in the background, bring it into the foreground right now. You're going to want to see this. There is a lot that is about to happen. So I was about to say, I hope that Beastie's going to pull Vils here, because this is very much all or nothing. If you don't decap the Sacred Site here, that's it. It's all over Red Rover. So it feels almost mandatory to have the Vils out, have them tanking. Has he picked up textiles yet? Are we able to check on his villages and just see whether or not he's got that upgrade? So no textiles for Anatan. How about Beastie? No textiles for Beastie either. So if he had textiles, that would indicate that he's probably going to pull Vils. But especially just because there's so many mangonels here, it just makes sense to have the Vils
30 seconds.
target the mangonels. He's got to go now.
He's cutting it way too close.
Yeah, especially with the Wololol risk as well.
Yeah, with like, 2 Wololos, like what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, well,
this
there's
is
the
way
Vils.
too late for Beastie.
He's going to try and commit. The Vils are just going to immediately
seconds.
get obliterated. He hasn't covered the full Sacred Site, so he can still stand on the Sacred Site and hold it down. There's the double Wololol now as the Men-at-Arms are about to be converted. He falls back just in time. Spearman on the north defending the Sacred Site, holding on for dear life. Mangonels, nothing threatening them whatsoever. Now we've got plenty of prelates in the back, healing up any of the damage that's being done. Sacred Site timer still on 17 seconds. Wololol goes off. No conversions once again. Lidakori's missed 0 for 3, but the Archer number looks good. Beastie slowly falling on that front line down to 5 Gilded Horsemen. The Keep is going up, but the Keep ain't going to decap ya. The Keep is not going to decap that Sacred Site, and none of those units are left to do it
He's going to pull the villagers.
The villagers
cannot fight the army. He can buy a couple of seconds, but that's basically it. The castle is going down, and there's just no shot here for Beastie. Sending everything on the Sacred Side, but that's just a slaughter. Anatan is going to have game number 2.
Impressive performance there by Anatan. And you got to give it to him. I mean, Beastie left it right until the last second, and I think it was the correct call, but at the end of the day, it did compromise his approach. It meant that he wasn't able to full send it when he wanted to, because he felt like he had to do a bit of decapping as well, which meant he was taking extra damage. So at the end of the day, it's a 2-0 to Anatan at this stage, and we move on to game number 3. Now I guess we can start talking about match point.
Anatan had a bit of a luck here, however, because his spearman count wasn't enough. If Beastie started that assault a little sooner, this could have been slightly different. The other thing I was looking at is the stone available for Beastie. Just like about a minute, he still had 500 stone in the bank. So I wonder if the delay was caused by the fact that he didn't have the stone for the keep.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, see, the keep would make sense if he still had more time, right? If he had another minute on the clock and that keep got up, then I could see it, maybe. But it just felt like he thought he was playing Chinese. He thought it was going to come up much sooner than what it actually did. But yeah, I mean, overall, like looking at that game, there were a lot of pivotal moments, and I think this was one. You know, we anticipated that Anatan was going to finish Beastie off, but Beastie held on for dear life through this fight here. The Kurultai was strong, it was in your face, but at the end of the day, the Men-at-Arms were doing a really good job of just tanking it up.
Yeah, this fight right here, I think one of the most important moments of the game. This volley just like absolutely butchering all of the archers, and then Men in Arms, nice and cool, but when you're facing 25 crossbows, it's not going to do much. And then the fact that the Prelate's just charging in the middle, which might have been some kind of a misclick, just sending all the melee units up there along them, the monks as well. They just get slaughtered in the middle. And yeah, we're going to watch that again.
Let's watch it again. So, in slow-mo, thank you. I was going to say, put it in slow-mo, thank you. Oh, God, it was just pixel perfect. Can we watch it from his perspective? I know we can't, but I'd love to see it from his perspective. I want to know, did he like target the ground right there? Did he just see exactly what was going to happen? Oh, man, that was a tough call right there. Gosh.
And Beastie is not going to go back to conventional maps. We're going to go to King of the Hill here, and Anatan bringing out the Knights Templar versus the Golden Horde. I'm surprised about the Knights Templar here. It's not something that you see very frequently on King of the Hill. Granted, since Knights Templar have been released, it's not like we had an awful lot of tournaments that actually featured King of the Hill.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's obviously seen a resurgence in time, but I think realistically KT is decent here. What's the expectation that they're probably going to open 2 TC and then try and contest the sacred site before the Horde can completely take it? Are we going to see what early pressure from Beastie into a fast castle? Is that the play? Is that the meta? I know we got Don Artie in the chat. He'll probably let us know right now.
Yeah, I feel like even though we've just seen a sacred site victory for Anatan, this was more so a circumstantial outcome and not necessarily okay, my go-to approach is capturing the sacred site and fully all-inning it across the game. I feel like you cannot do that. You cannot just say, my strategy is capping the sacred site, defending it for 10 minutes. I expect the same thing on King of the Hill. I think someone is going to go try to get that early advantage, but it's not going to be a strategy built around that sacred site. More so just having that presence, starting the timer, and then trying to play the game in a direction where if you get down to 4 minutes, 3 minutes, you're able to turn that into a win condition.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it right there. You know, because we did often see players that would look to very much make that central sacred site the whole key to the strategy. I often think back to the days of the Chinese times where we'd see players even go fast Imperial just to get the great the gatehouse down on top of it. But yeah, perhaps not this game. Anyway, we've got ourselves a fun matchup. Which way do you think it's going? Is it going to be the clean sweep for Anatan today, or is Beastie finally going to be making his comeback here, Lidakor?
Well, I'm not going to make a judgment on that. We're just going to jump straight into game number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3. We are here at the 3rd place match. This is game number 3 of this series. 2 players, 2 of the world's best ones, in the south of the map, in the color red, playing as the Knights Templar. It's Anatan.
And spawning in on the other side as the color yellow, in command of the Golden Horde, it is Beastie. He's down 2-0, but this is his map pick. It was, Mountain Clearing was also his map pick. So far, he's 0-1 against Anatan on his own map picks, but this has always been a map that Beastie was very, very efficient on. It's one of those maps where small things make the mile, and I think Beastie's just so good at those. Like, with these early little skirmishes and getting the upper hand in that regard, those are the kinds of things that, you know, set Beastie apart from many of the other players.
Yeah, I think there's... I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us here today. Let's put it that way, because it's a fun map. He's playing Golden Horde, and well, realistically, he's got a clean slate here to work some magic. And I think, especially on match point, you know, you want to be going for your best strategy. So let's see what you've got. Check in now with Anatan and see how he's doing. So he's playing on the Knights Templar today. Which way do you think he's going to be looking? Do you think it's going to be aggression, maybe a little bit of defense out of the gate? Obviously, Beastie not going to be looking to pressure at this stage. How does Anatan react or play this game?
I think if you're Anatan, you play more of a defensive game. I would expect Khan and Thorgood from Beastie trying to get that early upper hand. If you are Anatan, I think you want to take it slow at the beginning and slightly more responsive. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that both of his gold mines are offset to the left. So he's going to have to pay attention to that. It's something that could easily get denied. Speaking of gold, for Beastie, both of his gold mines are also pretty bad. One of them is very far to the south of his base, and then the other one is offset to the left. So for both of these players, gold control could be a bit of an issue.
Beastie's gold almost looks like it's up the hill, doesn't it? It's that far away from everything. But I guess such is life on this map. I'm glad that they've made some changes. You know, over the years they've made changes to this map. I still remember the era when this map only had a single gold vein on the lower ground, and all the other gold was just in the middle of the map. So if you made no attempt to take the middle of the map, you had 4k gold and that was it. But yeah, now at least there's a little bit more gold out there for everybody. But yes, we can now see the age ups coming through. Khan and Torgoods coming through for Beastie. We've got the Knights Hospitaller coming through for Anatand. A single villager gathers gold here for Anatand. What will that villager do with its life other than gather gold? Will this be the villager that builds the keep, that saves the day and rescues Anatand's game? Probably not.
Doubtful.
It'll get picked off at 7 minutes. yeah. Okay, control group 1. We will every 6 minutes we will check on this villager to see what it has done.
I don't think that's going to be necessary. She's going to be dead in like 2 minutes.
We just won't have a control group anymore. We'll have just disappeared. All right, age up about to come through. Knights Hospitaller for Anatand. That second TC about to get dropped. Have a look at the timing on this TC as well. It is just ludicrous how quick they can get these down. I mean, unless you're doing pressure in the Dark Age, there's no such thing as feudal pressure that's going to stop this, is there? It is just incredibly quick out of the gates.
Yeah, all that Beastie could hope for is to try and body block the optimal placement with the scout, but he wasn't quick enough, so his opponent is just going to get the DC up. I love this wall, though. One of the benefits that you get from the Golden Horde as compared to the Mongols is that you get to have the walls, and just being able to secure those flanks and not face any nasty surprises is always a benefit. Same thing with the front. Beast is actually walling up quite a bit. I'm not sure if he needs them immediately, given that his opponent is going 2 TCs, but it's never a terrible idea just to secure your flanks and prevent a complete disaster. Do keep in mind, it's 2-0 Anatand. A couple of cavalry units sneaking in at any given moment could easily just finish this series.
Yeah, exactly. It's, yeah, I agree with you. It's a bit curious. You know, you spot your enemy doing 2 TC and you go for a wall. So what exactly has Beastie got planned here? It's the pressure from the Khan and the Torgoods he's going to be pushing out here. That second TC's down. Should be able to keep the villagers safe. Single scout down towards that south side as well. I guess one thing to note, the downside for playing the KT here is there's only a single sacred site. So there's only one place that you can send your pilgrims. Means there's only one
AKA,
place.
your pilgrims should never arrive when a Khan is roaming the map.
Precisely.
At least in early game.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, the technology is called Safe Passage, and it's surprising that he can research it on this map with that name. But perhaps a rename is appropriate. It's not going to be easy. Let's put it that way. Nonetheless, though, let's check in with Anatand. I want to see how the main base is doing. What infrastructure have we got set up here? It's a barracks that's getting thrown down. So we can check in with our villager. Can we give her a name? Does she need to have a name, Lidicor? I think she can have a name. What do you think about Marie? Marie...
I was thinking Jane, but...
Oh, you're getting a bit close there to Joan. And then we've got other issues with that, aren't we? Oh, Jane. She's going for the wall. She's actually not. She's still chopping the tree. Anyway, we'll focus more on the north side, though. Let's check in with Beastie, because he's gathering up quite a bit of gold. You will have noticed he's got 7 villagers on gold. So there's a good chance we're going to have a Castle Age coming through shortly. He'll actually have a little bit of excess gold here. So he could be looking for some upgrades before. Could be an option for him. Double spear now on the south as well.
Yeah, looping around, gets vision on the range and the racks as well. Trying to intercept the villagers.
Watch out,
Very
Jane.
nicely shadowing the movement. For now it's nice poking and prodding, but while all of this is happening, Beastie is looking for Castle Age. And, you know, one of the things that you can do when it comes to Castle Age is obviously go for the relics, and that has always been the theme of this 1 TC versus 2 TC matchups. Your opponent is escalating their eco with the second TC. The way that you match that is by quickly picking up the relics.
Yeah, and it's the gift that keeps giving the rest of the game. It doesn't take population space, it's free gold, it's free real estate, and on top of that, you can go for relic Uvus, which just make things even more exciting. So, Beastie Dow going to be having a little bit more fun here with the game, the Golden Horde, of course. I think this is probably the best part about playing them, is just having a whole bunch of relic Uvus. So, I'm keen to see what Beastie's going to be getting up to. I think the wall is starting to make sense, and you can see now Anatan bringing out Jane. Where is she off to? Let's go track Jane. Is she building that wall, is she? Oh no, she's... oh wow, she got promoted. She's a spearman. A spearwoman.
Yeah, a lot of walls from Anatan over here. Oh no.
No,
oh,
Jane!
No.
Oh! I'm glad we gave her the control group. Thank you, Cal. That is... we should start control grouping villages a lot more. Because it tells us a story. The story of Jane. Double broad axe also coming in for Beastie, so a little bit more of a focus on an economy here. And, you know, exactly as you said before, there's a trade-off. When you go for that second TC, you're not conceding the relics, but you are at least conceding early Castle Age, and there's a good chance your enemy's going to get the lion's share of the relics. So at this stage, Anatan has walled in the one relic, and he might be able to produce units to defend another relic, but Beastie's pretty much guaranteed at this point to get 3 relics, which is nice. Hopefully he can get the 4th one and really put those relic Uvus to work, because this is match point. If he loses this game, that's it. Back towards the south side of the map. Military units continue to build here for Anatan. 11 villages on gold, though, so he's definitely thinking about aging up. And have a look at this. We've got ourselves quite a lot of military production that's coming out here. This is 5 military buildings already, which is a lot. So Anatan's very much thinking of pushing out once he hits Castle Age. Which way is he going to go, Lidicor? Take your bet.
As the observers are pointing out to us, I feel like it's got to be Kingdom of Castile. That's probably the way to go on a map like this, but this is one of the things that Beastie's getting with all that map control. He's able to just drop some buildings in the middle, get some presence up there, and I want to touch on something before we really go deeper into this game, and that's the fact that there is a cliff directly in front of the sacred site towards the player's bases. So the way that this map spawned is that you cannot just run straight at the sacred site, you have to go to either of the flanks.
Yeah, it's a good point, because I think realistically you can look... Oh, it's going to be the Angevin Empire. All right. Yeah, realistically, you can look to play around that. The way that flanks open up, it means that you're just not running straight towards the middle. You're going to have to defend your reinforcements as well. It's going to complicate things. But now we see those relics getting taken. Sacred Site also being stood on at the 10-minute mark. So we've got ourselves a game here. This could be a... Well, I was going to say it could be a sub-20-minute game. I mean, it could be a sub-11-minute game if we got a really crazy game. But not going to be the case. We know that there's going to be some action. Springald placement is through. Spear's coming out. Going to be trying to shut down the Shaman. He's just walking away casually. They're really committing to the chase here. An impressive amount of aggression, and I think he realizes that if I shut this spear or this shaman down, you're going to have to build another one. It's going to delay your sacred site even more. He's just buying himself more time, and that's a smart move.
Yep.
You know, this is a worthwhile investment.
Yeah, trading a couple of spears for a shaman is a decent value here for Anatan. It's getting a nice diverse composition up there. Beastie is getting the sacred site going though. Second tower being placed right next to the sacred site. You do have a considerable eco advantage, at least on the worker count for Anatan, though. Resource income also looks slightly more promising for him. He's getting a decent amount of eco upgrades in, but he's got no presence in the middle, and, you know, we talked about this in the previous game, we can talk about it here. When you start that sacred site timer, it does look like it's going to take a while. 10 minutes is a long time, but if your opponent sits back for just like a few minutes, it quickly becomes a win condition.
It goes really quickly, especially when you're in the seat. It goes so damn quickly. You think, okay, oh, it's been taken. All right, I've got some time to set up for it, and it's been 5 minutes. And now you've only got 5 minutes left, and you haven't finished setting up, and you get into what happened in the last game, and yeah, you haven't got enough stone for your keep, and you got to wait for that. But at least he set up this game. That is for sure. He is in the driver's seat. You can see him on standby. The relics being brought in with the shaman. How many relics are we up to now? That's 2. He's got a third one out towards the right. A fourth one back safe towards the base.
Beastie had to cancel the tower right there. A couple of Hospitaller Knights and a couple of Heavy Spearmen are currently making the bulk of Anathan's army. Just like poking around, trying to make sure that Beastie cannot build up additional defenses around the Sacred Site. And that's where these walls come in handy for Anathan. If these walls weren't here, obviously, cavalry would be a great way to just cause a diversion, hit the eco. With such a small cavalry force, Beastie cannot really break through those walls against the repairs.
Yeah, it makes it really nice to have. But now we can see Jane just chilling out under the TC. She's safe for the moment, Lidicor. Not going to be looking to commit to any fortresses just yet. But we'll keep an eye on her throughout the rest of this game. Perhaps we'll get to see her at her house with her family. With her young son, a spearman, I believe.
Some of these villagers might not get to see their family, though, because Anathan is heading straight towards Beastie's base, and Beastie's base is totally wide open on the right side. A couple of Ovus will be targeted down. Looks like Anathan is looking for villagers, though Beastie did pull them in time. This army stopped for a moment, and they're a little too late to the party. This is a heavy spearman, though you gotta be careful if you are Beastie fighting against that. But with the numbers advantage, he's just gonna pick that off. But it's all a diversion. Anathan sent that army into Beastie's base, and while he's doing that, he knows that Beastie's army is inside Beastie's base and not in the middle, denying that castle.
Very, very smart by Anathan. 2 steps ahead. Now, the question on my mind is Jane building the fortress, or is it being built by another person? Let's take a look and find out. Jane, where are you? It is Jane! All right, I knew it. I knew it. She's the hero.
What are the odds, though?
I know,
What are the odds that she shows up so many times in this game?
Well, that's just it. She has got plot armor. I will have you guys know that there will be a Mangonel shot at the 19th minute where she barely survives, but it's going to be great. You're going to love it. Can you imagine if it actually happens? People will say it's scripted. Wallalol, wallalol, wallalol. Where's that wallalol? It's got to be up towards the north.
Nice good boxing in this army.
Yeah, so that's Beastie now with 4 relics to his name. Whole bunch of relic Uvus here, and very intentionally positioned as well. Take a look at where they are. They're right next to it. Can you delete a relic Uvu to recover the relic?
That's a good question.
Like you should be able to, right?
I mean, if you lose the Ovu, you get the relic back, but I don't know if you can actually just, like, delete it.
Yeah, well, it says that you can delete it, according to Cal's user interface. Because that would make sense, right? You just keep it there, and then as the attack's about to happen, delete it, and then you do it. So, all right. I suspect that's probably what Beastie's going to do. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, where's Joan? I don't see Joan standing here. Oh, no. Oh, no, we don't have a control group anymore. No, wait. Where is she? I think she's here. I think she's here.
Yeah, she's in the keep.
She's probably in the keep. Don't worry, everybody. She's safe. She's helping out. Crash.
First trap is out for Anathan. Trap's out on Beastie's side as well. This time around, though, I think this is a big difference compared to the previous game. In the previous game, really, the Sacred Site, the fights on the Sacred Site started happening 3 minutes or less before the Sacred Site timer was close to an end.
Yes, agreed.
Beastie dropped his keep like 30 seconds before the timer ran out. This time around, Anathan is challenging the Sacred Site a lot sooner, so he's got a lot more, I guess, leeway, flexibility here. For now, he's just using traps to take out the defensive structures. He does have a lot of villagers nearby on that gold, and that's going to help him keep his own keep alive.
The consequence of doing this right now is when you think about 2 TC versus 1 TC, the longer the second TC is up, the more it's paying itself off. So at this stage, it's paid itself off less than what it would in 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 minutes. And the consequence of that is the army is smaller to Beastie's relative to what it should be if we're waiting at those times. So the trouble that he's got now is by pushing forward here, he's preemptively put himself in this position where Beastie could attack him and could take advantage of his smaller army than what it should be. So whether or not Beastie takes advantage of that, or whether or not he continues to hold out, remains to be seen. But the truth is, Joan will always be by our side. You can see the way he's positioning over towards the west there. Kind of looks like he wants to have a go. Yeah, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, Anathan took out basically all the infrastructure. I feel like Beastie feels a need to jump this. He's got a decent amount of men-at-arms, plus a bunch of Karash, so the plan is probably to take out the traps. He's trying to counter-trap the enemy castle. That's 4 traps. That's a lot of villagers that you need for repairs. I don't think Anathan can sustain that. He's actually depleting his stone a lot. Anathan's going to run out of stone very, very quickly.
He's got Jane. She's a hero. She'll be easily able to repair that, keep up. But a very eager Monk coming out right there. Like, hey, can I capture this sacred? Has anyone captured this sacred site yet? Yes, unfortunately it has. Oh. No. The wall. Between the
That's resources. A nice little touch.
Oh, it's so cheeky.
Out of
and
stone
it's
is
so annoying. But the good news is he's got Trebs already, so he'll get 2 hits on the wall and it's dead. So, you know, it seems big brain, but the truth is, I don't think it's going to be that big.
Beast's infrastructure is gone, and Beast doesn't have a lot of food in the bank. In fact, he's got barely any units in queue. That's something to keep in mind. Does have a sizable army, though. You get the feeling that now it's going to be all or nothing for Beastie. If you look at the eco deficit, that's a problem. If a game goes very long, he could be in trouble here. He has still 3 minutes on the Sacred Site timer done. Anathan is just playing trench warfare here. Still keeps the castle alive, and his own traps are just taking out beasties.
Oh no, it's the trench warfare is really doing it, isn't it? Look at that, the way he's moving up. Carefully constructed walls are now holding on the Sacred Site. The time has paused at 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Beastie pushing forward. Villagers idle underneath the fortress. There's no more stone in the bank to repair as the Trebs continue wailing away. The Trebs from Anatan fire on the backline of Beastie, eliminating all but one single trebuchet. Meanwhile, towards the center of the map, the Knights Templar together with those heavy spears, holding it down for the moment. Beastie's numbers still looking solid, but I think Anatan is doing a little bit better from this position. What are your thoughts, Lidical?
Absolutely. Anathan is using his own traps to take out Beastie's Mangonels. That next volley takes out the final Mango. And on the other side, Anathan still has his own Mangonel in the shadows. He actually has more than one. He's got 5 Mangonels on this map, taking out Beastie's archers. He's stalling the Sacred Site, and Beastie's got no momentum left over here. He's not going to be able to hold the Sacred Site, and with just 60 villagers and 6 army on the field, I feel like that is it for Beastie. Anathan just deletes the walls. He's going to swarm the middle here. And I just don't see any momentum for Beastie here. There it is. GG is called, and Anathan sweeps Beastie in a 3-0 fashion.
Wow. It was a tough last game. You know, the fact that Anatan started pushing so early towards that Sacred Site as well, it was... I mean, it's rare to see people go that early. But even with 3 minutes remaining on the clock, it felt relatively tight. So well played by Anatan to get it. Not to mention, in wonderful style there. 3-0 against Beastie, one of the best in the business. So very well played over to Anatan.
It's so difficult for Beastie because I'm looking at his gameplay, and there wasn't any major issues with that. It was a well-played series for him. It's just that Anatan always seemed to have had his number, and I think it speaks more about Anatan's series here. He's played an extremely clean series, and I'm trying to really find a single way to describe his series, but I'm just struggling to. I feel like he was at the right place at the right time across the series. The timings were in place, and when he had an opportunity, he was able to pounce on that.
Yeah.
And that was enough to always gain an advantage by the second half of each game. Beastie, even though he played a clean game, or clean games, I should say, I feel like Anathan was just playing a flawless series.
Yeah, it very much felt that way. There were a lot of times in there where Beastie made decisions or made calls, and Anatan just reacted perfectly, found himself in the right spot. So, yeah, I think at the end of the day, he was just doing better. All right, well, we're going to dive into the interview now. Lidicor, shall we go say good day to our Victor? I'll go do that now. Take me in, Cow. Hey, Anatan, how you doing? Congratulations, mate. 3rd place. Not bad.
Yeah, hello, Drongo. Yeah, nice to hear you. I mean, yeah, feels good to win, right?
Yeah, I can imagine it. It feels pretty good right now, and good to see you as well. Again, Though you do look different when you don't have all your locks out. Let's talk a little bit about those games. So game number one, I guess for me, the pivotal moment in that game was when Beastie made the decision to dive behind your base. Can you explain to me what your thought process was when you saw that?
We actually practiced this matchup a lot. Like Beastie and me, we were like main practice partners this week. So, like first game he won this matchup, second I won, and actually his strat for me was surprise. Like 6 horsemen into Castle Age without production. Like I never encountered it, and I think it was really good. I feel like he was winning, and like he shouldn't dive. He just need to secure 8k gold, and he probably would have win. So yeah, when I saw dive, I was a bit relieved. So because I knew like in clear field I can't kill 50 archers. So when they were kinda cornered, I was like, okay, maybe he will not able to remass quite soonish, so maybe I will have a chance.
Yeah, I think that was... Yeah, as I mentioned, I think that was definitely the pivotal moment for me. It was going to go one of two ways. Either the first way was that you were going to lose all of your farms, or at least the vills on your farms, you'd be idled out, or the second way was that you'd clean up, but you definitely had the production to deal with it. So I think in the end, it was a flawless game from you. Beastie played well, but you just... I think you just had the trump card right there. Let's talk more about Game 2, though. Mountain Clearing, always a fun map. You came into it with a pretty cheeky strategy to start off. Tell us a little bit about what your thoughts were, because you built 6 spearmen in the Dark Age, which was quite a lot. Was that just simply because of the fact that you saw that wall come down and you knew you had to get through it?
I don't know, sometimes my brain stopped working. Like when I was loading into the game, I wanted to like take a boar, maybe like few spears to deny gold. But when I saw his tower, like my eyes went red, and I just wanna push, deny wood, deny gold, go. Yeah. And like I was building tower, in bad position, right? And then like, okay, maybe I don't need that, and it was pretty random, but I think it worked quite well. I was a bit scared of his push, right? He's again going to me, and I killed his army. So I get spears from tower, but it was a big mistake, I feel like. He was able to return this position quite easily. So yeah.
Yeah, you definitely delayed him, and I think he had a bit of an unfortunate gold spawn. But yeah, he was able to sort of get out of the mess relatively easily. I was very impressed with your defense on the Sacred Site. Were you surprised by how late Beastie left it? It felt like there wasn't much time for him to really contest that Sacred Site for you on that game too.
Yeah, I feel like Beastie kinda threw first game, right? And I almost threw second one. I feel like Beastie did really great job to come back into this game, but it's kinda easier to play when you hold the Sacred Site. So yeah, I feel like he outplayed me, but it was not enough because of my great position.
Yeah, it was a really strong position. I think especially with the Wallalols, there was quite a lot of time for you as well. Let's talk a little bit about this fight that's happening here at the 15-minute mark on the screen at the moment. This fight, to me, when you were coming into it, I thought there's no way that you're going to walk out of it losing, but it felt like Beastie held on pretty well here. Were you expecting that when you're pushing up with the Kurultai, that you wouldn't work, or that things wouldn't work out that well for you?
Usually how it's working, you have Kurultai, you have archers, and they just pew, everything died. Here I come and like, I don't know, I don't kill too much, right? So I was really surprised by outcome of this fight as well. Yeah, I thought I would just win game here, but it was a really bad fight for me apparently. Yeah, it's really hard
I think what was happening...
Yeah, it's really hard to understand OTD army, like, even at high level. It's kind of few units, you know, like 5 minute arm, but apparently I'm just dying. So, yeah.
There's one other thing I want to ask you about this game specifically. There was a Mangonel shot that happened when Beastie's units moved around the Kurultai, and they all kind of bunched up at the top of the Kurultai. Did you expect that to happen? And were you like kind of waiting for it? Here, it's about to happen. Here, we can see it in slow motion.
No.
Was that like you hit that perfectly? It was just smack bang on the head. You
Just
you did so
random.
much damage right there.
Just run. To be honest, I thought I already lost game here because like he has a lot of farms, and I was actually thinking like, okay, what map do I pick next? Like when I had like 2 mangas and he pushed into me. Here I was kinda stabilized, but before it, I thought it's over for me.
Yeah, wow. All right, and let's talk about game number 3 right here. This was an absolutely amazing push that you did. I love the trench warfare that you've got with the walls pushing up. You came out here quite early as well. Were you comfortable? You know, I think it was about the 6 or 7 minute mark left on the Sacred Site victory. Did you feel like you had enough presence that you could do that safely, or were you a little bit worried about positioning?
I saw that I pulled his army with my raid, right? I kinda threw some army and I thought that like it's all his army kinda. So I was able to get here. If his army were on Sacred Site, I probably would have go a bit later on. But yeah. I saw his army movement and was quite happy to push into Sacred Site quite early. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations. You played very well today, and best of luck in the future. And yeah, did you have anything else that you wanted to say before we go to a break?
It's always a pleasure to hear your beautiful voice with Lidakor. So yeah, I will sit and watch final and will root for strongest player. I don't know who it is yet. But yeah, thanks to my team. I hope I will perform better next time. Thanks to my fans and thanks to viewers. They are awesome, as always.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anatan. All right, we'll be back shortly, folks. We'll go to a quick break, and then we'll have the grand final for you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for a little bit of grand final time. Because, well, Lidicore, I don't know if you heard, but we got two decent players and we put them together, we locked them in. Now they're going to have to fight.
All right, this is the time where you look at the head-to-heads, and I just feel like every single time you pull up a Marine Lord head-to-head against anyone, it's going to look like this. I've actually checked with a bunch of other players. Marine Lord has been so dominant for such a long time, probably one of the most consistent players since the release of the game, that no matter who you match him up against, there is a really, really powerful head-to-head advantage for Marine Lord. And this is one of those matchups where he also has a consistently good performance against Puppy Paw in the recent series that they've played. Having said that, we're looking at two players that are both champions of their own respective groups. And I think that's extremely important to highlight. This is a really strong tournament for Puppy Paw so far. He won his group, went in the semifinals, defeated Anatan 4-1, and now he's here in the grand finals. So certainly not a pushover, and I do not expect Marine Lord to just sweep this series. I expect Puppy Paw to put up a really good fight.
Yeah, it's a bit confronting, isn't it, when you look at those numbers and you're like, okay, that's a bit scary. Because Puppy Paw's had really good form recently, and you know, similar to Anatan, he's had a journey, so those numbers are always going to be skewed towards Marine Lord because, as you mentioned, Marine Lord's always been consistent. He's always been the top dog, whereas Puppy Paw's had his journey. But those numbers are from when Puppy Paw is really good at the game, and so it's like it's scary. It's really scary. Nonetheless, though, we look forward to a good, fair fight. We've already had the maps drafted here. So we do have a little bit of water today. We've got Kawasan together with 4 lakes. And of course, as we mentioned before, don't be fooled by coastal cliffs. There might be water, but it's not accessible. And then we've got a whole bunch of land maps here. What are your takeaways on these maps, Lidicore? We've got some, we've got Hill and Dale, a little bit closed. We've got Lipany. Lipany, even though it's an open map, it's not. It's not. You get some really crazy generations with that map.
Yeah, Lipany can be a little inconsistent. We've seen more open versions of Lipany as well as very, very staggered, very closed versions of Lipany. So to some extent, it's a roll of a dice, and to some extent, it's a way less consistent spawn pattern than what you see from, say, Gorge, which is a very predictable map spawn, or King of the Hill even. Lipany is certainly a bit of a roll of a dice in many ways, but players are drafting civilizations over here. Malians, Knights, Templar, and Byzantines gone from Puppy Paw. On the other side, Byzantines, Jushi, and Malians. So, again, your most frequently banned civilizations being taken away here.
Yeah, we see the Ottomans has gotten through again on the side of a Puppy Paw. So he's managed to pick that one up. Marine Lord going with Chinese first. So we are starting to see, and we've also seen the Tuklag have been drafted as well. Interesting. Good luck, Puppy Paw, with that civilization. Currently sitting, what was it, 0-7, I think, in this event so far?
Yep. Granted,
let's not.
And this
push
is,
that
I think,
any
an
further.
interesting thing to look at. 3 of those 7 games actually came on 4 lakes. So
Really?
theoretically, there is a map that he could pick it on just based on the existing data. It's just that this civilization never actually won on that map in this tournament.
Yeah. Okay, sure. There's a situation that he could pick it. Good luck to him, though. All right, we've got some more picks having through. We've got Holy Roman Empire as well for Puppy Paw. No Order of the Dragon out just yet. We'll see if Marine Lord picks that up here just to match it. Oh, it's going to be the Sengoku instead. All right. So far, if you had to rate a draft, who are you going to give the favorite to? I think, at least for me, I'm pointing at Marine Lord, saying, well, he's got Chinese, he's got Sengoku.
Yeah, I like Marine Lords a little better here. You do have the Ottomans on Puppy Paw's side, which is all nice and cool, but we talked about this in the previous series. It doesn't matter if your opponent can just snipe it away in most of the games. Tughlaq, question mark for Puppy Paw. He does have Delhi as well, so he went for both Delhi variants. I like the Rus on his side. I can see French being nice as well. That was his number 1 pick. But on the other side, Sengoku, Macedonians, Chinese, all of these civilizations are kind of powerhouses based on existing data from the tournament.
We get Order of the Dragon picked up from Puppy Paw as well. So he's got the wombo combo over there. Marine Lord picking up both the Mongols and Mongol variant. So kind of seeing a little bit of a mishmash here where both players are picking up the civilizations that have got those similarities. Do we dare see Marine Lord go for a Jin dynasty right here? He's already got the Chinese. He tried to get the Jusi. Well, he banned the Jusi, but yes. Could be the case. And it's an Abbasid pick from Puppy Paw as well. All right, come on. I can feel the Jin. It's going to be Jin. Marine Lord's going to pick it for us. How many times has it been picked in this event so far? I think it's 3 times so far. Or no, it's been picked 4 times, but it's been used 3 times. Currently a 1,
Yeah,
2.
it was used 3 times. It actually does have a win on Kavasan, so never say never.
Okay, never say never then, hey? Marine Lord, you know.
Japanese.
We could go. Okay,
you do
all
have
right.
both Japanese variants. JD could be a consideration here for Puppy. Just have both French variants.
I wonder if this is a thing. How come they're doing this? Though we do have the Ayyubids and the Abbasid Beg split. I will acknowledge that. 2 picks remaining for both of them. It's going to be the English, of course. You've got to match it up with the House of Lancaster. All right. And there's JD, as you called, to match up the French. And KT to round it out. He didn't want to let him have it. Hold on. That's not right.
Nope, you're good. You're all good.
What do you mean? It is correct?
Yeah, it is correct. It is correct. The bans are not global.
Excuse me. All right.
Yeah,
I
so
have-
what you're seeing up there is that Marine
Yes,
Lord
yes,
cannot pick
okay.
Jushi because that was banned away from him. Puppy Paw can
Yes.
because it was KT, Byzantines, and Malians being banned away from
Right,
him.
right.
So,
Okay.
Yes, it is correct.
Okay. I was a little bit concerned, and then yes, the now it's starting to math. All right. Don Artie in the chat also helping out. Thank you, Don. Good to see you here, Don, as well. Hope you're doing well. Hope the family's good, mate. All right. So we've got our civilizations. We've got our first map. It's going to be Gorge. We're still going to have a while before we actually get into the game. Out of the gates, what are you picking, Lidicor? You're picking a strong civilization. It's a best of 9. It's a long series. You want to get that first win. Are you throwing out the best civ that you've got, or are you just gonna let the opponent take the win?
Well, you never do that, but budgeting your civilizations is always a factor. So when it comes to a best of 9 like this, you always have to keep in mind, even if you have a very suitable civilization for this map, if it's also suitable for some of the others, how do you budget your civilization? Of course, you do also have to factor in the fact that you have 2 civilizations that you pick. One of them will get sniped away. I think what really matters here is that there's no clear-cut amazing civilization to be picked on Gorge based on the data that we've seen across the tournament. Several civs have been picked. Macedonians are actually probably the cleanest of them all. Everything else is a mixed bag. Some wins, some losses. Nothing really stands out as a, oh wow, this is a dominant civilization in this tournament on Gorge.
Yes. I'm putting the Chinese forward. You just got to put them forward at every point, right? I mean, it's out of the gate, especially. I mean, it's Marine Lord. I'm curious to see which way he goes though. We did see him use. I think it was House of Lancaster yesterday. We saw him bring that out first, which I guess is a reasonably safe pick as well. So we could look to see him bring that out. Though we do have. Out of Marine Lord's picks, so I guess Puppy Paw for 4 Lakes is probably thinking, what, Roos? And then for Marine Lord on 4 Lakes, which way is he going there? It's been so long since I've touched the meta. I look at it and I think, okay, maybe the Japanese?
Japanese,
for 4 Lakes?
Very possible. Interestingly, House of Lancaster has a surprisingly good win rate on 4 Lakes. I can see that being a thing. Knights Templar has been a pretty popular pick. And Puppy Paw does have Jushi as well for 4 Lakes. That's probably the direction that you would be going, I would say.
All right. Well, there we go. We've got our answer as to the civilizations, and indeed it was the Chinese coming out first for Marine Lord, putting his strongest foot forward. And then we've also got the Roos coming out for Puppy Paw here on Gorge. rather than saving it for 4 lakes. So you'll have to opt something else back there. But we've got our matchup, Rus versus the Chinese. Bit of a fun matchup in the current meta. Force Archer is obviously quite dominant. Chinese. What are we seeing out of this? A little bit of a battle over the deer early on. We can
very much
expect
so.
that. Yeah.
Very much so. Chinese, very popular with the Pro Scouts meta for quite some time. It's going to be interesting to see how early game Chinese is played here, though, because Gorge is a map with a fairly open front. So it's less of a case of you being able to just play a more defensive game. Say go Song Dynasty, play Archer Spearmen, very defensive. You kind of have to move out on the map, and that's always something that could be dangerous in Gorge. You walk across the map, it's a wide open map. If you get surrounded, it could be disastrous. On the other side, I'm actually curious how Rus is going to be played here. Because Rus, it's one of the most versatile civilizations in the game, period. It has a nice little eco buff. It does have a pretty powerful set of landmarks, as well as a pretty diverse unit composition. You always have the knights in Feudal Age. So those kinds of things make Rus a really good answer on basically any given map, and that's what we've seen in the previous years. You bring out Rus, it's always going to be a thing that works reasonably well on any given map.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that I love for the Chinese in this matchup is just because of how dominant the Horse Archer is at the moment. The Zhuge does so incredibly well against it, and so it really shuts it down. I think it's going to be an option for him early, but only in small numbers. It's really not something that he's going to be able to say, we're going to keep this and keep it as a core component of our army. So I think that's definitely going to be a favor for Marine Lord. But yeah, with regard to the way that Puppy Paw plays it, I mean, my suspicion is probably early feudal pressure to try and control the hunts into a Castle Age for Abbey is probably going to be the play here. We did see yesterday that there were decent landmark placements with quite a lot of forest, but still players opted for the Abbey instead. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that coming through here. But yeah, still got 4 minutes to go until the game is going to begin. So this is a best of 9. It's going to be a long series, a marathon. You talked earlier about budgeting civilizations. Puppy Paw obviously coming out of the gates with the Rus. Do you think he's budgeting here, or do you think it is him putting his best foot forward?
I don't think so. I think, Jushi is just one of the powerful civilizations in this tournament altogether. You come out with Rus, it kind of feels like, even if you anticipate Jushi to be sniped, you're going to have a civilization that you like for this. I would say Rus is very much a sensible choice for Gorge. It's not something that, is particularly popular on maps like Kawasan or Four Lakes. Hillendale, maybe. Not really your go-to on Lipany necessarily. It's not something that you see super frequently on Baldland or Coastal Cliffs either. It's probably King of the Hill or Gorge, really, for Rus in this lineup. So I certainly feel like Puppy Paw got what he wanted out of this civilization pick. And same on the other side, to be honest, Chinese is just one of the more powerful civilizations altogether. In fact, I think this is a good time to take a look at the win rates as well as the detailed statistics of these civilizations before we head into series number 1, the Grand Finals, game number 1, whatever you want to call it.
Let's do it. Let's take a look. Don't worry. Cal, he'll wake up eventually. He's just got to find the button. All right. We have not found the button, but I can tell you right now, when it comes to statistics, we saw Juicy Legacy scoring particularly well. Oh, here we go.
Okay, there we go.
All right. So yeah, we've got. I think Marlians has already been double banned here. Yeah, Juicy Legacy got picked up for Puppy Paw, so that's definitely going to be a bit of a powerhouse. Mongols is on the side of Marine Lord because he got both the double Mongols.
Yeah, I think the thing you want to look at here is, if you just want to discuss Puppy Paw's civ picks, we talked about this. Jushi, Rus, 2 powerful civilizations. You get to snipe one of them, you take away Jushi, which seems to be the pattern all across the board. It's just much more popular to be sniped than Rus is, so you do get to have your Rus. That's one of the advantages of having Jushi for Puppy Paw. It's something that might get frequently sniped, and that lets you have your other civilization available. And when you look at the other end of the spectrum, I believe we had Sengoku Daimyo and the Chinese. Chinese not boasting a huge win rate in this tournament so far, but you do have to keep something very important in mind here in general. These are combined statistics of all the tournament, and you did have quite a lot of matchups over here. 16 players, some of them might have been slightly mismatched, so whether you do see a representative value, especially for civilizations that have only been picked a few times, is to some extent up for debate. Just for example, English, 40% win rate, sure, but it's 5 total games that it has actually been played in.
Yeah, and I think the same thing can be said for the Ottomans as well. You know, we've seen 100 bans. I still can't believe that. That's incredible. It's a lot. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here. It is finally time. Welcome to game number 1 of the Grand Finals for the Elite Classic 4. Today, 2 of the world's best players face off. In the north of the map, in the color pink, playing as the Chinese, representing M8. It's Marine Lord.
And spawning in down south, it is Puppypaw with the Rus in red.
Political. This one, it's going to be good. I can tell you already, these 2 players were so incredibly dominant throughout this event, and we finally have them facing off. That's the good news. The bad news? Marine Lord has been doing particularly well against Puppypaw in recent times. Good luck, Puppypaw. It's a best of 9. There's a lot of rolls here, but it feels like the deck is a little bit stacked in favor of Marine Lord. But nonetheless, we'll see how he plays it out. How are you feeling about this matchup? Rus versus Chinese. Which player has the edge here, Lidicor?
Is it something that comes down to civilization, though, or the player playing the civilization? I think that's one thing that you have to debate. Obviously, Marine Lord, historically, so much more successful against Puppypaw than vice versa. But I do like this opening, something that you do see quite frequently nowadays. Players moving out to grab the deer when it's uncontested. It's a somewhat exposed deer pack. And I guess one of the advantages that you get over here, if you're Puppypaw, is that Chinese often like to play the Pro Scouts build. So if you do start taking this hunt here, by the time those Pro Scouts arrive, most of this is going to be depleted, makes it a little bit more difficult for your opponent just to swoop up all the deer packs from the map.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen today already against the Chinese. Players know the Chinese want to get out here. They want to start taking it ASAP, this deer. So the sooner you can get out there and start actually burning through the food, they're not going to be able to take it. So it's a smart move by Puppypaw here, a very preemptive one. We do now start to see the age up going down for Marine Lord. In the back of the base, let's take a look and see. It's the Imperial Academy. It's not a bad one. He's getting the stone as well as quite a bit of that wood line as well. That should last him plenty of time. So a little bit of tax to be generated, that is for sure. Meanwhile, Puppypaw, a little bit more delayed. Does he go down the route of the Kremlin? It remains to be seen. All right, we've got our prediction in here from Cal. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Cal. Off about 1,000 pixels to the right, my friend. But we'll allow it. We'll allow it. Kremlin down with 2 Vils. So how does he look to play it from here? Let's see what the go is. Because for Marine Lord, it seems pretty obvious, right? There's probably going to be professional scouts in the arena.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's going to have 2 very close deer packs to his base. Those should be fairly easy to swoop up. Whether he can actually take the one to the south of Puppypaw's base, I'm not so sure about it. What is this deer up to?
What is this scout up to? For me, that's the question. You are on the wrong side of that deer. Even right now, like he did this before, where he was standing on top of the deer. It's like, sir, where are you going? He's got another scout out now, so he's going to look to. I don't know. He's having some trouble shepherding here. Let's go with that. Let's check in on the base of Marine Lord though and see how he's doing, because there is more than just villagers gathering up gold, that is for sure. Got 2 vills dropping down the village now. He's rushing it down. Doesn't want to get housed. Couple scouts fighting out in the middle. I will just say it might be a little bit difficult for the chat, and it's difficult for me as well. The colors chosen by the players today is not the best. So I will just say, hopefully in the next game we get a little bit more favorable colors, just because if this game does go longer, it will be difficult to discern who's winning. I'll say that right now.
Someone didn't read the handbook because they're not supposed to pick like colors.
Yeah. By the way,
Ooh, this is-
what's going on here? Okay, he's finally slaughtered the deer. Hold on. Was that
He's
the
trying to
plan
push it
all
to the
along?
Kremlin so
Yeah,
that it cannot be stolen.
Exactly, because he knows that he can't actually get through that deer in time, right? Like he does that mean he's not contesting? Is he just going straight to Castle Age, not even making units or anything at all? Is that because you got to remember, like he's on a
not
whole
on
nother
gold.
level.
He's got a lot of food, but he's not on gold, but he could still try to rush Castle. Either way, I
has-
feel like it's just optimization. You don't want
got
to even
16
give the
bills on
chance to
food.
your opponent. Oh no. But it gets worse now.
Why does it get worse?
Because now he's actually taking that deer, so he's going to have to walk the long way back.
I think that's intentional though, because he knows that
Is
the
it?
horseman's going to come out, right? So this is kind of like his
Fair.
last hurrah.
Fair
At least
enough.
that's the way I'm thinking about
Going
it.
the wrong way,
Unfortunately- Yeah. No, there we go. Yeah, he got it. He got it. All right. So, I guess initially we were puzzled by what he was doing. Then he was vindicated, and now it's like, okay, it all makes sense. So I'm curious how much food is actually left on these carcasses, because at the end of the day, he's given up a little bit of walking time here. So we can see 171. He's got 350 on that bad boy, 66 on that. That one's obviously 350, another 350. So he's worked through, what, about 2, maybe 3 carcasses worth, which isn't terrible. But you got to wonder whether or not it was worth it, because it doesn't look like he's challenging this at all.
Yeah, I think it was worth it. It's a nice low eco boost, and that's what helps him go up to Castle Age straight away. But when it's all said and done, he is going to concede all of the carcasses to his opponent. Marine Lord does have 1 horseman out, so he should be able to deter any aggression from the enemy scouts harassing his own. It's going to be the Abbey aging up here for Puppy Paw. He's going to have a decent head start compared to Marine Lord going into Castle Age. He does not have a single production building, though. So even when he gets to Castle Age, it's not like he's going to start popping out units straight away, except for the Warrior Monk, indeed. No production buildings just yet.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's a pretty decent timing on the age up. We will say that. So yeah, he's definitely done a decent job with regard to that. 7 vills on the age up. He's now transitioned a little bit over to wood. Let's check in the base of Marine Lord, because Marine Lord, he's got 7 scouts out. The single horseman is chasing back the enemy scout. Double stable. Blacksmith also going up within the radius of the Imperial Academy. So he's gonna lose style points for that one. But there's the archery range coming up here for Puppy Paw. So undoubtedly going to be looking for a little bit of early castle control with those horse archers. Marine Lord on the other side. Keep in mind, while the Zhukanoo does very well against the horse archer when it's, facing off, man fighting it, horse archer is incredibly quick. So it can pick its battles. Age up now coming through. Or Puppy Paw. The paw is law. Today we find out whether or not he's going to be writing some new laws for himself. The Abbey of the Trinity is online. Horse Archer
It's a
in
classic
queue as well.
horse archer build. It's been a minute since we've seen a lot of these. There was an era where this was always your go-to. Fast castle, horse archers, warrior monks, go to relics. There was a solid year or so where this was basically the only strategy that Roos played.
Yeah, it was a really good strategy. It was very, very scary, but yeah, it is. It's undoubtedly made a resurgence. We see the age up now coming through as well. The Imperial Palace for Marine Lord. We'll take a look down towards that south side as the relics start getting picked up. With regard to relic distribution, 3 on that north side, 2 on the south. Who does it favor? Probably favors Puppy Paw, because he's picking the relics up right now. Let's see how quick Marine Lord is with regard to his presence on the relics, or whether or not he's going straight into Lancers. Supervising 1 stable at the moment. It's got the 4 Imperial officials out. Where's that 4th Imperial official? I see 3. It must be on the wood camp, the lumber camp, rather. 1, 2... Oh, there it is. It's coming out to collect tax. There's the first Lancer now online. A lot of vills on gold. Horseman spots out. Warrior Monk returning. Horse Archer number is building. Keep in mind, while the Zhukanoo do very well against the Horse Archers, if they don't exist, it's also problematic. Now towards that top side, We see more Warrior Monks coming out. You can see Puppy Paw really doing his best to try and grab all the relics as quickly as he can. That's the second one now. Warrior Monk doing a wonderful job.
And that's kind of the build for Beastie here. He's going to have to leverage those relics early on. That's kind of the reason why all the investment is happening into this. On the other side, Lancers are slowly building up, and one thing that you have to keep in mind with these Horse Archers is that initially, you're just kind of forced to kite, which sounds good, as long as you do not reach your own base, because once that happens, you're just going to have to either stand and fight or watch the Lancers massacre your villagers. The other thing is that Horse Archers scale exponentially, so initially when you only have a few of them, not great, but once you get to that blob of 20, 30, once you can one-shot heavy units, they become immensely valuable. The way that you could deal with this to some extent for Marine Lord, for example, is just charging them down as they are standing there. But the other thing that you can do that's very useful against Horse Archers is getting some walls up. Horse Archers are notoriously bad at getting through walls, so if you have your flanks walled off, it's going to make it much, much more difficult for your opponent to surprise you with Horse Archers.
Yes, it is. It's always fun walling out the Horse Archers, because, yes, there's not a whole lot of damage that they can do. But so far for the relic count, it's 3 in favor of Puppy Paw. We've got 2 relics on the north side that remain. One on the Sacred Site, one a little bit closer to Marine Lord's base, the safe one. And you can see Marine Lord trying to come out here. This has been spotted by Puppy Paw, so expect him to be coming out, throwing the book at Marine Lord. Meanwhile, the Gremlins get cleaned up, and Puppy Paw forced off the hunt in the south of the map. That Monk moving away. It was sniped away from him by a Warrior Monk. Warrior Monk, excuse me. Sorry, it is a... I'm losing my mind out here. There it is, the Warrior Monk. I had flashbacks to the Shaolin Monk for a second. I was like, hold on a minute. No, that is a Warrior Monk. Vil's trying to come out. He's got them all stacked up on top of each other. The Lancer getting... I think it's picked up at least 1 kill right there that we saw. He's trying for a second one. Not going to be able to find it. So that's the first villager kill of the game, going over to Marine Lord. Marine Lord still in the Tang Dynasty as well. No Barbican down just yet. Manages to secure the first of the 2 remaining relics. Puppy Paw ideally wanted 4 relics this game. In a perfect world, if you can grab 5, you'll take it. But the fact that he's only gotten 3, it's disappointing. Especially considering Marine Lord went for professional scouts. So it feels like it's it's been a bit of a gamble, and it hasn't paid off.
I feel like it's relative. I think he got what he needed, but obviously he would have wanted more. Thankfully for him, Marine Lord is still in Feudal Age, well, he's in Castle Age, but he is still in Tang Dynasty, so he did not manage to pull away economically. That's a nice little charge of the cavalry over here, isolates most of the militia. Militia were already weakened, and this isn't even the full army of Puppy Paw. The Horse Archers were not here. Nice little cleanup, obviously. Militia's expandable in many ways, but pushes away Puppy Paw for the time being. Puppy now going for the relics. He's also expanding towards the boar on the far left, however, and I think that's going to be a factor to look at. I don't know if there's a tower on that boar, but with this many Lancers roaming the map, you have to be very, very careful about it, and indeed, he does drop a wall as well as a tower.
That is a very long wall, and Godspeed to that villager. That villager deserves a name and a profile after last game. Oh, never mind. There's a whole army of them. Well, unfortunately, you guys don't all get your own profiles. Not as special as Jane was. For those who know, they know. Anyway, that villager going to be going down today. Meanwhile, we got action in the middle of the map. Warrior Monk getting out here as well. Meanwhile, towards the south, fortunately, no villagers present, but you can see Marine Lord is looking to put the pressure on. Snipe. Oh,
that's a
villager
beautiful.
does go down as well.
That's 7 villagers gone from Puppy Paw. Across this
it's a
game,
lot,
we've
isn't
seen...
it?
Yeah, if you look at Marine Lord, he was able to grab a villager here, grab a villager there. This wasn't like one gigantic raid that just massacred a bunch of villagers, but when it's all said and done, Marine Lord is up by 12, and now that with the Barbican coming up, he's also going to have that villager production advantage.
Yeah, with the Barbican, he'll now go into Song Dynasty, so say goodbye to the Tang, and he secures up a nice little spot out here towards the corner. This is a really good Barbican spot. Horse Archer number looking very, very healthy now, up to 22 Horse Archers. Marine Lord backing away. Horse Archer's able to put on the pressure for the moment. I'm curious how Marine Lord faces off into this, whether or not he just continues doubling down into Lancers, whether he mixes in Horsemen, or whether he changes up the unit type completely.
I think you're good.
Oh! The Boar, 1. Puppy Paw, still 0. Marine Lord, 7. That's the current villager kill count.
So you're
saw-
saying that
we
the
saw
boar
the
has
boar.
more villager kills than Puppy Paw does?
Correct. It's a sad fact, but it is a true fact, which are the best type of facts.
Yeah, if you're Marine Lord, you're going to have to start walling up at least the flanks, and that's exactly what he's doing. Because now you're getting to the stage where Puppy Paw can start splitting off smaller groups of Horse Archers, and if really all that Puppy Paw needs is one good raid that picks off 5, 6, 7 villagers, and he's good. If he cannot do that, however, it's getting increasingly worrisome. He is down by 12 villagers up against Song Dynasty, and it's not like he has a major relic lead either. It's 3 versus 2. That's a very, very small difference between the two players.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. You know, if he was sitting at 4 versus 1, then there's more of an argument that you can make, you know. Okay, they're perpetual and they're infinite and they will stay there forever. And it's free real estate, but the truth is it's only a 3-2 advantage. He's got Sacred Sites kind of going for him, but even then, you know, Marine Lord is contesting it. He holds that North Sacred Site, and now all the pressure coming down upon this western corner. This is an awkward spot, because if he loses these 8 vills, which it almost seems certain that he will, he's going to be very far behind in economy. Now the villagers are out. They're completely trapped in. Puppy Paw is in trouble, as he has been leaking this game, and the leaks continue. Marine Lord is destabilizing the economy. Is he inside the base right now? Did you see that? I swear I saw him inside the base.
Yeah, it's the same story.
another one
Holy
goes
smokes,
down.
look at that, 14 villager kills now. It's the same story again and again. This is the benefit
He's
that you
ripping them
get
apart.
from the Lancers. You can use small groups of Lancers for raiding because they can pick off villagers quickly. With the Horse Archers, you have to kind of keep them as a large group. Once you have 30-something like Puppy Paw has, he can detach a couple, but when it's all said and done, you cannot really have 5, 6, 7 groups of Horse Archers roaming the map. You have to keep one large cluster to have them combat ready.
I think for me, like, the most impressive part about what we're seeing here in Game 1 is the fact that we're 17 minutes through with 2 of the world's best players, and Marine Lord has somehow found 16 villagers that he could kill. Like, that is insanity when you think about it, right? Like, he's that far ahead already.
It is.
And now, falling away on that top side of the map, the Horse Archers, he's got a good mass here, and Marine Lord knows it. He needs to respect it. He's got a good villager lead, and all he realistically needs to do is just kind of stay alive for a little bit longer, capitalize on that mass, keep building towards it, and then take his fight. But right now, Puppy Paw knows. And how does Puppy Paw play this out, actually? That's an interesting question, because from this position, you could try and play defensive into a double TC, or I think you could just double down and just hope that you could get the kill in, like just continue applying pressure, and it looks like that's probably what he's going to do here. Horse Archers moving forward.
Yeah.
Marine Lord going all in on Horsemen now. He's up to 11 Horsemen.
He's going to do the classic pincer from down south and north. He's got half of his cavalry to the north, half to the south. He's trying to box in the Horse Archers. He knows that Puppy needs to go. If Puppy doesn't dive this base and get villager kills, the eco differential is just going to be impossible to sustain.
A couple free units here, and it does add up. Keep in mind, every unit that you take out right now is one less unit at the end of the fight that you're going to have to deal with. So it's a big pain to be losing those units right there for Marine Lord. But I think there's still a window here for Puppy Paw that exists maybe in the next 2 to 3 minutes where he could potentially look to finish this game. It would be very hard for him to do that outside of it, though. He needs things to go his way here. He needs to make sure he keeps the pressure up, and that's exactly what he's doing here. As long as he's able to keep taking out these units, this is exactly what he needs, Litter.
Yeah, that's exactly how you deal with Horse Archers. We talked about this multiple times. You kind of have to keep them as a large group. You cannot just use 10 Horse Archers because 5 Knights jump them and it's all over. It's one large cluster of units for Puppy Paw, and wherever those Horse Archers are not present, the Knights can reign supreme. Nice little timing here by Puppy Paw, pulling away the villagers just in time. Marine Lord just wants to take out the tower, though. Nice low choke point, but 10 Horse Archers against that many Horsemen and Lancers is just not going to cut it. But if it doesn't cut it, the villagers will have to flee.
Indeed, they're on the way out of there. And smart of Puppy Paw to not anchor to the outpost that was there, or the tower that was there. Because it's very easy to say, I'm just going to put my villagers in the outpost, but he remembers what happened last time. Marine Lord committed. He lost all the villagers except, I think, 2. And he doesn't want to lose any more. He's already lost 17 this game. On top of that, he's up against the Song Dynasty. We'll check now in to the south side of the map as Marine Lord continues his reign of terror inside the Roost base.
There is no walls to the south,
critical.
and he swings in from that side. That is just incredible.
All
The
right,
way he
he's gonna
controls this.
try
Oh no,
and
the
hold
Cav
it
coming in
together.
from the north. Puppy is going to die here. The villagers are running
gonna
straight
try.
into that ball of cavalry. There's nowhere to go.
There's nowhere to go. Get away. Oh, my lord. He's up to 24 Vil kills here. He's trying to hold on. Marine Lord's just eating him alive right now. Gosh, Lidakor. This is so painful to watch. You know, what is the counter to this? How do you deal with a Marine Lord like this? Is it just more walls?
I assume so. That's really the only thing that you can do. But I feel like that's too late now, because building this many walls with such a weak economy is just difficult to do. And even if you just wall up, congratulations, you're down by 30-something eco. Now, this is a nice little catch here. This is exactly what Puppy Paw needs. He needs to force fights with this one large cluster of Horse Archers. If he cleans up this mass of cavalry and then manages to hit Marine Lord's base, there might still be a glimpse of hope, I would say.
Yeah, it's impressive, though. He's doing all of this work. Marine Lord's still just keeping up with it, though. He has got a massive economy behind this. Up 35 villages currently. I don't know whether or not we've got that farm transition that's coming in. Actually, no, it looks like to the north of Marine Lord's base, that transition is well and truly happening now. He's got the 3 granaries all down, ready to go. He's just got to be cautious about overcommitting the cavalry, though, because there is still a chance here that Puppy Paw wins this game. And this is exactly how it happens.
I mean, I feel like you're very ambitious about it, but indeed, when you clean up that much cav, if you can jump Marine Lord's eco with the Horse Archers, there's still a hope. It's a slim hope, but 2 TCs, and Marine Lord's farming eco is wide open. Puppy Paw does need a solid, say, 20 villager kills to make it happen, or a very, very long game where Marine Lord sits idle, but with the defensive castle coming up, it might be a little difficult to hit this farming eco as well.
Yeah, good luck to him. Yeah. The keep is really like the ultimate card in this game here, because the Horse Archers, they excel when there's no defenses around. They just want to be, you know, flushing in, flushing out, and they can't do that when there's a keep around. It's just way too much damage. He's going to dive in now underneath the town center. The keep gets
dangerous.
exposed, and with that, he says, no, sorry, Bob, we don't want to have any of that. And this is that awkward spot that you run into, because he's now almost double the villages of his opponent. Marine Lord's economy is just booming.
Yeah, Puppy Paw needs vision really badly. He doesn't have a single scout on the map. He's actually very deprived of vision. So he's actually struggling to find targets. And I just want to point out on the other side, Marine Lord does have the Imperial Palace. So by default, he's got a lot of passive line of sight. But what's even more valuable is the active ability, being able to spot the villagers. And that's part of the reason why he was so successful with these raids back in the past.
Yeah, it's been an impressive component of his play today. Great to see it there in real time as well, Lidakor. I wish I could say that wasn't scripted, but no, we of course intended. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it was. It's an incredibly powerful ability, especially in the hands of somebody like Marine Lord. But now the question on my mind is, how does Puppy Paw get himself out of this hole? Because I think there was a real chance that he could have won this game if it weren't for that keep. That keep single-handedly stopped this game from going south, because all that would have happened is Puppy Paw keeps him in the corner. Puppy Paw just forces that fight. If ever Marine Lord looks to commit, he's just going to back out, and as long as he doesn't get pincered, he's going to be okay. The trouble is he can't take that fight anymore.
The Imperial Palace is coming in clutch once again. Because I was going to say that one way that Puppy Paw could turn this around is hit the gold mine, but some of this army was spotted heading north. Marine Lord pulls away the villagers, and because of that, Puppy Paw can once again not get that hit on the eco. Big swing coming in with the horsemen. It's a decent amount of horse archers, though. If Now, we do have to say this. If the game just stalls out in this state, the eco difference is going to narrow eventually. So, as long as this ball of Horse Archers is alive and Puppypaw doesn't lose very many villagers, there might still be some hope for him. Marine Lord once again trying to flank in from the northern side. Slowly but surely, these Horse Archers are being ground down, though a lot of them are heavily beaten up.
Yeah, but Puppypaw's doing a good job with regard to his micro. He's also taken all 3 sacred sites. Now, obviously, that's one of those things where it's like, okay, you know, there's no keeps on the sacred sites. He's gathering up gold here, but this is also a threat that Marine Lord has to respect. He's got a couple of outs. Most notably, he is still booming like crazy, and he can just make a whole bunch of units. 47 farms for him now. Incredible amount of economy. Let's check in with Puppypaw, because we saw that second TC go down a little bit earlier. But as Cow is pointing to right now, there's no gold that's currently being generated for Marine Lord, apart from the relics and the Imperial officials. But now moving forward, the Saint's Blessing going to be applied as the Roos Horse Archers attempt to fall back. The pincer is coming from the south. Plenty of horsemen coming through. And Puppypaw retreating to the north of the map. Puppypaw, you're going to have to shoot and scoot. Oh, Puppypaw. Somebody stop him. He's making a mistake.
He's going to be trapped in here. Yep, there's a second wave of cavalry here for Marine Lord. Puppy's trying to pivot to the left, as he should, but he's going to get cleaned up over here, or at least getting badly bloodied. He's trying to make a run for the villagers, though. If he can get a couple of Valkyries here, that might salvage the situation to some extent. Really, he's getting the most out of what is a kind of disappointing situation for him.
Yeah, let's watch that Vil count climb, or at least the Vil kill count climb. It's up to 6, and honestly, if he just throws away all of these units and kills only Vils, will it have been a good call? It's hard to know, because this is pretty much his only army. He's got 22 Horse Archers right now, and I think more than half of them are underneath this town centre. He also spots out that second TC being thrown down from Marine Lord, so even if he takes villagers out, he's still now got to contest with the second TC and a Song Dynasty on top of it. Horse Archers completely evacuated from the north side of the map. Looks like there's another attack happening on that gold vein towards the north. We can quickly check in with that. Perhaps that's a way back in. It's a single. Oh, gosh, wouldn't you love to have a few more Horse Archers up there? He's going to grab the 1 kill. Not terrible. That's a lot of units. That's a lot of units, Lidakor. Godspeed. All right, the Gremlin's going to get called from the Kremlin. Holding down the front line. Horse Archers falling back, but the horsemen are just chasing them completely. Underneath the town center, I think that might be it. I can't imagine any way he gets out of it. It is, it's dire straits right now for Puppypaw. Finally, underneath the Kremlin, the Horse Archers retreat back. A Marine Lord splits off horsemen to the north. He says, all right, you don't want to surrender? That's fine. We'll take out the villagers. They'll surrender.
It's all going downhill here. It's the big problem that you have with the Horse Archer blob. Once you lose that critical mass, they just cannot really hold off heavy cavalry in any meaningful way. Horse Archers scale exponentially, but when you start losing them, they also fall off very rapidly once you don't have that ability to one-shot the enemy. And I feel like it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when at this point. Horse Archer is just totally gone. Puppy has to just flee with the villagers. He's going to tap out of this one. And it is Marine Lord taking game number 1.
Indeed. The game going over to Marine Lord. So a well-played game there from him. Very methodical. And you can see from that economy count that it was really just the story of it. You know, Marine Lord was always ahead, never really threatened until the end. And was able to keep Puppy down throughout that mid-game. And that was incredibly painful for Puppy because it forced him to play a certain way. A way that he didn't want to have to. And it ended up with him losing out that entire army. All right, we take a look here at early on in the game at the 10-minute mark. A little engagement where Marine Lord gets a little bit too close for comfort. And later on, the push outside the front. What are your thoughts from that game, Lidakor? How could have Puppypaw played it differently? How could have he salvaged?
I mean, it's easy for me to say because the answer is rather simple. It was losing that many villagers early on, but how can you play differently against an elite player like Marine Lord is a different story. It's very clear where this slipped for Puppypaw. But again, it's one of those things where if your opponent plays an exceptional game, what can you do about it? This instance that you see on the screen right now is one of those. Marine Lord just comes in from two sides. What do you do with this? Like, at this point, you're going to lose a couple of villagers. And this is exactly how Marine Lord won this game. Over and over again, he was able to hit Puppy Paw's eco, and then this is... I mean, one could look at this fight and say, this was bad for Puppy Paw. At this point, he's down 30 eco. He's facing a massive army anyways. This was kind of a Hail Mary more so than, you know, an actual solution to the problem. And when it's all said and done, it really has to be the villager kills, especially the ones that happened early on. We weren't very far in this game when Marine Lord already had 7 kills.
And it snuck up on us, didn't it? It was kind of like, well, hold on a minute, where did that come from? It was just, you know, he was just able to do it and get it done very, very quickly, sneakily. And that theme continued throughout the game. He was just always chipping away at that villager count. And it meant that Puppy Paw was never really able to keep up with him, especially once that Song Dynasty was online. It was just never going to happen. But yes, in the end, Marine Lord too strong. But the good news is, while that game may be over, we've now got our next game going to be coming up 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So go grab yourself a drink. Go grab yourself something to eat. We will be back very, very soon with another game. But in the meantime, Lidakor, let's talk a little bit about this matchup. We've got the Japanese. We've got Joan of Arc on Baldland.
A lot of cav, Mounted Samurai Knights. That's going to be your storyline. And let me just say this. I think the concern here for Puppy Paw, just having looked at game number 1, is preserving villager counts. Because I think that was the big difference maker in game number 1. Marine Lord, excellent when it comes to hunting down villagers, min-maxing those raids. There were some instances where he had 2 Lancers chasing 1 villager, but the villager needed only 1 hit, so he detached one of the Lancers, went after another Vil. Those kinds of slight optimizations to really maximize damage output is immensely valuable. And I think really step number 1 for Puppy Paw to turn this series around, or just like get back into it, is making sure that these things never happen again. It's going to be difficult on Baldland, though. This is really a map that's, you know, in a way, it's somewhat similar to Gorge if you look at it. It's a very open front, but it's also very open back. So it's an even more open style map to play on. I'm curious whether this game can go long, though, because if it does, it actually comes down less to the openness of the map and more so the limited resources close to players' bases.
Yeah, that was immediately my thought as well. So I'm curious whether or not Puppy Paw can make it through the early game. But I agree exactly with what you were saying in the sense that the goal for this game should just simply be about preserving your villager count. Doing everything that you can to try and make sure you're not bleeding villagers. Which is obviously easier said than done, right? And especially when it's against one of the best player in the world, Marine Lord. So how does he actually implement that? We'll have to wait. We'll have to see. But look, going into this second game, it's going to be hard to walk past Marine Lord, especially on the Japanese. A fun civilization, a strategy that they've had for a long time. I don't know, is it still meta? Chat, you'll have to tell me whether or not it's still meta for the Japanese to just go to Castle Age and just make 1 million mounted samurai.
That's always
it
meta.
Probably is. Because that unit is just... I don't know how to say it politely. It needs a rework. Anyway, we got 5 seconds to go, Lidakor. All right, your pick, Lidakor. Quick. Go quick. Who's your pick?
I'm picking Marine Lord here. I'm sorry.
Oh, the safe play. The safe play. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 in your grand finals for the Elite Classic number 4. Today, 2 of the best players face off, and we get to witness it. Their glory. Ladies and gentlemen, spawning in the west of the map in the color pink. Play as the Japanese, opening us up with a Dark Age barracks. It's Marine Lord.
On the other side, Puppy Paw down 1 game, this time around with the color yellow, in command of Jeanne d'Arc. He is with the color yellow. So,
we got ourselves a good game today, Lidakor. 2 aggressive civilizations.
I just want to highlight that both players
map.
have the fishing boat statue.
Do they really? Let's take a look here. It's a safe statue. I mean, it's a strong statue, isn't it? It says a lot about a player.
I actually wonder what the
don't care about
decision
my
making
statue.
is behind picking your statue at this point.
Oh, it's a whole meta. Yeah, yeah. You take a look. The world's best players have all got fishing boats. You don't know about it, do you? Okay. Let's not. We won't tell Lidakor. There's a secret. There's a reason why they do it. It's not really Lidakor. We're just baiting you. Spearman now coming into the gold vein. He's annoying early on. 190 gold in the bank. He should be able to get this. He'll be fine. But he's going to cop some damage right here. That is for sure. Bills drop it off. They managed to get enough. And now the question becomes, how are we going to deal with this annoying presence of spears at the front of our base? Probably just get an archery range. It forces something, right? And I think that's one of the things that I love about what Marine Lord's doing here. You know, whenever you start off with aggression like this, you come into the game and this is part of your plan. So everything right now is going according to what Marine Lord wants. He's already planned it all out in his head. Whereas Puppy Paw, now all of a sudden, he's going to take his decision tree and go, okay, well, I wasn't planning for this. Well, he's one of the best players in the world. He probably was planning for it, but you know what I mean? Like, it's not the perfect game. And that's what we all want to try and strive to. But nonetheless, School of Cavalry going to be going down for him now.
Yeah, no surprise on that front, and that's part of the cool things when it comes to the Spearman opening. You know that your opponent is going to go Knights. Having a couple of Spearmen out early on, not a bad thing to have. Worst case scenario, you can pull them back to your base and then have them screen against the first couple of incoming Knights. Obviously not a massive factor, but it's a nice little touch at the beginning of the game. For now, of course, you're going to wait out, or you're going to use JD for building the landmark. You do want to keep that mining camp alive, and that's exactly what Puppy Paw is doing. Really, just a little harassment from Marine Lord, no major commitment towards this aggression, though.
All right, well, with anybody playing along at home right now, I've got one of the lore masters in, Cow. He's confirmed that the reason why everyone has got a fishing boat in their town center is because that's now the default. There was a customization reset not too long ago, and then that changed the default statue for everyone to the fishing boat. And, well, just like the banners and the other customization, some people just don't bother changing it, and that's why you see so many fishing boats. There's not some secret bonus that you get from having the fishing boats. I'll tell you that right now, Litter.
That is fair. Let's see where the Kura storehouse is going down, though, because that can often tell us a bit of a story about the strategy. I think it's next to the wood line, so you're going to partially block off some of the spots. Actually, that's going to block a lot of the farm spots right here, so very wood-heavy Kura storehouse. Can you actually fit farms in there? I don't know for sure. I think you can.
Yeah, it looks like you can. You should be fine. And that wood line, it'll be gone soon anyway, so you'll get your farms in. But now we do see the age up coming through on the side of Puppy Paw, moving down towards the south of the base. Joan just out, having a good time. Where are you going, Joan? What are you doing down here? What are you looking for? She's... has Puppy Paw misjudged this
yeah,
experience?
something is wrong with the math here. Something is really wrong.
The math ain't mathing right now.
You're up to feudal.
He's just decided, yeah. Is he going to have to build some stuff? He's going to have to come out here and do some building to level himself up.
Yeah, or something like that. I mean, you do want to get those walls up regardless, but Jean is being a little late to the party. Walking back with the wood now. There's no way that this was planned.
We'll have to talk about that. What was the play there? We will find out shortly. I'm sure. Joan of Arc has done one of the longest 5-minute trips to gather 10 wood that I have ever seen. But I respect it. I respect it. Spear's now back home as well as the age up comes through for Marine Lord. Scout. Oh, so painful. You do not want to lose that scout this early on in the game. It is incredibly painful to lose that, but he doesn't. Makes it away by the skin of his teeth. Take a look in the back of Marine, or rather Puppy Paw's base. He has learnt his lesson, Lidakor. He says he remembers what happened in game number 1. It isn't going to go down the same. All right, there she is. Finally, Joan of Arc. A little bit late, but she got in there eventually. Going with the the woman at arms. Marine Lord chasing away
late
Puppy
than
Paw's
never.
scout towards the top side. Yeah, better late than never. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So we're going to see
We're seeing a
Feudal
good mix.
Japan here, at least for a bit, going that Horseman Spearman combo, which traditionally beats the Knight and Archer. Obviously, it depends on a lot of circumstances. But once you get to a large mass, unless you keep your Knights all the way back until your Archers can pick off every single Spearman, it's difficult to fight that battle. JD does help a lot, though, in this one, especially the melee version. For now, Marine Lord is very, very heavy into the Spearman. Puppy, 3 Knights out there. It's difficult
Especially on a
to
map
hit
that's
Marine
so
Lord's
open
eco,
like
though,
this.
because it's very condensed.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think especially on a map like this, where you do have a very open center, it can be very difficult trying to push into a feudal Japanese player. Just especially if they are playing that combination, it's not a pretty picture when they've got that full melee combo. They're trying to hit you, and you've got space to kite, but they will eventually catch you. But we can see right now, Horseman looking to try and do a bit of damage there. I think he was considering the pincer, but realized he didn't have enough units. Meanwhile, towards the north, more units being pushed back. Puppy Paw doing a decent job so far, hasn't lost any villagers, which is... I mean, at this point in the last game, we couldn't say that. He had been routinely taken from many an angle. Double Broad Axe now going to be coming through for Puppy Paw as well, so thinking a little bit more about the economy. Could be considering throwing down a couple more ranges as a potential indication. Charge comes through from Puppy Paw as well, so he's getting some good damage off here.
Yeah, I love the wars from Puppy Paw to the north. Again, just going back to the previous game, you really want to avoid those villager losses that we've seen in the previous one. Having a couple of wars on the flank looks nice, and now you can swing in onto this wood line. Marine Lord knows that the aggression is going to happen here. He's got a lot of spears ready to go. If there are archers accompanying this force, though, Puppy Paw could actually pounce on this. Indeed, JD is coming in. Villager does not get picked off. JD getting some XP, though. And that's one of the things that you're really going to have to look at here. With JD, you do want to continuously fight, so you keep getting that experience. If you're Puppy Paw, you want to force these engagements over and over again.
Puppy Paw, the shoe is on the other foot in this game as he gets the first villager kill. Undoubtedly, Wham pats him on the back, says, good job. Now there's 31 more vills that need the same thing. Going to throw down an outpost here on this top side. Definitely a smart move, but you can see Puppy Paw trying to find his way through the bushes. He's got to get caught out. A lot of damage right there, Litter.
Yeah, that's not what he wanted. Just click through the bushes. Knights did not really have the right path there. Slowly chipping away at Marine Lord's army, though, and so far this aggression towards Marine Lord's base is certainly starting to put a dent in Marine Lord's efficiency, at least. Had to pivot to that wood line to the north, had to idle out some villagers to build some towers. It's not an awful lot of damage by any means, and it's only one villager kill from Puppy Paw, but he's kind of doing what he has to. He's the one that has to apply the pressure here. And he's got 8 knights to work with. Now he's actually using 2 small groups of knights. There is 1 knight up here with the scout, and then there is the large group to the south. Just continuously trying to harass both the food and the wood from Marine Lord.
Yeah, but Marine Lord's keeping a cool head about it. He's only lost the 1 vill so far, which isn't terrible. Doing a really good job. He's going to take out that scout to the north. But yeah, doing a very good job of just keeping tabs on everything. And so the question is, with regard to how Puppy Paw plays this out, obviously, the more you fight, the better. The longer you wait for Joan of Arc, the better things go, right? Because at the end of the day, that's sort of... It's not your win condition, but that's how you can leverage your civilization, your bonus, as best. So how does he look to play this? I think he just keeps doing what he's doing, right? Adding more units, maybe even look to threaten with a battering ram a little bit later on. But at the moment, I mean, he's ticking all the boxes.
Yeah, I don't know about the battering ram. That just feels like a massive investment, and what are you going to take out with it? I think it's more so just like poking and prodding and finding these opportunities right here. Archers flanking the spears a little. Marine Lord is mixing in Yuumi archers, though, and if he can trade these archers out, his spearmen can just dominate against the knights. Nice little flank as well with the horsemen. This time around, Puppy Paw does get out alive. Nice little attack by John, though, and that's a lot of spearmen getting taken out here. Healing coming in, and once the spearmen are gone, the knights could dominate this fight.
Yeah, this is looking better and better for Puppy Paw right here as another spin goes off. All of the spears have been taken care of, and Puppy Paw's now got that victory condition, which is the Knights. Of course, for anyone unaware of how this civilization works, you kill all the spears of the enemy, and as long as you've got Knights left, it's very hard for them to win. And you can see exactly that happening right now as villagers being retreated back away from the wood line. Joan of Arc going down. With that, no more XP coming through, so really not a whole lot to gain here other than the villager kills, but a lot of these Knights on low health. Falls back away from that front line. Marine Lord manages to stabilize, only lost one villager in that engagement.
Yeah, that's critical for Marine Lord. When it's all said and done, he pushes away the Knights. He actually loses one Knight here to the tower fire. The others are badly beaten up. Puppy Paw also lost a bunch of archers, and again, there was some idle time on Marine Lord's eco, but nothing too catastrophic. It's only 2 villager losses against heavy pressure. He has to be happy with that.
Incredibly. I'm genuinely surprised that he got out that well against that, right? Like, that was all spears dead. There was like 2 horsemen and a whole bunch of Yumis. That was it. And the trouble was in paradise. And somehow he was able to deflect. Well played. And now Puppy Paw, I mean, he's facing a bit of an uphill battle. Look at the Yumi numbers here now. 22 Yumis on the field.
Oh, Marine Lord is swooping in with the Horsemen, though. It's not like they have as much DPS as the Lancers had in the previous game, but still, this is all he needs. He's going to snipe one villager, and all that hard work from Puppy Paw to get some kind of an eco late, it's going to disappear in a moment. Second villager gets picked off, and then the Horsemen do get pulled away. Talk about efficiency once again for Marine Lord. Not losing the Horsemen, but killing 2 vills.
Yes, very impressive by Puppy Paw that he's got the tenacity to just stand there and fight. He says, I don't care. I don't care. If it's just easier if I try and kill you rather than run away from you. Respect. Wheelbarrow also coming in for Puppy Paw, so he'll have a little bit more speed when he tries to run away next time. Meanwhile, for Marine Lord, Town Center upgrade comes through with the Daimyo Manor. Numbers looking healthy as well. Another archery range coming down. Another 2 archery ranges coming down. He is more than doubling down. I think that's called tripling down right now. He is looking to get very serious about ranged units in this game. And it's kind of funny to see the Japanese played this way, but I'll allow it. You know, I'm so used to seeing these mounted samurais running around the map just killing everything Lidakor. It's a fresh change.
It's a very heavily Yumi-based composition, and that could be a little concerning here for Marine Lord. He's slowly adding spears, but 8 spearmen against 12 knights, that feels insufficient for the time being. Obviously, there is more coming, but I just feel like right now the proportions are not really suitable for fighting off this force of knights. Luckily for Marine Lord, Puppy is not diving just yet. As these berries get depleted, this position actually becomes more dangerous. Initially, it was very difficult for the knights to charge in because of how the berries spawned and how those narrow choke points just blocked them when they were charging.
Yeah, is Marine Lord going castle? That's what it looks like right here. He's got the gold for it. A lot of villagers on food as well. And so you basically stop making units for 30 seconds and you're good to go castle. But he's being stalled out here and the pressure is remaining. My fear here, like, he definitely needs to go castle. Because if he doesn't, it's just going to be a matter of time until Joan of Arc is level 3. And now you're fighting feudal versus feudal against Joan of Arc. So you can see she's almost, what, 2/3 of the way there now. So not long at all to go, even though that bar looks like she's about 10% to go.
I just want to point out Marine Lord's efficiency here. For the second time in a row, his first volley of the archers focuses the weakest knight. Initially, when Puppy Paw dove in, he lost a knight to that, and now he snipes out Jean as well. Really efficiently using all these Yumi right here. Watch as he's focusing the weak knights once again. He knows that any knight that gets away can be healed up, so you want to focus down these expensive units and kill the weak ones first.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay right there by Puppy as well, just letting Joan run straight into that big mass of Yumis. Obviously, she's tanky, but not tanky enough. And with that, Marine Lord finds the space in his base to place the floating gate. It is time for Age 3.
This is where it gets a little concerning for Puppy.
Yeah. I think that is a... I mean, from that last fight, I think Puppy Paw was in the right. The trouble was, as soon as he lost Joan, everything was... Like, you can't fight at that point Because if you fight, then you're not gaining XP. And so it really just becomes like this double-edged sword where it's like, if I don't fight now, I don't get... Or, like, he's going to age up. But if I do fight now, then I'm not going to get XP. So what's the point in doing it? And so it's very awkward from there. You can't really push on. Age up now through. And immediately, Marine Lord drops the veterancy for the Yuumi.
Yeah, he's going to get the upgrades.
Plus
By
two
the time
coming in.
Puppy Paw
There's the
dies,
plus
the
two.
upgrade is going to be in.
Yep. And this is... Yeah, I mean, from here, Marine Lord, realistically, he can just push with that.
Yeah, as it's pointed out by the observers, the fact that you have the Yorishiro up here is a major difference maker. It was dropped immediately into the range. Veterancy is now going to come in. There is a group of knights swooping around that Marine Lord might have lost track of. If they can hit that backline gold mine, that could be a jackpot. Puppy Paw certainly doesn't want to fight this head-on. He's heading to Castle Age himself with the guild hole.
All right. Good luck to him. It's in a bit of an awkward spot there, the guild hall. Outpost in the middle of the map. 5 vills inside. Just going to be enough to hold Marine Lord back for the moment here. See how quick those... Look how fast those Yuumi are as well. Gosh. They do not mess around, do they? 1.38 movement speed. Jeez Louise. Might as well just give the model a horse at that speed.
The Knights are hitting the woodline here for Marine Lord, though. Puppy Paw decided not to pull back the Knights here for this defense. He's actually diving the base of his opponent right now.
We'll take a look and see how he's doing.
He didn't get a villager kill.
Like
Villagers were pulled away in time. But Marine Lord had to evacuate his gold mine. He's got like 20 villagers running north. At the same time, as long as you don't lose villagers, that is just fine. Whereas for Puppy Paw, now he needs to run here. He's going to get to Castle Age with so little gold, and he needs all that for the upgrades. He is going to get the veterancy for the Knights and the Archers, though, so he should be set for the time being.
Yeah, I think he should be fine from here. I think the big question is, where do you go from here as Puppy Paw? Like, you want to try and break even, but looks like he's decided. He's going to commit to a fight here in the middle, or at least a little bit of a poke. There are still spears there that he's got to be aware of. Falls back, but look at how aggressive Marine Lord is with those Yuumis. A lot of damage coming out, and Joan of Arc immediately just gets picked off. Puppy Paw, he can't keep getting away with it.
Nice snipe.
Hate to see it.
Spearman numbers are getting low, though, but the two Knights do get staggered. We're down to 11 spears. I don't know if all of them are in this fight, but there is a mounted samurai just casually coming in from the flank. Marine Lord is holding position, but now the spearmen are mostly gone, and the Knights are slowly starting to clean this up. Villagers are getting caught in the crossfire, though, and we're back to where we were in the previous game. Even if Puppy Paw wins this fight, he took a big beating on the eco department. He's not even winning the fight, though.
Yeah, he's not, is he? It's becoming harder and harder for him from this position here. And honestly, it all just goes down to the Joan control. I hate to say it, but it's just one of those things. It's so painful because I think he was in a great position that game. He made very few mistakes, and yet the one that he did was the one that cost him the most. And I think that had to be the first or the second Joan of Arc loss that he had just to the north of Marine Lord's base.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, one of these things was simply that he had a bunch of villagers in these small pockets of eco, and as these fights were unfolding, he also started losing those. Still, the other problem is that once you have an archer blob of 40 archers or so, plus you also have a decent amount of spearmen to just screen the Knights, he was able to hold off the Knights long enough. There were a couple of fights where Knights got staggered real bad, and I think that was a major detriment in the final engagement for Puppy Paw. He wanted to disengage those Knights. He got staggered on like 2 or 3 Knights. And he ended up losing those Knights. Those could have been immensely valuable later on.
Yeah, it's it definitely adds up, doesn't it, over time when you lose out those little bits. Here we can see the battle unfolding at the 11-minute mark. He had great control here with Joan. She's picking up XP this whole time. And this right here is a pivotal moment. This looks like it could be the win. But obviously the town center's providing cover fire as well. The Knights are all really damaged, so he has to back away. Nice little bit of a counterattack here towards the base of Puppy Paw. But I think it should be the next clip where I think for me that's the most pivotal moment. No, not this one. Yeah, here. So if he just leaves Joan at the back right here, okay, you see how she comes forward, and then
yeah,
she just gets picked off. If Joan just stays at the back right there and this fight just continues the way that he's doing, He's farming XP. He's having a great time. And if he forces the fight, then that's good. He wants to force the fight. And then at the same time, if you escape, then you've still got Joan. But the trouble is, as soon as she goes down, now you're just missing out. And you're in a really, like, now you're on a timer. Because your enemy could just go to the next stage. And, I mean, here we saw the exact same thing happen in this fight, where Joan got picked off as well. And if she's level 3 right now, which she definitely should be, it's a completely different fight. Because she runs in, she does a big spin, and she's a happy camper, but she just gets picked off again at point blank.
Yeah. You gotta credit Marine Lord for the Spearman micro here. Notice how those are always being held back. Come in. This is the stagger I was talking about. Staggers 2 Knights.
Yeah.
The moment the Knights disengage, he pulls them back. He's been... Using 10 spears against 10 plus Knights and Archers is not an easy thing to do. It only takes 1 or 2 volleys from the opponent to pick off most of your spears, and then the Knights can dive. Marine Lord did a really good job just preserving that Spearman mass as long as possible. And that helped a lot when it comes to screening Knights. Looks like we are going to Lipany, though. Here comes a pair of Berry Civilizations. Delhi on one side, Ayobids on the other. It's been a while since we've seen Lipany in major tournaments before Elite Classic 5. It's kind of making a return in many ways.
Indeed, yes. I'm excited to see it. I'm kind of curious to see the spawn that we get. As far as I remember, and I suspect it's probably the case here for this event as well, normally for the higher level games, so like the grand final, all of the seeds that the players get have been, like, they've gone in and they've checked the seeds before they do it, just to make sure nothing crazy happens. So I don't think we're going to get too crazy of a Lipany spawn, but at the same time, I would absolutely welcome it. You know, I guess the part that makes Lipany crazy is the fact that you get cliffs together with wood lines. And on a map where you've generally got something that's quite open, as soon as you start having the wood lines together with the cliffs, just really makes it easy to wall. And you get a lot of spawns that happen where it takes maybe 100 wood and you're completely safe. You've walled yourself in. So it is... it's always a bit of a gamble. So we'll have to see how it goes. You mentioned... So we've got 2 civilizations that are both berry civilizations. One in particular... The Delhi Sultanate loves to play it out in the feudal age, and the other, the Ayyubids, they love to go castle. How do you think that's going to stack up in the early stages?
Ooh. So when it comes to the Ayyubids, you always have to, give a shout out to the Camel Lancers, especially in the hands of Marine Lord. It's basically your knights, but they also counter cavalry, so it's difficult to chase them down, and if you lose track of them, they can quickly hit your eco, just like knights can, and pick off villagers. Same thing for Puppy Paw as before. He's going to have to try and minimize those villager casualties because Marine Lord has been so good at just chipping away with villager kills every once in a while. Granted, if you go heavily in the Spearman Archer department for Puppy Paw in Feudal Age, it might be difficult for Marine Lord to just go up to Castle, get Camel Lancers going, and really have the initiative. So I feel like I can see a world where Puppy just plays heavy Feudal Age here. Probably a Ghazi Raider opening, though, just for good measure. But I would say this is going to be a game where it's going to be a combo of Archer Spearman for a while for Puppy, and just try to make sure that Marine Lord doesn't really have that free ticket up to Castle Age.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's kind of hard, though, because it feels like they almost always have the free ticket to get up to Castle Age. Like, it's very hard to deny that from them. So I'm curious to see how Puppy Paw plays it. I suspect he's probably just going to really look to try and establish himself. And I'm curious to also see what his timing will be for his Castle Age, whether or not he really just doubles down on Feudal Age, or whether he tries to actually leverage Castle Age a little bit more. I think you probably want to rely on crossbows a little bit more in this matchup for Puppy Paw, but nonetheless, we'll see how it goes. All right, Liticall, we got 40 seconds to go. Which way are you falling on this line of the prediction? Is it Marine Lord? Is it Puppy Paw?
I want to see the map spawn first, I'm not going to lie.
Okay. I will allow it.
If it's a very open style Lipany, I'm leaning towards Marine Lord. If it's a more staggered, slower paced one, I can see a world where Puppy Paw takes this. But again, I feel like once we get to mid-late Castle Age, especially based on the first 2 games, unless Puppy Paw has walls all around his base, I feel like it's something that is always going to lean towards Marine Lord.
Yeah. I mean, it is Lipany, so who knows? Anything can happen, even though this isn't the original Lipany. Anyway, let's take a look and see. Doesn't look too bad, actually. All right, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3 of the Elite Classic 4 Grand Finals. This is Lippany, and we've got ourselves a fun matchup because 2 of the world's best players decided to do pretty well in this event and make it all the way to the Grand Final. We're going to watch them. Spawning in the north of the map in the color pink, playing as the Aobids, representing Team M8. It's Marine Lord.
And down south, we do have Puppy Paw with the color yellow as Delhi. And we talked about this. How does this map spawn? It's certainly one of the more open-ish generations, but then again, that's up for debate because if you look at how the woodline spawned for Puppy Paw, it provides a really nice screen in front of his base. It's actually a very, very straightforward walling prospect, except for one thing, and that's the gold. He's got both of his primary and secondary gold mines to the south, and it's just kind of in the middle of nowhere, makes it painful to defend, and there's a third one all the way to the north. For Marine Lord, it's a totally different story. He's pinned against the edge of the map, surrounded by 2 wood lines, but the front of his base is disastrously open, and he really does not have any good gold mines to work with.
You're not wrong. It is, it's a bit of an awkward spawn here for Marine Lord. I do agree with you. When it comes to the spawns, Puppy Paws is definitely looking a lot more defensible. Also, take a look at the deer as well. You know, we've got double back deer. Not technically back deer, but as back as they can be on a map like this. And then compare that to Marine Lord. I mean, he's got one out to that corner, and then one that's kind of more towards the center. So good luck to him. He'll definitely need it on this one. But I think we could say that Puppy Paw's probably got a bit of a better chance. The other thing to note is sacred sites are all evenly spaced apart. So I think that definitely, I mean, it probably, actually, I mean, the Aobids run Cav anyway, so it doesn't really favor anybody there. Normally it would favor the Delhi Sultanate if you weren't fighting them with cavalry. All right, well, we've got the first of the age-ups through. It's the Eco Wing. Growth coming in for the Aobids. Meanwhile, the Tower of Victory has come online for the Delhi Sultanate. 3 villagers on the Tower of Victory, so won't be too long until he's up. Right on board with him here as the age up comes through. Upgrades are just finishing for him as well. He's got Wheelbarrow on the way. Fission production has been completed. Piety going to be coming in afterwards. How does he look to play this early? You think he's going to be heading into a stable? Ghazi Raiders? Just the standard kind of thing?
Well, he probably will, I would say. Tower of Victory is obviously something that you want to focus on when it comes to an infantry-based composition, but it's very frequently with Delhi a 1-1-1 setup in some kind of combination. Ghazi Raiders, especially with how open some of Marine Lord's resources are, like the gold mine, even if you just open a couple of Ghazi Raiders, if you can poke and prod, that's always a nice thing to have. I don't think you just want a very slow-moving static composition. You want to have the ability to do some harassment, so Ghazi Raider opening seems to be a fairly reasonable way to go.
All right, let's see whether or not it's going to be the case. Meanwhile, towards the north of the map, Marine Lord, he's still working his magic out here. I love the fact that he's micromanaging his berry bushes, a single villager, a single bush. The way it always should be. 15 seconds till that age up comes through. And we've got ourselves a whole bunch of villagers on the wood line. So what's the play here? You think he's going to be looking to move into units initially? Maybe just try and build up that golden age a little bit? It's going to be a stable that he opens with. Checking back inside the base of Puppy Paw. Age up now complete, and it's a stable drop down.
Yeah, no surprise on that.
Influence.
I mean, there's gonna be a spear. There's gonna be a Rax right after it, probably. Did he spot Marine Lord stable? Probably did. I don't think so.
There's no scout on that side of the map, so we can only assume no for the moment.
It's a double stable build from a Marine Lord, though.
Wow, I like it. I like the look of that. All right, so I guess we've got Sanctity on the way coming through for Puppy Paw. He's also remembered to get all of his Delhi upgrades. I still remember there was one game that I casted of his probably like a year and a half ago where he just never got his upgrades ever, like the eco upgrades, and he was playing Delhi. Oh, boy.
How? How far
never
in the
forgot that game.
future will we have to be for you not to call that out?
I will call that out. We will be I will be pushing 60 years old, still casting like Age of Empires 8 with you, Litakor, and we will be talking about. Oh, I remember Puppy Paw back in the day. Forgot the Delhi upgrades. Let's see if he forgets these ones. Though I don't know what age they'll cover in Age of Empires 8. I guess nothing has stopped them from.
They're just
the
going to keep
original
remaking
plan-
the new Medieval game, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah, they're just going to keep remaking Medieval. No, this time, it'll be different. Yes. Anyway, Ghazi Raiders are out. Horsemen defending here. Switching into some archers as well for Marine Lord. Ghazi Raider numbers is building. They're actually both going for archers now as well. And I guess one of the other things that we haven't really talked about is obviously recently the Tower of Victory did get a change where it now has access to the blacksmith upgrades. And on the surface, it might not seem that cool, except for the fact that you're playing as the Delhi Sultanate and all of your upgrades are free. And now you don't even have to think about making blacksmiths. You just click the button and, hey, what do you know? You've got +1s everywhere. Yeah, it might have taken 10 minutes, but hey, you got +1s everywhere and you never had to think about the blacksmith. Because, you know, back in the day, there were like double blacksmith openings, double mosque openings. You had to do a whole lot of thinking. Not anymore.
Little swoop around with the horsemen. This might not be something that Marine Lord sees. And Puppy Paw needs a villager kill. Quick reaction here, but the villagers are running in the wrong direction. Just looping around here. Puppy does not want to risk going under the TC. Nice little reaction by Marine Lord.
Yeah, that was very, very solid. I love the fact that he moved down the wood line rather than towards the TC. It's a really smart move. And it's just like, it's those little things like that that players like me down in the plastic leagues, we don't think about that.
First Desert Raider is out there, though. That's going to push away the Ghazi Raiders on the other side. Puppy Paw is trying to fight this one. No villager kills on his side, though. He's going to get repelled once again. Marine Lord now starting to focus heavily in the archer department. So is Puppy Paw. First blacksmith upgrade just in for Puppy. He is still very heavy on the Ghazi Raiders, though. It's just no spears against the enemy cavalry, just archers and horsemen.
All right, Marine Lord. Still applying pressure now down towards the south. Sacred sites are being taken. Sanctity is in. Good timing for him as well before the 8-minute mark. Normally that goal is around the 7-minute, 30 to 8-minute mark, so he's definitely hitting par. A lot of horsemen out here towards the middle, though. There's some free archers for the taking, and Marine Lord says, yeah, I'll take him. Until he gets taken by all the horsemen. Look at them, or rather all the Ghazi Raiders. Look at them come through here. Just backing the archers up. Alright, more scholars moving out. Survival techniques now on the way for Puppy Paw as well. It's going to take some time, but he'll get there eventually. Check in with Marine Lord. Let's see how he's going. What's the play for him? Because obviously it's very feudal-centric at the moment. Is there any division on where he's going other than onto these berry bushes?
For now, I think it's just preserving your resources. The berries right here. He's not pulling the villagers in time. Almost lost one. He's got his gold mine exposed. His food is exposed, so I guess he just needs to continue matching his opponent's army. I try to poke and prod. It's not like he can just snap his fingers, go up to Castle Age here. I love the walls on this right side, though. It would be neat to have some walls to the south of this cliff as well. Just create this little pocket. That would actually help a lot with him. He would actually have a gold mine squished against the wall here. That would probably be what you would call a safe position for his food and gold for the next few minutes.
Yeah, I would love to see that as well. We'll see how he plays it, whether or not he falls into that little pocket, whether or not he keeps it open, but all sacred sites now taken. And that is something as a Delhi player, you feel incredible when you hear that message, because it just means you're getting all that gold trickling in. But now the archer number for Marine Lord looking pretty healthy here. 14 archers against the 5 of Puppy Paw. And yet still he is the one that falls back. Sacred site in the north now being neutralized. But just remember, this is a game of whack-a-mole. And right now, Puppy Paw is holding 3 little, what are they called, gophers? 3 little gophers, and Marine Lord is hitting the first one. But he's still got 2 more that are quite happy, poking their heads out.
Nice little snipe on one horseman out there.
Central Sacred Site. Puppy Paw could be gearing up here for a Castle Age timing. He's still got units in queue. The 2 Ghazi Raiders, but he's got a lot of gold per minute coming in. Sorry, a lot of food per minute, rather, coming in. More than 1,100 food per minute. Now being neutralized in the middle. Keep in mind, he does hold that Sacred Site in the north still. So that game of whack-a-mole is continuing. This time, it's a different one. He's trying to whack the one in the middle now.
He's trying to pincer this army from 2 sides over here, emerging from the shadows. Marine Lord reacts quickly. Keep in mind, like, Sacred Site on a map like 3 Sacred Sites, 9-minute countdown. This is certainly not a win condition for him, but every second he holds these Sacred Sites, he is going to have that extra passive resource income from that. So really, that's just the name of the game here, getting that eco boost.
That's exactly it. And to be honest, having 3 Sacred Sites is the win condition, right? Like, it's not about holding them, it's just about having them. And now you're forcing your opponent to play whack-a-mole, and you're diverting their APM. Now, granted, you're playing against the best player in the world, so it's a different game, but we've got Ghazi Raiders now moving forward. They've forgotten their archers. Archers now coming up the rear, going to be looking to snipe out. I'm not sure where he goes. There's villagers right here ready for the taken. I don't even know why he's not just focusing those down instead. Villagers going to back away. Marine Lord being a little bit more careful. Now Ghazi Raider numbers looking quite healthy here, as Marine Lord, for the first time in this series, is looking a little bit in trouble here, Litigor.
Yeah, those resources being exposed is certainly a headache for him. I think he's going to have to fall back on that gold and the deer in the corner. Should be able to stabilize over here with the help of the TC Fire, and when it's all said and done, I think what matters the most for Marine Lord is that he did not lose villagers. Sure enough, it's annoying, it's idle time, but it was a reasonable, equal-ish trade of armies. It was basically archer v archer, horseman v horseman style, and he did not lose any villagers. So I think Marine Lord is still fine here. Certainly needs to reinvest into an army over here, so Castle Age probably not in question. On the other side, Puppy Paw feels like he wants to go to Castle here. He's banking up the food, banking up the gold. I don't know about Marine Lord just yet.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm looking at his economy and I'm thinking, how are you not already clicking up to Castle after a fight like that? It feels like definitely the right time to do it, and I think he's going to be going for it soon, but you can still see he's spending the resources. Sitting at about 600 food at the moment, so expect it to come through soon. Marine Lord now out on the deer here. A lot of villagers in this hunt. No sign of a second TC. No sign of a Castle Age, though arguably he could kind of be going towards it. 3 horsemen in the queue, though. 8 vills on gold is a lot. And what else is he spending the gold on? House of Learning now going to be put down for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, it's 20 vills. He's rushing it as fast as possible. He does have 8 scholars to buff the research. And I think that's kind of what you have to do here. It's not one of those cases where you get to Castle Age, you immediately grab your techs, and then you dive. Obviously, with the Delhi, that's a difficult thing to do. You don't want to lose this army, though. Puppy Paw a little slow to react, loses a couple of horsemen.
Yeah. There's been a couple times in this game where I'm wondering if the player is paying attention. Like, we saw Marine Lord almost losing villagers in the north. Now we've seen Puppy Paw not paying attention, but it's all right. He's all good. But as you said, you don't want to be taking this fight right now. You've just aged up. You want to avoid fighting as much as you can. You need to get those upgrades in because you've got the advantage. But now we see on the other side the age up coming through for Marine Lord. He's going up with advancement instead. So a little bit faster, a little bit cheaper for him to get up. Definitely helps him out. Check in with the timer for the Delhi Sultanate and their military upgrades. How much longer are we looking for those upgrades? 49 seconds. Like, this is honestly not even that bad.
Oh, the villagers do
going to get caught out.
Though.
That's the first one of the game that's gone down. Marine Lord takes out 2.
This is not a good fight for Puppy, if you ask me. He still doesn't have his veterancy upgrades.
But he's got Lancers out now.
Fair enough.
They're tanky.
It's one Lancer.
He's cleaning.
Marine Lord should try to snipe at least some of these weak units out here. He's being chased by a lot of these weaklings.
I think Marine Lord just loses this right here, doesn't he? Because all Puppy Paw does is just spam units right now and just wins the game.
I wonder how...
In my mind,
I wonder how Puppy Paw deals with Camel Lancers, though. They're going to counter his Cav, and they're going to counter the Archers. How many Camel Lancers you can get out is a different topic. You're going to have to pull these villagers away from the gold, though, and Marine Lord is not doing that just yet. Instead, switching to Desert Raiders, trying to fight off this cavalry.
He's trying to hold on for dear life, but the Lancer number's still looking decent. Only the 5 vills on food being pointed out, and there it is. It's GG. Puppy Paw taking the 3rd game.
One big counterattack, and really that was it.
Yeah. That was it. Just give me a second here. I'll let you take over just for a little bit. I've got to figure something out.
All good, all good. So, big win here for Puppy Paw, 2-1. Much needed. It didn't look good at the beginning of this series, but this one, quick strike back. Really, it was a mirror setup in many ways. Horsemen plus archers. Puppy Paw, he had that one window where he struck the berries, took a decent fight. And then afterwards, he had the window to go up to Castle Age, beat his opponent to Castle, and then as Marine Lord was finishing his age up, he had a nice timing attack here. Pretty clean game from Puppy Paw, though. Certainly the cleanest of them all, and this is the kind of game that he needs to really get back into the series. Now he's down only by 1 score. We go to a fundamentally different map, though. So far, we've seen land maps after land maps. Now we go to a water hybrid. Kawasan coming up with Marine Lord having the Mongols, and Puppy Paw having the Abbasids. Welcome back, everybody. Joining me is the Black Box on my left side, who might or might not have a voice, but, well, he certainly doesn't have a face for the time being. So, Kawasan, coming up here as game number 4. This is one of Marine Lord's home map picks. Mongols, it's one of those civilizations that has been a go-to on Kawasan for a long, long time. In this tournament, it was only picked 3 times, though, or only played, I should say. 2 wins, 1 losses. And on the other side, we do have the Abbasids on Kawasan. Only no games, actually. So, okay, there we go. The big red silhouette. He certainly looks more handsome than the previous guy I was casting with. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just hearing Ozzy in my ear, but I know you're not hearing him. So, or Drongo, whichever way you want to call him. So, Kawasan, 30 seconds left to go. And I guess we went from Drongo to withdrawn. Go. I'm sorry. Anyhow, first water hybrid map of the series of potentially just 2. Four Lakes is the alternative. That was also Marine Lord's map pick. But we do have 3 seconds left to go. We're jumping into game number 4 here. Marine Lord up 2-1 against Puppy Paw. We're heading into Kawasan to see a matchup between the Mongols and the Abbasids. Boschamp? Boschamp? Production is trolling us right now, but don't you worry. The game is going to begin in just a moment, I'm told. Or not. All right, there we go. Ladies and gents, while Aussie Drongo is fixing his PC or the internet cable leading to Australia, it is me that has to introduce the players here in game number 4 of the Elite Classic Grand Finals. Spawning into the north, it is Marine Lord with the Mongols in purple, and Puppy Paw down south with the Abbasids in yellow here on Kawasan. So let's talk about Kawasan here a little bit while we're still waiting for Drongo to get back to us. It was actually one of the first scripted maps when the map scripting tools came out, one of the freshly added maps when the new map-making tools came out back in the days. It's a map with tremendous history in the AoE franchise, actually. It is one of the more played competitive maps in AoE 2, so it's been with us in quite a bit. And one of the things I love about Kawasan is that there are really two distinct ways that early game can go. You can either have a setup where the players share a pond, or when they do go to different ponds this time around, you do have that setup where Puppy Paw is on the southern pond, and to the north is Marine Lord. So you're going to have less of a race going towards Feudal Age, getting those first couple of combat ships out, and the storyline is going to be more so focused on someone trying to sneak a dock up on the opponent's pawn, trying to get some harassment going. So do expect scouts to try and hunt for villagers here, as someone might try to sneak out and about. Need dock thus complete. Puppy Paw now knows that he's not sharing a pond with his opponent. Looking at the maps over here for both players, both of them have woodlines spawning in front of them, so nicely defensible bases, although obviously with Marine Lord you are looking at a Mongol player, so it's not like he can make walls anyways. Gold mines are somewhat exposed for both players, though Marine Lord's gold being to the front, and then for Puppy Paw, you do have your gold mine offset to the right. I think another key thing that you have to mention here is that the secondary golds are kind of far away from your starting town center, so once you run out of that initial gold mine, if you're boxed inside your base, it's actually very, very difficult to get access to additional gold piles. Standard Dark Age fishing for the time being. Looking at the sheep count, it's neck and neck. Really no difference between either of the players. Just casual standard Dark Age fishing. So really, the first thing that you're going to have to look at is Age of Times the Feudal, and more importantly, which of these players will try to sneak a dock up on the opponent here. Puppy Paw, of course, getting the resources a little sooner. But at the same time, it's not like he can expedite his age up here. He is opening with the military wing, which is kind of your go-to in many ways. With Abbasids on Kawasan, Marine Lord should follow closely very, very soon once the drop-off from the fishing boats comes in. Should be able to click up in a moment. Little harassment by the Khan. Really not much to be done. It's just doing something with this unit while there is nothing else left to be done. So when it comes to the military wing, one of the things that you get as an early advantage is that you get some kind of land-based military presence, which is not always something that you necessarily have at the beginning of Feudal Age on this map. This map often revolves around trying to sneak a dock on the enemy pond. So instead of investing into a stable or a range, you actually go for a dock as you hit Feudal Age. So having just 2 spears, 2 archers out on the field gives you a bit of a map presence, and it looks like Puppy Paw is going to double down on his own pond here, has no desire to actually challenge his opponent. In contrast, Marine Lord is already getting that dock up on Puppy Paw's pond, so it is going to be Marine Lord being the aggressor in this case, and one of the side effects of that will be that Marine Lord's fishing eco will be untouched, at least for the time being. He's not going to have to idle his fishing boats, he's not going to have to worry about any harassment, whereas for Puppy Paw, even if he doesn't lose fishing boats, he is going to have to potentially micro them back and forth, jump in and out of the docks to keep them safe. Khan slowly chipping away at the villager, looking for an opportunity. First spears are out. It looks like we're going to have a galley opening here by Papipaw. He knows that aggression is coming his way. He's a couple of seconds quicker to Feudal Age than his opponent is. So he's going to have that galley out a little sooner than his counterpart will. Spearmen and the archers heading over to the other side of the dock. Now, one thing that you could do is try to challenge that gold mine from Marine Lord if you're Papipaw. That gold mine might not be well defensible, and 2 spearmen, 2 archers are just enough to put some harassment out there. You harass that gold mine a bit, you could make it a little bit more difficult for your opponent to keep pumping out ships. Interesting choice for a moment by Papipaw to try and get some walls up. Decides to cancel them. Marine Lord's going to go for it. He's going to try to snipe the villager. The villager is low. And I don't think he's going to make it back home. The scout cannot stop this one. Khan is going to chase it down, and that is a villager gone here. Opening kill goes in the hands of Marine Lord.
All right, I think I'm back, Lidicor. Can you hear me?
I've always been able to hear you. It's the audience that couldn't hear you, but hopefully you're back. And there's a battering ram.
Wait, what? You're already
The observers are focusing on this scout hunting, but there's a battering ram going for the dock right there, indeed. Kind of a clown car in a tiny bit. 2 spearmen, 2 archers in there. The galley is coming in to take out the spears, even though 2 Keshiks should be able to deal with this. And all things are just not going well here for Papipaw. He lost the villager. He's going to lose the ram, which is a big investment. He's going to have these units cleaned up as well. The Keshik can heal back up. Things are just going south here very quickly for Papipaw.
This is an unfortunate sequence of events here. The battering ram's a massive investment, and to lose it like that, it is super painful. But Marine Lord manages to hold, and now Papipaw's in a bit of a hard spot, right? The pond in the north is held by Marine Lord. Pond in the south is being challenged by him. It's almost like there's a win condition that exists right here, but not for Papipaw. He's going to try fighting down on the south side, though. This is not where you want to be. Not against Marine Lord. He's going to try and pick it off. Damage does get done, though.
Yeah, first Bugla coming through, but that Bugla is heavily, heavily damaged here, fighting under the dock here. Next ship is a demo here by Marine Lord. A couple of fishing boats are also getting sunk over here as they are trying to repair. Marine Lord just focused them down, and this is what I was trying to touch on beforehand. Demo pops out beautiful, hits the Bugla, sinks it immediately. Behind all of this, Marine Lord's fishing eco is untouched. Papipaw's fishing boats are getting caught in the crossfire. He has to fight for his own pond. Finally sinks that war junk. Next boat coming out from Marine Lord is going to be a galley. That should not live long enough against that Bugla, though.
Slowly he sieges it down. It's so painful watching how slow it is to siege down. And now he's also got the emplacement inside, which is just even more frustrating. He's going to pull out fishing boats to try and repair it up. The good news is he's managed to deal with the fire. The trouble is it's burnt through a significant amount of his time, energy, resources. But he will secure the pond. And that's, at the end of the day, the main goal.
Yeah, Keshik's trying to focus this down. More spearmen are coming across for Papipaw, so he's keeping the Keshik at bay. I mean, literally.
The micro from Marine Lord.
Ships are falling way too quick here for Papipaw. He's been losing fishing boats over and over again. They all have to be committed to just repairs instead of actually fishing.
Gonna be a demo ship coming out? No, it's not. Just the Dow to help. But the demo ship
that's a
hits.
beautiful
That's
hit,
what he
though.
needed. Oh, gosh. That was exactly what he needed. That should be hopefully enough for him to hold on in this fourth game. Gosh.
The archers will focus down the spears, though, so now it's only the ships here for Papipaw to take out the dock with. There is a demo ship coming in, but it is too far away. It's going to spawn in front of galleys. Galleys should be able to take it out. Papipaw does not look at it, though. Fishing boats get targeted down because he realized that the galley would just snipe the demo before the Bugla, or the distance the Bugla is closed, I guess. Still, so many fishing boats are down for Papipaw, and look at Marine Lord's pond. Totally untouched.
I was going to say something, and I've just pulled myself back from saying it. I'm not going to... I will not put my foot in it. Anyway, I'm curious, can we check out the base of Papipaw? At the moment, he's got 4 vills on gold, a decent amount on wood. What's his play from here, Lidicor? And we see he's dropping down. It's the stable. So more of a focus on land, perhaps, now that he's... I mean, he hasn't secured up this pond just yet, but it feels like it's probably at that point, right?
Yeah, that's... I think now Puppy Paw is going to secure this pond. That final demo connecting, just taking out another War Junk, that's kind of what he needed. So he gets his pond back, but at what cost? That's the question. Marine Lord's food eco has been untouched, and it's actually starting to show. He does have a lot of food in the bank. Makes me wonder, especially with 5 on gold, whether he wants to go to Castle Age here.
Looks like it could be the case. Got a decent food income as well. The quick walls come in. Archer's going to try and do some damage, and he falls just a little bit short of the one shot. Yeah, decent.
He does get another kill, though. Yeah. And look at the villager kill counts, or worker kill counts altogether. It's the same story that we've seen before. Every once in a while, you get a kill, either a villager or a fishing boat. And eventually, that starts to snowball into an advantage. It's an 8-worker lead now for Marine Lord.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? Like, over time, it's just going to continue snowballing, because 8 villagers, it sounds like a stagnant amount, but you got to remember that they are gathering resources every minute. So every minute, that resource count grows further in favor of Marine Lord. Archer number still looking good. He's not really adding to it, though, at this stage. It's Keshik's 900 food in the bank, which is quite a lot, and he's now just transitioned all the vills over to gold. So now the pedal is to the metal. It's going to be a Castle Age soon. Meanwhile, for Puppy Paw, he's got 11 vills on gold, so probably going to be much of the same thing for him as well.
Yeah, Puppy Paw does not have a very strong map presence right now. He's got a couple of horsemen, but that's basically it. Some spearmen as well. Slowly losing those spears. Once again, Marine Lord comes in with the snipe, and he again picks off 1 or 2 villagers. Notice how the Falcon was used to allow the archers to shoot over the wood line. That's something that we've seen over and over again. And now, he's just going to have to pull back those forces. Marine Lord is still doubling down this nice little surround here by the horsemen, though Keshik is going to have to do a lot of screening here. Helps that you have a couple of boats supporting you, though.
Meanwhile, towards that south side, the retreat is on for the moment. The age up now in queue. It's going to be the Culture Wing coming out from Puppy Paw. And interestingly, he hits it before his opponent.
It's a fixed 90-second timer, though, and that's always the problem that you face. Marine Lord, he's investing most of his gold into Keshik for the time being. Nice little diversion by Puppy Paw just to draw away attention from him aging up. It's the lack of gold that's haunting Marine Lord here a bit. He now has 15 on gold, though, so should be able to age up very soon.
Alright, meanwhile, towards the north, that build-up of vills still sits there on the gold vein. Horsemen now coming through. Looking to try and cause some havoc. Not able to find anything. Meanwhile, that number continues to grow. So, Marine Lord's almost got 2 things that he's moving at the same time. The first one is a feudal attack. Second one is an age up. 30 seconds remain before that Culture Wing strikes. And then the upgrades will be quickly in. When it comes to the unit number, though, take a look at what Puppy Paw's working with. 9 horsemen, 7 spears. That's it. It's not a lot. And now archers firing over the wood line. Another couple dead villagers. 10 worker kills in total being taken out. Kurultai now going to be put down as well. Back towards the main base of the Mongols. Of course, Puppy Paw going to be aware of this. Looking to try and find another angle. He hits the vills on gold. They're going to decide to stay and fight. But of course, he realizes very quickly it can't be. Upgrades now coming through for Puppy Paw. He's moving into veterancy on the archers. Am I seeing that right? Is that veteran archers without a single archer on the field for Puppy Paw? I think it might be. Tells you about where his plans are, what he's doing. He's trying to put another archery range down. Of course, the Abbasids, some of the best archers in the game. Marine Lord knows that. Wants to keep putting the pressure on. Marine Lord's now up And immediately those upgrades go into queue. Veterancy for the archers. Expect to see +2 in shortly as well for it. Both players with their pawns. The typical, what you would always expect to see on Kawasan. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be watching much of a Kawasan game. If it's anything but that, the game's probably over pretty quickly. Though I think historically we've had some long games where players haven't always had access to one pond each. Veterancy now coming through for the Spearman. Puppy Paw. Perhaps we'll see a few more upgrades on the way soon. Horseman chasing back Vils on the way to the TC. Still yet to get a villager kill. Is that going to be the first one? That's going to be the first one right there. He's on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Puppy Paw, finally, with the one villager kill. It's taken some time. There's another one down for Marine Lord. He's just hunting. He's relentless on this wood line, and it's so painful. Now the siege continues. Kurultai safe behind that wood line. Puppy Paw building up units to 9 spears, 3 crossbows with 5 in queue here. Now the Khan firing off. Bill's gonna get caught again. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? More villagers gonna be going down. Just a reminder. Oh, he's so relentless, and I think this is what we saw in the first game. Is just Marine Lord chipping away at that villager count, just able to find little bit by little bit. Now we see it happening again here in this 4th game. Take a look at where Puppy Paw is. He's positioned well. He's going to pick up a couple of free archers down here. Horseman also coming in. Keshik number is D. Where's the rest of his military? No, that's it, mate. That's all he's got. There's nothing else in here. He's outnumbered by quite a bit. Gulam going to be coming out as well. Crossbow in the back gets picked off. Now the Lancers move towards the top side, try and work through some of those archers. The Keshiks trying to chase them up through. Single crossbow in the back. Charging up. I love that animation from the crossbow. There's the second one. Kurultai now moving down. And that's going to be it. Puppy Paw just taps on out and says, no. I'm done. Really awkward spot for him. I think at the end of the day, it was just, you know, he was defending his villagers. He thought he might have found an out there, but he was really far behind. I didn't see much of the early game, but I suspect that there was quite a lot of ground lost in that early game, that little struggle and tug of war. Marine Lord really capitalized in the mid-game, building up that big army, and then obviously drove it home there for the 3rd victory of this series. We take a look now at some of the early stages there here at the 7-minute mark. You can see we had some decisive positions in the end. You know, we had these units moving through. The battering ram just before that as well. There it is. The demo ship. They're always beautiful to watch. And it's one of those things where you just don't know. You know, your enemy could be making anything out of that dock. There's 3 different things. Well, there's a lot more than that, but there's 3 things that you can expect out of there. They could be coming out at any second. You don't know when it is. It just sometimes gets point blank. No real time to react. And finally cleaning it up. I think I must have said 7 times that game. Finally cleaning it up. All right, let me check and see. I think for anybody wondering, Litter has gone to the bathroom. He'll be back shortly. That's why you can only hear my tones. I'm repaying for what happened earlier on. So just to explain a little bit, I've got a camera. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I should probably get that fixed up, shouldn't I? Speaking of fixed up, I mean, Marine Lord just fixed up Puppy Paw this game. How could a Puppy Paw played it differently? Like, he could have gone maybe for a different composition, played more heavily into Spearmen. But, I mean, you're playing against the Mongols, and it's so dangerous to play Spearmen into Mongols because archers are just so much faster than any other Civ's archers because of the YAM network. So, it's a silly game to play if you play spears into them. So, yeah, I think he's probably played the right thing. It's tough, isn't it? Have a look at that as well. The APM number in the end. Marine Lord sitting on 331 APM. That is ridiculous. mean, you don't have to have high APM to be good at Age of Empires 4. You know, Don Artie taught us that. But it definitely does show that if you do have a decent amount of APM Lidicore, you can win championships.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Marine Lord up 3-1 here on Kawasan. And boy, we're being treated with an absolutely beautiful matchup here. We talked about this so many times. The fact that you have a civilization in your draft does not necessarily mean that you can actually use it on any given map. Your opponent can always snipe it away from you. And that has been the pattern with Ottomans. Even if it slips through, your opponent is going to snipe it. Not this time, however. The combination of Jushi and Ottomans makes this an interesting choice here for Marine Lord, because really it's almost a pick your poison. Both of these civilizations are incredibly powerful. So, decides to snipe Jushi's legacy. And I'm just now realizing this is actually something we gotta talk about, Ozzy. Look at the Jushi picks here for Puppy Paw. We talked about this at the beginning of the series. Can you just use Jushi as a decoy?
Yeah.
All but one game, Jushi was the pick. Marine Lord always snipes it. So Puppy Paw gets what he wants in terms of his civilization selection.
I think that's absolutely the play, right? You just assume that Jushi Legacy is going to get sniped out, and just know that you're going to get your other civ, and then pick and play based on that. So yeah, I think it's a smart move, but it's the same. Well, I guess the issue is that eventually they're going to allow it through. But as you mentioned, I mean, it was pick your poison here, right? We've got a civilization, the Ottomans, which has been banned more than 100 times in this event. Juicy Legacy also has been banned quite a bit, but it's also been played a lot. And one of the things that we know is it's got a very high win rate. And because of that, I think Marine Lord has decided, you know what? They're a little bit overrated, those Ottomans. We'll allow it through. So he's allowed it through. Anyway, we got 8 seconds to go before we head into the next game, Lidicore. Which way is it going to go? Is it going to go the way of the Ottomans or the way of the Golden Horde?
I want to lean towards the Ottomans here. Just like,
Me too.
I don't know if it's actually statistically relevant, but we do see the Ottomans coming in here. Not something that you see very frequently. It is just one of the most banned or sniped civilizations, and that is exactly what Puppy Paw is going to have here in the left corner with the color yellow.
And in the right corner, in the color pink, playing as the Golden Horde, the Mongol variant representing Team M8, playing out of France. 5'9", 163 pounds. It's Marine Lord. I don't actually know his weight. I don't actually know his height either. But you know, the fact that I've received word from production. He is 4'11". Thank you, production. We took some time getting over to the shot, so I was just like, we got to extend this out. Anyway, we got ourselves a good one because we have got the Ottomans today, Lidicore. Why would I be excited about the Ottomans in an event like this? Tell me. What's the reason?
Because you never get to see them, that's why.
That's why. That's why they're banned all the time. Banned more than 100 times in this event so far, which is incredible. I think it's the most of any civ, which is impressive. But one thing to note, so I think they've been played 8 times, and they've got a 4-win, 4-loss ratio. So does it necessarily command that 100 bans? We'll have to wait and see. And today,
how much of
Marine
that
Lord
is survivor bias is, I think, up for debate, though. You know, it's one thing, like when you have, say, a very mismatched player matchup in the group stage, the fact that Ottoman slips through does not necessarily mean that it fell into the hands of the player that was the favorite in the series. If someone is a massive underdog and the opponent just lets Ottomans through, did they let Ottoman through because they know that they have a massive advantage anyways, or did they let Ottoman through because Ottomans are actually weaker than what the win rates imply? So I feel like there might be a decent amount of sampling bias here when it comes to those statistics.
I think you might be right, yes. I think even with like the tournament and just how few games are played, it's hard to say. But I'm sure we can say with 8 games played, but we probably can't look at that too closely. Anyway, do have first of our sieging happening this game, and of course there's going to be aggression coming out early here. Puppy Paw with the first of the spearmen, making its way out at the 2-minute 40 mark here. Already starting work on that Uvu. At the front of the base, Marine Lord will be sieged down. The Khan and Torgud's going to be on the way for him. Slow age up, but it is necessary. Meanwhile, the Twin Minaret Madrasa are going to be going down for Puppy Paw on that west side of the map.
I just
No
looked
real
at the
surprise
metrics real quick for the playoffs for the Ottomans. I think that's an interesting one to look at because once you get to the playoffs, the players are reasonably well matched up. It's not like there is a massive skill differential in either direction. And it's actually a civilization that was played 3 times, only won one of the games. It was the opening game of Beastie versus Vortex. That was the only game that Vortex won against Beastie in that series. Was also played on Gorge by Wham against Anatan, lost it against the Rus, and then one final series that I cannot now find.
Well,
Oh yeah, it was also played on Gorge against the Macedonians by Anatan, and it lost. So most of the times in the playoffs that we've seen, actually all 3 times we've seen Ottomans in the playoffs, it was on Gorge and not on
Gorge.
King of the Hill.
All right, well, let's see what you've got. Show us what you got here, Puppy Paw. I want to see what makes the Ottomans so fearsome at the moment. 'Cause, as you may or may not know, it's been a while since I've touched base with the meta. Age of Empires 4. I have been playing a little bit lately, though, Lidakor. I've been playing a little bit of the Jin. Tell you what, it's been a bit tough on the ladder out there. I can appreciate why players aren't really opting for it in the tournament here. But, curious to see exactly how Puppy Paw looks to play this. First military school, obviously down. Got that down nice and early. How are we looking on the sheep breakup here? Let's take a look and see what our numbers are. 16 to 18. Hard to get closer to balance than that. Not a bad little split. Single Spearman still out here. Khan and Torgud's on the way. Marine Lord also with a Spearman coming out as well, so maybe might make a pit stop at a couple of units here, Lida. We have seen the Golden Horde on this map today already. We saw them in the previous matchup go for some very early Relic Uvus. Do you think we might see that today from Marine Lord?
I would think so. Yes, absolutely. That's usually how you play Golden Horde on this map. I would say the 3rd place match that we've seen was more of an anomaly. Relic Uvus usually make an appearance with Golden Horde on this map.
All right, well, plenty of spears now coming out for Marine Lord. The defense is in. Villager managed to get everything done that it needed to. And we'll check back in with Puppy Paw, see how he's doing in the base. No stone is being gathered up, so at the moment it seems like he's just committed to the 1 military school. And then that's pretty much it from here. Sipahi number 1 is about to come out for him, though. Of the military school. No stables down just yet.
So one of the issues, in a way, that you could have with the Ottomans here is that military schools do take time to really get leveraged. They produce units very slowly, so they get better and better as things go on. But initially, it's a big investment that is slow to return its actual cost. So for a Puppy Paw, you kind of want to play this a little slower, and this perhaps gives a little momentum for Marine Lord initially. And of course, for Puppy Paw, early on, you have to rely very heavily on your normal production buildings, military schools. It's more so a tiny supplement at this point.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Once it gets to a little bit later on in the game, though, and you've got those 4 military schools down, maybe an upgrade or 2, it starts to feel a little bit better. 1 villager does go down. Marine Lord, of course, claiming the first victim of the game. Checking back towards the base of Marine Lord, though. Quite a lot of villagers on food. Only a handful on gold for the moment. So both players definitely gearing up to play more feudal heavy. Batu Khan getting out of it with with only a little bit of health left. You gotta wonder when the Batu Khan gets is it just better that you let him go? Just build a new one. He's just gonna start a new fight and just die instantly, isn't he?
Sibai trying to loop around. Marine Lord finds them as well. Bit of a poking and prodding, but really not much going on combat-wise. Both players just trying to, maybe get a villager pick or so. It's actually Marine Lord who has a villager pick, and that's all.
He managed to get it by the skin of his teeth. Now, I mean, we still haven't seen the villagers transition over onto the gold just yet. Like, it's just that steady stream of gold coming through. Both players still making units, so it's almost like the a bit of a cold war developing between these two players. Now towards the middle of the map, more Cav coming out. This does get spotted on the top. You can see him slowly healing up the Batu Khan, but boy, oh boy. I reckon you're just better off buying a new one. Just delete him. Don't actually do that. Alright, we'll check in on the base of Puppy Paw, though, because he does have that movement towards the top side. And you can look at the healing. Oh, poor Batu Khan. Alright. I guess he does have the Torgut out now as well. That's a good point. Alright, little attempt at the back here. Sipahi in the meta. He's going to get surrounded.
Nice.
He gets them both.
Surrounded.
Oh.
He gets the meta.
That's painful, Lidakor. We need those metas, man. We can't be giving those away.
That's just such... It feels like such a tiny thing, and 9 out of 10 times, those just run past and the villagers stand idle. But just using your villagers to box them in takes out the meta, also takes out the Sipahi, but it's really the meta that really counts here. Small details make the mile, and that is exactly why Marine Lord is up 3-1. Throughout these games, he's been able to leverage these very tiny opportunities and just always come away victorious. And once you have that, you eventually accumulate a lead that's difficult to overcome for your opponent.
Yeah, and it's been the story in every single one of these games. Is, you know, Marine Lord sits with that methodic style, and then just slowly chips away, and then eventually just overcomes you. And it's been this way for years, hasn't it? It's typically the way that he plays. You know, if you think of like the Spanish Brothers as an example, it's just aggression, right? Games are over in 18 minutes guaranteed. Whereas with Marine Lord, it's like, hey, you know, I'm not going to concede a single point. And then I'm just going to slowly pick you apart, bit by bit. That's exactly what we see here. The meta going down, the villager going down. Let's see what else he does. Let's see how he breaks Puppy Paw down in this game. I mean, Puppy Paw has won a game, though, so we got to give him credit there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I think Puppy Paw is playing an okay series, especially beyond game number 2. The first 2 games felt a little shaky with the villager losses. I think starting in game number 3, he certainly stepped up, and you know, he's certainly not out of the series by any means. He really needs a win here. I don't think he wants to go down 4-1 and give a match point to Marine Lord. So this is an important game coming in for him, and that's the Istanbul Imperial Palace coming in here for Puppy Paw.
Indeed. An interesting decision to move into this landmark. So, obviously not going to be focused on the siege. See the Kinji being highlighted here by our observer. Perhaps pointing to what he suspects will be the future of the Ottoman army. The infantry mass from the Golden Horde begins to move out. Nice little intercept running here as well as Marine Lord gets us around. It's one Sipahi should be going down. Oh, don't tell me they all get away. No, not like this. How did they do it? Slippery, aren't they, Lidda?
They're quick. Light cav versus heavy cavalry just slipping out of there. But it's a sizable army for Marine Lord. It's actually twice the size of what Puppy Paw has. And do keep in mind, Puppy's Sipahi are badly beaten up, at least the ones that are going south. He really has... What is this? What are the observers trying to highlight to us here?
We just got the Vizier point, so they're looking for sheep, they're looking for imams, they're looking for a bombard, looking for some janissaries. I mean, there's a lot of things that you could be getting right now. Well, not really. I mean, there's a lot of things that come out, but whether or not you could get them is different. Any second now, any second. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. It's sheep. Nope. It's 2 imams to pick up the relics. It was a villager. Don't worry, folks. We'll check in with it soon.
Yeah, Marine Lord's army is getting scary, though, for Puppy Paw. He's got double the archer count. He's got 10 Torguds against 3 spearmen. There's a couple of Karash for buffing as well. Crossbows are slowly trickling in, but because Puppy Paw has so few archers, those crossbows could get easily picked off by Marine Lord's archer blob. I just feel like this composition looks very promising for Marine Lord. Now he's aging up with the Muscovy Yasak. So he's going to be up to Castle Age, and it does not look like Puppy Paw is going to try to punish this age up. Yeah, he's just sitting back at home. He is going to send the Sipahi over, but that's basically it. Walls are coming in on the flanks for Marine Lord, though, so he's not going to get surprised from the flanks.
Indeed. It's it's a hard spot for Puppy Paw right now, and I'm kind of curious how he plays it from here, because like the truth is, I don't think like if he goes into military schools from here, I think he just dies, right? Because the payoff for military schools, you're going to be looking at some time before that pays off. My fear is if you were to drop military schools here, you're just going to die, because those resources need to be going into units right now.
Yeah, it takes time until you get the value out of those military schools. And especially when you're under attack like that, has to push away the villager from the gold. It could be painful. And I just want to point out something extremely important that happened a few moments ago. Down south, there's a relic. Marine Lord had 3 weak archers standing idle next to it. He's waiting for an imam. And Puppy Paw was on the other side of the relic with a couple of Sipahi, but he did not see Marine Lord. So those archers are still there, waiting for an imam. And I think Puppy Paw assumes that that relic is safe for the time being, because he didn't see anyone being nearby.
Yeah.
So do keep an eye out on an imam potentially going south and getting intercepted by the archers. Though as I'm saying that, looks like Marine Lord is pulling away those archers for now.
Well, it's 3 Vizier points that he's gone into, or rather 3 military schools that he's gone into. So he's definitely looking to play a little bit of the longer game. We see the Janissaries now starting to come out as well. So Janissary number will climb. He jumped now through as well for Marine Lord. Veterancy, spears, archers. Looking for his first sheep upgrade as well. Get away from my fence. Never talk to me in my fence again. Alright, we've got the 3rd of the Uvus now coming down. And we hear... Was that the sound of the shamans? Well, the shamans are going to be on the way shortly. We can see right there. What's the current relic count if we take a look? There's one in the top of the map, one at the south, then the one in Marine Lord's base. So is it 2 in the hand, or 1 in the hand for... Yeah, there we go. 1 in the hand.
Yeah, there's 1 in hand.
Puppy Paw. And 1 already safe back. So he's sitting at 2. So at the very least he'll be sitting at... Or he should be on 3, right? It's going to be hard for him to lose that one at the top of the map. That 4th one to the south, I think we both agree that he thinks that that's probably going to be safe. He's making a move down there as well. There are units, but those are... Is it archers? Oh, there's Tolguv's there.
Yeah, looks like Puppy Paw is trying to dive the base of the opponent, meets a huge swarm of spears and thinks twice about it.
Good intel, though.
Puppy Paw actually went for the Janissary card. He's got 11 Janissaries now out on the field.
Oh, that's big, actually. I wonder what the thinking is behind that. I wonder if it's aggressive or defensive. Did he think he was going to die if he didn't take it, or does he think he's going to be able to punish his opponent by taking it? Because
I don't think he would have died if he doesn't take it. He's got decent walls up.
You think he's just building up the mass?
Yeah, I feel like he's just trying to get an opportunity to scale the army quickly, because he realizes that Marine Lord is going to grab that sacred site very, very quickly. I think he might have a shaman going out there as we speak. Speaking of a shaman, he's going for a relic as well. Puppy Paw trying to push away his opponent, and if Marine Lord... Oh yeah, there we go. Villager does get sniped out. Nice little find there by Puppy Paw. Takes up the structure, it doesn't get cancelled, so Marine Lord does not get the refund.
Tried to snipe out the shaman once again, but not able to find it. And now push back away from here. So he will concede that relic. So at the moment, it's going to be a 2-2 split. 3rd relic in the north. Can we go take a look at that? Because it did just get picked up. There's the Wallalol. It's a classic.
Yeah, it's not happening. It never happens like that.
Never. You'd have to have Marine Lord asleep at the keyboard for that to happen. Spears continue to chase towards the north of the map. But of course, Puppy Paw, he wants to grab that relic. He wants to secure it. And we hear the next Vizier point coming through. Let's check in with the Ottomans. Let's see how Puppy Paw's doing here. What do we got for our next Vizier point? Which way is he going to go? Oh, it's Pax Ottomana. No way. All right, let's see what you got. Does he drop the second TC with it? I feel like if you're taking that, you got to just drop the second TC and just enjoy the fruits of your labor. What does that actually work out to be, though, if we do the math? On a single TC, Pax Ottomana, it's double TC for like 4 minutes, isn't it? So it's basically like...
Yep. It's a nice little boost. I don't hate it, even if you play 1 TC. If you've got nothing else to pull out of the Vizier points, just being able to get a passive production advantage on your villagers is always a benefit. The concern, I think, for Puppy Paw now is that this comes a little late, and this game is getting less and less relevant in terms of the villager count and more relevant towards army counts. Because now Marine Lord has a huge army, and he's swarming the middle, trying to gain control over the sacred side. Even if you start escalating your eco now, the timer is going to start ticking very soon.
Yeah. Yeah, my thinking was even, like, I guess the fact that you've got so many Janissaries that a Great Bombard kind of makes sense at this point. So it's curious that he didn't opt for that, but I'll allow it. He's one of the best in the world, so I'm sure he knows how to drive the car. Big mass, though. Have a look at the size of this army. This is huge.
I'm wondering if the game remains in this state. I'm wondering if Marine Lord goes Imperial. He's kind of piling up resources. He's also getting close to 200 pop. He could pull an Imperial here. In fact, I think that's what he's going to do. He's got no units in queue and piling up resources.
Yeah, makes sense. He's just picked up the Sacred Site in the middle as well, so that gives him a bit more leverage. Walls are protecting him up towards the north for the moment. Uvu will go down towards the south. That's the third Uvu that gets taken out. Villager just chilling out, minding its own business, waiting for that Uvu to die in the south so it can rebuild it in the north.
Nice little quick walls coming in here, trying to just prevent the Sipahi from breaking in. And indeed, Marine Lord is going to go Imperial here. Puppy Paw is nowhere close to that. He's got a decent army. Is it a good army, though? I don't know if it's the right army comp here. It's got 33 Sipahi, which is very scary. Solid amount of Janissaries behind it, as Vololo is trying to just push the Sipahi in one direction. But how do we feel about the Janissaries here, especially against a swarm of Spearmen and Men-at-Arms like that?
I am a sucker for Janissaries. I adore them, and I love them. And I'm so glad that they're here.
He's got 25 of them, so...
Yeah, you're damn right he does. That's why I'm confused why he didn't take the Bombard. By the way, Vil count hasn't exploded the same way that I thought it would. At this point, I thought we'd at least be at 140. But I'll allow it. Anyway, Janissary's teeing off. Plenty of Springalds in the back as well. There's a lot of melee units out for Marine Lord here. He's got 12 Men-at-Arms, 32 Spearmen. So those Springalds are going to have an absolute field day if they can ever get a shot off.
This is not a fight you want to take if you're Marine Lord. You're aging up right now. Oh, yeah. Your entire army is not here. Nice little screening action, though, and Puppy Paw's army is fairly slow-moving here. Most of the Sipahis are actually not here. They're trying to come in from the north, and this is exactly why they weren't here. Marine Lord has to scramble to make a run for the walls. He might be able to reach it because his Dorgud are doing a good job screening the Sipahi, but that's a lot of casualties. Spearmen coming in from the south to save the day, potentially.
There's the Batu Khan finally going down. Now we may rebuild. And the Great Bombard is in, ladies and gentlemen, making its way across the map as we speak to knock on the door of the Golden Horde. There he is. I don't think Marine Lord's got line of sight on it just yet, but the Imperial Age about to come through. Not a bad little timing here for him. So I think at this point, I mean, Puppy Paw can probably just double down, right? He doesn't even need to go Imperial. I think he's definitely got what feels like tempo advantage, especially with the Great Bombard.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Great Bombard, you can really punish the infrastructure as well. It's not like you cannot just dive under whatever there is. He's nowhere close to Imperial, so going into Imperial would be almost suicidal here, but I would argue that this army should be enough to wreck Marine Lord real hard here.
He's going to try. Double Mangonel in the back. Well, first one does get picked off. That's an absolutely massive win for Puppy Paw right now. Great Bombard working it down. Janissary's in a decent spot. He's up to 38 Janissaries. That is a crazy amount of Janissaries right now.
Can he go for a
also
landmark
looking good.
snipe?
He's moving very far away from his Bombard. He needs to be careful about positioning here, but he's coming back now. Great Bombard moving up for a little bit of a kiss.
He's looking
He's trying
for
to hit the mango.
That's a miss micro.
He's gone too far. Oh, done well.
He's gonna start
Sacred
shooting
Sight
with
now
the Bombard.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of walking and not a lot of talking. Get out of it, Bombard. Big enough and ugly enough to
Trying to focus on the
zone that
Mangonel.
mango.
Mangonel slips away. Again, do you start targeting the landmarks here? I feel like he's got the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of deep in the back of the base there, so it would be hard to justify. The Great Bombard is getting off some decent shots. Mango gets off a decent shot as well on those Janissaries at the front. Bombard now also coming out for Marine Lord. Try and deal with the threat of the Great Bombard, I suspect. 9 minutes on Sacred Victory. Mango shot was decent. And Marine Lord's going to try and hold right here, right now. Mangoes continue the shots.
That Great Bombard is
Falls a
being
little bit
body
short.
blocked by the Springald. It's very, very slow to roll up, trying to focus down the Mangonels. That front line is thinning out here for Puppy Paw. Nice Mangonel shot as
Yep.
well from Marine Lord. Is Marine Lord holding this? There's going to be no front line in front of those siege weapons.
He's holding it. He is holding it. I don't know how he's thinned it so well, but the front line has just been completely gone. And now, all of a sudden, the Great Bombard's gone. I think that might be it. Marine Lord's imp, Puppy Paw's all in. And unfortunately, after this, he's going to be all out. Because this right here, this isn't match point, but it's one game away from it.
Is it enough for Marine Lord, though? He took a big beating on his eco. 18 villagers lost. Look at that. Another
Sure.
one goes down. This Puppy Paw is stuck in Castle Age, and that's a big dilemma for him right now. But he's up by 20 eco. And it's not like Marine Lord's army is massive right now. He's got a couple of bombards, sure enough, but there's no front line in front of them.
There's one thing you're missing. Reinforcements. There's one thing I know about the Golden Horde. It's the Horde component of it.
Fair enough.
So now that Marine Lord is in Imperial Age, with the ranged unit reinforcements that he's got right now, he's getting 3 hand cannoneers every time he makes one. Or rather, every time he makes 2. So they're effectively very cheap. And so we've still got 7 minutes on this Sacred Site victory. That 67 villages that you see, it's actually much greater than that. And that's because whenever he's purchasing or whenever he's buying a hand cannoneer, he's effectively purchasing a 3rd one for free.
Yeah, that castle is not going to last long against those bombards. 7 minutes is impossible to hold this position. It's really the imp advantage that's problematic right now for Puppy Paw. It's the fact that he's down 1 age and he's very, very far away from aging up. He kind of needs to make a farm transition even to make that happen. I think he's doing that as we speak. But he's just so far away from aging up. He's going to lose this keep right here. And because Marine Lord is walled in, it's very difficult to just flank around and try to harass.
Yeah, I agree. It's an awkward little spot for him to be in because Marine Lord can be quite methodical now. And as you mentioned, the farms are going down. How many farms are we up to here? Riding on board with Marine Lord at the moment. Yeah, he's got a few. Looks like probably about 20, somewhere in that region, 20 to 30 farms. So not a bad transition that's happened. 26 minutes is quite deep into the game, but Sacred Site, I don't think he's going to be holding it. Badu Khan takes a little bit of damage on the front. Archer's teeing off. Janissary's also looking to help out. Keep in mind, there are hand cannoneers in here, and they're just going to rip through this army.
This is not a good fight for Puppy Paw. I mean, it's a Castle Age army against an Imperial one. Bombards are staking out the Springolds. I wonder if Puppy Paw is just trying to hold this off to maybe preserve the Sacred Site, but that feels like a stretch here. His army is just getting outnumbered. I don't see any other reason for taking this fight, really.
I don't think there is one other than there's what else? What other legs does he have to stand on? Right? Like
Fair enough.
I don't see any other legs.
It's grim, but I was wondering maybe it would have been better to just try to regroup. It's difficult regardless, given that he's down 1 age. He does have some eco lead, but then again, Marine Lord is getting the freebie units. And there we go. Puppy Paw taps out of this one. Marine Lord moves on to 4-1.
Yeah, that's a really hard game. And to be honest, it all goes down to that fight. I don't know how he did it, but Marine Lord managed to just whittle down that front line over time. And it was incredibly hard for Puppy Paw to ever come back from that. I think he had essentially one chance to go, and Marine Lord somehow managed to blast through it.
Yeah, I almost wonder if part of that was the fact that the Great Bombard kept deploying and redeploying. For a long time, that Great Bombard wasn't firing, which isn't enough to really turn the tide of the battle. Maybe. Do keep in mind that the fight was happening near Marine Lord's base, so him being able to reinforce quicker is also a factor over there, but gotta credit Marine Lord because that hold made it happen. Puppy Paw seemed to have had a really good position trying to dive that base. Timing was right, the army was big. It's just that Marine Lord was able to hold off that assault, and from there on out, you're down one age and you don't really have a standing army. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if it was that Bombard. That Bombard was being a little bit silly, wasn't it? It just kind of... It was very hyper-fixated on the Mangonel, and I think, you know, at the end of the day, it probably just could have been firing off on units at the back line, and whenever the Mangonel came close, you know, retarget it. But I don't know whether or not that would have changed anything, because Marine Lord just did a very good job of just slowly inching the army down. Like, this part right here, this looked great for Puppy Paw. You know, like, he's forcing back the enemy, the Bombard's en route. It feels like everything is going well for him at this stage. And then, yeah, it's just a slow progression.
Look at the Bombard now.
Yeah.
It's difficult to evaluate whether this would have been a difference, but these are multiple shots that the Bombard is missing.
Yeah.
And these kinds of, like, redeploy, move around, that is damage output that you're missing out on. And one has to wonder, the other thing I'm looking at right now is that the Meteor was on the front line, a couple more on the back line, so that wasn't really a big factor, though. And then the Bombard does get surrounded on the right side. It feels more like the problem was that the screen disappeared here for Puppy Paw. Perhaps he went a little too heavy on the Springolds and less on the actual frontline units.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It was, it's painful to watch that Bombard back, isn't it? It just, just circling itself, going up and down, up and down. All right, well, we've got ourselves our next map, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be 4 lakes, and we've got our civilizations. English for Marine Lord, Holy Roman Empire for Puppy Paw. Interesting. How do you feel about that matchup, Litter?
4 lakes. English versus HRE. Very old school matchup, first of all. The thing I want to point out is that the Delhi or the Tughlaq dynasty? I assume it's going to be the Tughlaq dynasty because we've seen the Delhi being played already by Puppy Paw. So it was a choice between Tughlaq and the HRE. Not surprised that Knights Templar get sniped as opposed to the English. Surprised that we are seeing Tughlaq here, though. Especially because technically Jushi was available, so you could have done Jushi HRE if you wanted HRE.
You could have, yes. I wonder... Are we giving a little bit too much respect here to the Tughlaq? The fact that they're 0-7 at the moment, aren't they? In the tournament? Puppy Paw picking it.
Totally winless.
Yeah. So, I think they're quite a common pick on this map in particular.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. I think I touched on that at the beginning. Out of the 7 games they played, 3 of them were on 4 lakes, 3 of them were on lakeside. So they are very heavily focused on water hybrid maps. But that does not change the fact that they have not won a single game in this entire tournament.
Indeed, it doesn't. Yeah, whereas we've got the English. I mean, it's a staple. It's a classic. And what was it? The Knights Templar. And I mean, that's a pretty easy one to ban out right there. English are still decent, though. So, I mean, heading into this is an incredibly pivotal moment here, because for Puppy Paw, if he loses this, that's it. It's all done. It's all over. Red Rover. Whereas if he can pull it back here, I mean, there's a chance. Oh, my alarm's going off. Excuse me. It's 4:30 a.m. That's when I normally wake up.
Why would you wake up at 4:30?
Oh, you got to understand something, Lidicore. I'm not a morning person, but those morning people, they're onto something. If you waking up at 4:30 in the morning is the best thing that you can do. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, I don't
no one else
dispute
is awake.
If you can wake up that early, it's awesome. By the time people wake up, you've actually done something useful. But
Yeah.
my body just cannot handle that. So I'm one of those people that sleeps in until like 10. I'm sorry.
I will be honest with you. I think I've got delayed sleep phase disorder, and I often end up that way. It's 4:30 a.m. is like the aspiration, but it continues to move back. Anyway, we got 90 seconds to go here, Lidakor. As I mentioned before, this is it for Puppy Paw. It's now or never. Which way do you think it's going to go? I mean, you got the Holy Roman Empire, which are always threatening with their... I mean, how many ways are they going to kill you? But at the same time, we've got the English, which are just frustrating to deal with on a number of different levels.
HRE is winless on 4 lakes in this tournament, which is, to me, a bit of a surprise. I think it's more so along the lines of the fact that Marine Lord seem to have had a very, very clean series. And it's not because any of these games had one pivotal moment that just completely collapsed for Puppy Paw. It wasn't like there was one big fight that didn't go his way, lost the whole series. We talked about this in the previous game. You look at Marine Lord, and he's been very slow, very methodical, and it's just been playing an extremely clean series. It's very difficult to match up against that. So, like, I think the better question is, how does Puppy Paw put a dent in that? What does Puppy Paw need to do to throw Marine Lord off?
Burger. It's got to be a burger. That's going to be it, right? But then the trouble is you're just responding with the English, and they've just got so many good ways that they can respond to it. Anyway, let's find out and see what the plan is for him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 6 of the Elite Classic 4. We are in the grand finals. It's a best of 9, and we're on match point. If Marine Lord wins this game, Puppy Paw is going home. Well, I mean, he's at home already, but, you know.
How do you know?
He's getting... The tournament's ending and Marine Lord will be the winner. That's essentially what you need to know. Lidakor, shall we introduce these players? Shall we take a look and see who's spawning in the north of the map? Because he's wearing the color pink. He's playing the English. He's fighting out of France. Representing Team M8. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Marine Lord.
Down south with the color yellow, in command of the Holy Roman Empire, nice and fitting for that yellow color he has, it is Puppy Paw. He's down 4-1. So far, Marine Lord has had a very clean series, but you felt like every single one of these games, especially the last 2 or 3, Puppy Paw had a good game as well. It's just that he was slowly outplayed by Marine Lord.
It's precisely it. I mean, especially in the most recent game that we saw, it almost feels like a flawless game coming out from Puppy Paw, and you can't even really identify where it all went wrong. Like, it was looking all great, and then all of a sudden it's not. And you're like, well, how did we even get here? And it's just Marine Lord things. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on it today and see whether or not we can actually find it. I'm curious to see what kind of strategy Puppy Paw is thinking about for this map. Obviously, there's a little bit more food when it comes to this map, so something like Burgrave could make a lot of sense. The question's going to be about whether or not you can actually do damage with it. You're up against the English, a civilization with a lot of attack speed, and therefore means their crossbows get a lot of damage against your units. We'll see exactly what the play is going to be for him. Both opening up with the docks. No sign of a double dock just yet.
Yeah, now one thing I want to point out while we're kind of still in Dark Age is that Marine Lord's base is just absolutely miserable. Wide open front, gold mines in the middle of absolutely nowhere. It's just as bad as it can possibly get. Regardless of the civilization you play, this is not a setup that you are happy with.
You're not wrong. It is. It's not the prettiest. And on this map, sometimes you can get amazing spawns. It's similar to Dry Arabia in that regard, where you feel very defensive. I think that's part of the reason why I like Dry Arabia so much, is because it's kind of rare that you don't get defensive spawns. But here, this map is wide open for him. I mean, it's kind of wide open for both of them, I will say that right now. Though it does feel like Puppy Paws is a little bit more favorable. Second docks now going down for both players, so they are looking to get down and dirty. You can see our observer here pointing out where he suspects the Arkans are going to be going down, but he doesn't know the truth. He doesn't know there's not going to be an Ark in this game. You're damn right. That's where I'm putting my money. What do you reckon, Lidicor? What do you think we're going to see? Is it going to be a Minework? Is it going to be an Archon?
I'm still leaning towards the Aachen Chapel. I just feel like... Here's the thing. With the Minework, we sometimes see it just totally dominate a game. Just like all of a sudden, you see a game, boom. It's a snowball. And sometimes, you're just going to roll the dice and it completely collapses. I feel like it's one of those coin flip type things that I don't think Puppy Paw can justify going for. I feel like one of the challenges that Puppy Paw faces is that it's match point for Marine Lord. Any gamble you take might be the final gamble of this series, so do you actually take any kind of a gamble?
Well, the other side of that coin, if we're going to gamble, is the fact that if you don't gamble and if you play methodically, you're playing against the best methodical player in the world. So it's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. What do you do here? Well, Marine Lord said he's going to take some agency. He actually drops the racks after the second dock. He goes for Men-at-Arms, looking to put some pressure out. I was going to say early on in the game, but we're at 4 minutes 30. This is almost feudal. Well, this is feudal territory right here. He is opting to play things a little bit differently. I haven't seen this before. The double racks into the Men-at-Arms. Normally it's another way around, or rather double dock into the Men-at-Arms. Normally it's the other way around. You might see like someone opening up with a barracks first to put pressure on the docks. I think especially for the English, and there it is. It is the Archon. All right, Observer. He called it right the first time. But yeah, I mean the thing with Men-at-Arms is they're more expensive than spears, but they've got the same amount of siege. So you can use them to pressure a resource point, but you can't really use them to actually siege. And because of that, it doesn't really make sense to do it as the English.
Yeah, it's a big investment, so you gotta get something out of it. But if you can hit that gold mine, and, you know, we talked about how bad Marine Lord spawn is, so is Puppy Paws. You gotta be careful dancing around right there. But if nothing else, you can actually deny that the gold mine. I don't think that's enough, though. I think the jackpot would be hitting the wood line. Do keep in mind that this is a map where you want to build a bunch of boats. If you can harass the opponent's wood line, that's actually going to be jackpot. It's going to be the Abbey of Kings coming in here for Marine Lord, aging up. It's going to be a little delayed compared to his counterpart.
Indeed. Now the question is, are they going to try and harass each other's dock or boats, ponds? Let's go with ponds. Or are they just going to say, you know what, you have 2 ponds, I'll have 2 ponds. I'll meet you in Castle Age and we'll fight about it then. Because that's how I always like it.
I feel like you gotta try to take the initiative. Try to at least sneak a dock up on your opponent. If you have it succeed, it can throw off the opponent's game entirely. And more so, the other thing is that if you don't do it, your opponent will do it to you. So do you want to wait until your opponent drops a dock on your pond, or do you want to take the initiative?
All right, the Men-at-Arms now coming out on the defense. It's a full Men-at-Arm meta right here. Only Men-at-Arms. I think there's a website for that. Villagers getting a nice little surround right there on that one. Beautiful pathing. Manages to make it out, though the scout's coming for it. 1 health remaining. Good night, sweet prince. He drops off the gold and says, I'm going. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the 2 gold. Oh, yes. Wait. Oh, okay. I was trying to understand what our observer was pointing out. I was thinking, observer, what are you talking about? Villagers can't garrison inside of the Aachen Chapel. Very quickly, I realized. He was pointing out the fact that there could have been a bit of healing there.
A bit of Man-at-Arms skirmish on both sides. Nice job by Marine Lord to pull away all the weak ones.
Yeah, he's managing well, especially with the Abbey here as well. This is gonna help quite a bit. Archery range also coming out. King, not too long. Puppy Paw with 5 Men-at-Arms. 3 more in the queue. So, very heavily focused, at least at the moment, on infantry. Also throwing down the blacksmith. So, he's really looking to get into it. And you can see why this is kind of annoying to play against. Look how quickly this is healing up.
Yeah, that's the frustrating detail about it. Puppy Paw would need to use his Prelate for the healing, whereas the Abbey just gives you that healing power anyways. Plus, of course, you do have the King charging in as well. Men-at-Arms don't do particularly good against the King. It's 8 Men-at-Arms against 8 right here. Conditions slightly better for Marine Lord's Men-at-Arms, though.
Yeah, I'd love to see him blend in a couple of horsemen just to maybe actually deal with any of these low health arms that get away. So you can see right now that it's just, together with the Abbey, it just makes it so frustrating to play against. We do have a couple of villagers looking to put down the outpost on the Gold Vein, which could signal a couple of things. And at the moment, no one's actually put any pressure into, or in, with regard to their respective pawns. It's very much been, you keep your 2, and I'll keep my 2, and we'll just pretend they don't exist.
That's actually very uncommon on this map. Almost every single game you see a player sneaking up on the opponent's pawn. Not today, though. I guess part of the reason why is because players went for a lot of early military units on land. So at this point, It's not even possible to sneak up on your opponent. We had seen some very early men-at-arms from Marine Lords, so if you're Puppy Paw, you gotta be extra careful about sneaking out a villager. Plus, the players have also gotten very good at just posturing with their fishing ships close to the edge of the map, where the players usually sneak the docks. So it's getting increasingly more difficult in the competitive environment to actually sneak a dock up on your opponent. Players just know that it's coming and they're prepared for it.
Yeah. No, it's a good thing. I mean, to be honest, I kind of prefer it, right? And I think that's probably one of the disappointing things, at least for me, about Age of Empires 4 compared to Age of Empires 3, where I used to spend a lot of time. I loved water in Age of Empires 3, but in Age of Empires 4, it becomes one of those things where it's just like, oh, White Tower in the middle. Yeah, it just, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I don't know why. But I'm sure anyone who's played Age of Empires 3 can tell you the same thing.
Yeah, White Tower coming up here should go up. It's going to protect that otherwise exposed gold mine from Marine Lord. That's a nice little edge. Again, these men-at-arms are full HP, and Puppy's kind of running into them. He's going to take a big beating right here. I think he's trying to stop the H-up, but he's just totally ignoring all these men-at-arms. Marine Lord actually has to scramble all the villagers here to get this castle up in time. He'll get enough.
Yeah, he'll get it. But, jeez Louise, he had to go very, very quickly, didn't he? He wasn't messing around there. So White Tower up, secured. Good little spot here in the middle of the map. Throws down the monastery straight away. Puppy Paw now looking for upgrades and is actually switching over to Horseman, which is I think it's a great choice. I'm a big Horseman fan.
He absolutely has to. He went Burgrave, and I was going to say, in Feudal Age, with that many men-at-arms on the field, whoever gets the Castle Age and starts pumping out crossbows could have a massive power spike. That's exactly what we're seeing from Marine Lord. He's getting the crossbows out to deal with the men-at-arms, so it's a nice move from Puppy Paw to preemptively go into Horsemen. I don't see any response from Marine Lord to that, so if you get surprised by a couple of Horsemen here with his crossbows, that could be a nasty surprise.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like the best thing that Puppy Paw could do right here is like switch to Spear as well, just to further throw off those crossbow, and then just really try and double down on Horsemen as much as he can. And you can see that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, we got a lot of units queued up in these stables. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, the scout is out. Marine Lord is not missing anything. Yeah, he sees the Horseman. He sees the veteran status and just immediately watch the queue right now. You ready? At the top of the screen. I was really hopeful that was going to be a spear that he just queued up, but it was something else.
Now, he now knows. The fact that he sees a single veteran horseman means that there is going to be a pivot into horses. It's just that Marine Lord has yet to respond to that. I mean, he could just start mixing in his own spears. That should be enough. Puppy Paw is going to respond with some Landsknechte. Landsknechte.
It's alright, we'll forgive you for not knowing how to pronounce it. I still don't know either. It's been 20 years and I still can't pronounce it.
Anyhow, point is, Puppy Paw seems to be preparing for inevitable Spearman switch from Marine Lord, but that Spearman switch is not coming. This is just going to be men-at-arms crossbows. That could actually work.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, that's an interesting point, isn't it? The Landsknechte for the inevitable spearmen that just aren't coming. And more curiously, why aren't the spearmen coming?
I wonder if he just wants to essentially use men-at-arms as the front line and then fire with crossbows on the back line. We've seen this over and over again. Crossbows are a solid general-purpose unit. Yes. If you have a decent screen in front of them, it can work, and Horsemen will not be able to just walk through the men-at-arms. If you cannot get past them, say by flanking, then you won't be able to reach those crossbows. I still don't like the fact that there is no Spearman for Marine Lord, but it might just work out, especially if Puppy Paw is not super heavy on the Horseman department.
Yeah, I agree. Well, he's very much committing to that specific combination. He's got almost 20 of each of them, 9 more in queue of the crossbow, and now sees quite a few of those horsemen. I'm still waiting to see whether or not we get a reaction from him or not. And the answer is no. At no point has he decided I'm going to make more spears. He's really committed. By the way, 13 lunch connector for Puppy Paw. That's massive. That's huge. Have we ever seen that many lunch connector in a game this early? That's a huge amount.
Those are very pricey units as well.
Yeah.
Love the walls from Marine Lord, by the way. The moment he saw the Horseman, he started walling up because he's realizing that exposed flanks could lead to disasters like this, such as losing villagers. There goes one nice little villager shuffle to preserve the others. He's going to need some more walling on this right flank. He actually is adding a new scout, by the way, just to get that line of sight available. Crossbows are teeing off on all the Landsknechte, though. And that's one of the issues that you get if you go for that unit. It's just so fragile that even the crossbows can pick you off despite not having any bonus damage against you.
Yeah, it's very much... It feels like it's a bit of a trap that if you don't trap your opponent, you're going to be trapped with it because it's just going to get kited. And obviously it gets focused down. We do have coming out from Marine Lord. He's realized, hold on a minute, my enemy's got 4 legs. 15 spearmen in queue at the moment for Marine Lord. He may be panicking. Numbers are still decent for him, though. And, I mean, realistically, at this stage, it feels like it's pretty even. So you'd probably give the advantage to Puppy Paw just because of how many horsemen he's got. There's only 9 spearmen on the field currently, but that number will continue to improve. And so over the next 60 seconds, that advantage is going to be lost. But the Lanch Connector is still quite viable. And I think that's kind of what's scary about this Holy Roman Empire. It's a full melee army. So it really just comes down to positioning, wedging. That's essentially it. And you can see now he's going for a bit of a split litter.
Yeah, he's trying to surround. Puppy Paw is trying to surround. I don't know if Marine Lord saw this. He's got a scout with that army. I think he knows that his opponent is trying to pinch him from the 2 sides. You can see the little dots on the minimap trying to surround from 2 sides. And listen, 30-minute arms and 20 Landsknechte is no joke. This Spearman actually is the one that shows Marine Lord this little flank that's coming in. Or Marine Lord has to fall back here. I don't think he can stand and fight in this position. The Landsknechte are going to charge in, and the Spearman should get eviscerated here.
Yeah, he's got it in the Stealth Forest as well. Makes it a little bit harder, but he uses that Stealth Forest to give him a bit of cover. But yes, it was a single Spearman that he split off from the pack to go and investigate. I think he suspected that that's what was happening, so he sent a single spear to that choke point, and it stood there and found everything out, got the confirmation that he needed. He'd already begun retreating at that point, but it was what did it.
This army is getting scary from Puppy Paw. Because now you're looking at 27 Landsknechte plus 30-minute arms. That's the kind of melee ball that's difficult to kite. And when you look at Marine Lord's front line, he's got 40 Spearmen in there. It's actually kind of funny because now he's very heavily investing into Spearmen, and Puppy Paw is not going for that many horsemen now. So I feel like now that it's a bit of an overinvestment into spears even.
Yes. You've activated my trap card. Puppy Paw now with 32 Lanch connected. That is a crazy amount that he is going into it. And you can see the way that he's positioning here. I suspect he's almost looking to swoop across the entirety of the map. You see by the angle that he's coming out here, he's trying to force his opponent down towards that southwest side. Yeah. Look how he's coming across the top here.
He isolates a bunch of villagers there, but
retreat.
He actually runs past the villas. He could have gotten like 7 villager kills there, but he wants to clean this army so bad that he's just ignoring the villagers, going for the eco. Here comes the Landsknecht, and this is a swarm.
Oh, get him, boys, get him. Oh, the Landsknecht. Finally, we get to witness it. After thousands of games, the Landsknecht has arrived. I mean, the defense is still
those
decent.
Spearmen are not standing a chance. And really, most of Marine Lord's army is just spears. They're going to get absolutely butchered here.
Where's the
White
horsemen,
Tower
though?
might
That's the
hold them
trouble.
off for some time.
Yeah, well, also, but like, where are the white? Sorry, where are the Where are the horsemen? We need horsemen here.
Yeah, I feel like Puppy Paw just didn't want to let that army slip away, so he sacrificed his horsemen against the spears just to keep them pinned.
Yeah.
But now this army is very badly beaten up, and the Landsknecht are very fragile, so looks like Puppy Paw did not want to dive under that castle. Pulls away for the time being. Provides very, very precious time here for Marine Lord, because Marine Lord was on the back foot.
I think from here, Puppy Paw just needs to mass cav, heal up, maybe get a few more prelates on the field. Yeah, look at the amount of gold that he's got, though. It's ridiculous.
He's got a lot of prelates out there. He's got 11 prelates, 5 more in queue.
He's just been gathering up gold like it's nobody's business. Marine Lord
He's
could
a little
actually
low
think
on
about
food, though.
imping here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Puppy Paw has a lot of gold, not a lot of food though, whereas Marine Lord is walled up and he's got the White Tower, now adding some longbows. And I think he wants to go Imperial.
Like, if he's going to put the Berkshire on this gold, I think it's probably the only play that he's got for Imp here.
Yeah,
what's the alternative? He doesn't go
Can't,
Berkshire,
I don't
maybe?
think he can drop that. Because you can actually see that Puppy Paw is converging in that direction. There's no way
Yeah,
you get a
you're right.
Berkshire up against that army.
Especially with the lunch connector. It's
51. That is
Yeah.
insane. That is absolutely an insane horde. Like, what do you even do against that? You just need mass
He's
longbows,
switching
really,
to
which is funny.
longbows, yeah. Yeah, he's switching to longbows, so he's got 4 at the moment.
It's not much, but it's honest work.
Very much so. Alright, the horde of Lanch Connector has been repelled for the moment. He's got that much gold in the bank. He could think about Imp right now himself, actually.
And he
He's got
will.
a huge amount of food income.
He's up to 200 pops, so at this point, he's not spending those resources anymore. Which landmark, though?
I mean, you're already sitting at 99 vills, so it doesn't really make sense to go anything other than
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Giant Keep.
An Elsbach Palace on this large goldway to the south would be awesome.
I'd be hesitant, but look at this. Big swings. Lunch Connector in. Not a whole lot of surface area to work with. Beautiful concave from Marine Lord on the defense. Able to hold once again. Puppy Paw losing about 20 Lunch Connector right there. 4 prelates on that South Sacred Site.
That's the biggest problem with Puppy's army. It's very, very fragile. Once it closes distance, it's incredible, as the Asbach Palace goes up at this safe spot on the large gold vein. Puppy decides not to challenge the other gold vein. But yeah, look at the Landsknechte. Now that you're up to, say, 20 or so longbows, they die fairly quickly. And even though this Berkshire does not actually secure the large gold vein, it does provide an extra source of gold for Marine Lord. So,
Yeah.
among the safe choices he had, this is probably the most optimal.
Yeah, both players looking to solidify positions towards the north. Interesting, especially because the units have all been south, so perhaps they both identified, hey, there's a bit of space towards this side. I can justify it. Now sneaking into the base, Puppy Paw once again. Trying to find villagers. He's going to just walk into a Berkshire instead. That is the wrong way to go, my friend.
I think now if you're Puppy Paw, Black Rider has become a factor. You're up in Imperial.
Yeah.
You can get a couple of Black Riders, and it's not like there is much armor-piercing power on the other player's side.
It's a good call. Yeah, crossbow numbers not particularly high, but he's doing a little bit of damage here. But it's once again that same theme. Marine Lord's just not really losing villagers, is he? He's only lost 5 this game, and at this point, 5 villagers is not really that meaningful.
Fair enough, and Landsknechte are expensive. Very, very expensive, especially in the gold cost, so continuously throwing them away will not be sustainable. Granted, this charge is scary here. It looks like the White Tower is going to get focused down. Bunch of prelates also being pulled here. Do you really want to take this fight if you're Puppy Paw, though? I don't think so.
No, definitely not. Yeah. It's probably not the best spot. Elite upgrades have come through. We've got boiling oil yet on the side of Marine Lord? No, not yet.
No, he does not. No network of citadels. And I'm missing stuff. Sacred sites are both in the hands of Puppy Paw. He's got 7.5 minutes to go, but that's still a long way, and Marine Lord is breaking out. Now, if you're Marine Lord, you don't want to get caught in the middle here. against all these Landsknecht, and he knows that he's going to try to pull back. Has to sacrifice a couple of spearmen to do so.
Yeah, but he's got very good control and always impressive attention. And I think that's one of the best things about it is he's always aware of any flank and he's predicting it and subsequently positions appropriately. And you can see even right here, hiding back towards the White Tower, the reality is I don't think there's going to be enough damage here from Puppy Paw here. He's going to try his hand at it though. Continuing to push underneath and just falls back once again.
Yeah, this is the problem that you face here if you're Puppy Paw.
He just needs more horsemen, I think.
Yeah, he needs a more cost-efficient unit to dive underneath. A Landsknecht is actually 100 gold. A single volley from the longbows kills one. You dive under a castle, you're going to lose 6, 7, 8 Landsknecht before you do any damage. And that's hundreds of gold down the drain. In a fight like this, in open field, you probably do commit because you have a good chance of trading. But fighting under that White Tower with the Landsknecht just feels like a terrible setup for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, but the kiting continues right now. There's 20 men at arms on the field, so the longbows and crossbows, they've got different targets, and it makes it harder for them. Yet still, Marine Lord's able to hold against Puppy Paw. Because ideally, the crossbows want to be shooting at the men at arms, the longbows at the Landsknecht, and it's difficult. And that's kind of what you rely on as these numbers get bigger, because what's going to be happening is 40 longbows, how many longbows do you need to one-shot a Landsknecht? Probably like 13. So they're overkilling them by a lot. And it reaches the point where a critical mass of melee units should be able to deal with the ranged units, but Marine Lord's control is just so good.
As you're saying that, though, the number of Landsknecht is dropping very rapidly. He's down. Puppy Paw is down to 25. He at one point had 50 plus Landsknecht. And you can see the reason why. He's out of gold. That's the exact problem with these units. They're extremely expensive on the gold cost. And now Puppy Paw depleted the large gold vein on his side. Needs to be a little bit more careful with the gold expenditure. He does have both sacred sites, though, and with him having placed a keep on that one to the south, it feels more and more likely that Puppy Paw might try to play into a sacred site win condition here. He's been poking and prodding, trying to just, stall a little, buy some time for himself until the defenses are built up. And HRE is actually a good civilization to try and hold these static positions with.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm curious to see that top side, though. How much coverage does that Berkshire have of the sacred site? Does it actually reach the sacred site if we take a look? Very close to it. So yeah, there's definitely an argument to be able to pressure up that way. Keep now under pressure on the south side. No emergency repairs out here just yet, I don't think. Might need to pull villagers. Yeah, no emergency repairs just yet. Not in influence.
Yeah, if you're Puppy, you need this castle. You just need this castle. Bit of a raid going on. A couple of villagers go down from Marine Lord, but the Berkshire and the villagers do fight back. Some damage, but it's not like an awful lot. Puppy Paw can still throw away those units, though, just to create some diversion, because really, every minute that counts away from that Sacred Site countdown is exponentially more valuable for Puppy Paw. He stalls out this buildup of production buildings, takes out the tower, pushes away the enemy forces, gets a couple of villagers as well. He's kind of just moving out every once in a while to push away Marine Lord's forces and make sure that they are not fighting close to that Sacred Site.
Yeah. Yes, it is. It's a slow burn, but I can see where he's coming from. The trouble is that right now, at this point here, Marine Lord's looking better and better. You know what's interesting, though? Those bombards. Those bombards are in a bit of an awkward spot. He could definitely look to try and force on that. And it's kind of... I'm a little bit curious as to why Puppy Paw hasn't utilized this east lane more often, the same way that he's doing right now with that huge massive horseman and the Landsknecht in the rear. Has he finally picked his time to go? Is it now? The horseman looking to finally commit. He's got 16 on the field at the moment, trying to make their way through. Keep in mind that timer is ticking, Litter. We're about to be at 3 minutes, and we see ourselves at another spot. We've seen ourselves many a time in this game at this position, the White Tower. He's diving underneath it. He knows that if he takes out the bombard, it's going to restrict the opponent's ability to commit to the next attack. That bombard is not going down, though.
He made a very heavy switch into Men-at-Arms. It's difficult to tell apart the Men-at-Arms and Maces and the Landsknechte, but if you look at the top of the screen, this is mostly Men-at-Arms, and that's why Marine Lord is struggling so hard to hold them off. He's got no armor-piercing power. He's using longbows against Men-at-Arms, and that's not going to work out. His eco is now starting to take damage. The Sacred Site countdown is going on, and Marine Lord taps out. Puppey, still alive and kicking, takes game number 6.
Well done, Puppy Paw. That was impressive. And you know what's wild? Like, you look at this chart and you think, okay, it was never in doubt. It always felt in doubt. To me, that didn't feel certain until the very end, until that last little push was coming. So, well played to Puppy Paw. Incredible job getting another one back on the board. And, I think he hit the nail on the head there. The fact that he was able to really rebuild all those Men-at-Arms, and it was somewhat surprising. Like, hold on a minute, what are all these units? There's so many of them. And I think that's part of the reason why it's so difficult fighting against the Holy Roman Empire in the late game, because you've got all of these different threats that are coming, and if you need to hit them all with your ranged units, it's difficult because you've got to focus them down one by one. The longbow's got to hit the Landsknechts. Crossbows have got to hit the Men-at-Arms. I've got to make sure my spears aren't dying to the Landsknechts that are going to be taking out the horsemen. There's a lot going on right there. Whereas all Puppy Paw needed to do was a move.
Yeah, I think one of the things I've noticed in this game was that the unit compositions from Marine Lord were a little rigid. We talked about this in the context of the Spearmen at one point, where it took quite some time for the Spearmen to come out in response to the Horsemen. And then, in general, I just feel like Marine Lord was slow or cautious, you can debate, but he certainly focused on a single unit type, and it took quite a bit for him to pivot away from that. And that's part of the reason why, towards the end of the game, there were no crossbows. He was probably waiting to see how the composition looks like, and there simply wasn't enough crossbows by the time he needed that to stop this Men-at-Arms push towards the end.
Yeah. There was a distinct lack of crossbows at the end there, but I think it was more just the fact that there were so many Men-at-Arms. He really did get swamped quite a bit. But, very well played to Puppy Paw in that game. I'm surprised that he was... He definitely felt like he burned through that gold very, very quickly. Yeah, here we get to see it. So over towards that east side, I think that's always been the key to it, right? Like, having the ability to come up that flank. And I think it was a very well-constructed position, because very much wanted his opponent to only focus on that lane to the south. Yeah, just a beautiful surround. And so many damn units. And I think that's really what it just comes down to, right? Like, 43 longbows for Marine Lord. Not a single crossbow right there in that last fight. So, it definitely hurt a lot.
All right, we're going to Hillendale.
Ooh.
And Puppey stopped the tendency of always picking Jushi alongside another civilization. Now he goes French and OOTD. And Marine Lord is just like, well, HRE, I lost to it. Don't give me OOTD. It's going to be French. And on the other side, it is the Macedonian dynasty. How do you feel about this on Hillendale?
Yeah, neither civilization at least comes to mind as being like hugely focused on economy. I guess French to an extent has been historically like focused a little bit on economy. We've seen some good games on here as well in the past, so they could definitely pull something out. I'm curious to see which way it goes, though. I would suspect that we're probably going to see a higher likelihood of 2TC on a map like this than what we would on a more conventional open map. And I think spawn variations on a map like this are very limited as well. So, yeah. How about you? What's your feelings? What do you reckon we're going to see?
We've actually seen a lot of Macedonians on this map in the tournament. They're 3-2, so solid, but certainly not something that you can take for granted. We've not seen French being used on this map before. So, to me, French on Hillendale is a bit of a black box. Obviously, when you look at French, usually you think of knights early game, and that might be difficult to utilize once the walls go up. But there is always some benefits to the French. If you can just control the map with the knights, pin your opponent inside his base, you could get the relics for yourself, and then very late game, Arbaletier is a really good general purpose unit. Having a red palace in the middle of the map can easily be a game changer. So I feel like especially towards the Second half of the game, I can certainly see an argument for the French. I don't know if it's good enough against the Byzantines, though, because Byzantines also become, well, I guess I should say the Macedonian dynasty. Macedonians become immensely powerful late game. So, I don't know. Even with the efficiency of the French late game, I would probably lean towards the Macedonians in this context.
All right, I'll accept it on one condition. We don't see French trade. If we see French trade, it could be a different game. Though I will just say it will depend on the positioning here of our trading posts. They're not particularly favorable. Anyway, Godspeed. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today, we have got game number 7 of the Grand Final Series of the Elite Classic 4. Today, 2 of the world's best players have made their way to the final battle, the final arena, spawning on the southwest side of the map in the color pink, playing as the Macedonian dynasty, representing Team M8. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Marine Lord.
And spawning in on the eastern side of the map, we do have Puppy Paw with the color yellow playing as the French. We talked about this, Drongo. The first 2 games did not go the way Puppy Paw wanted. But beyond that, he played very, very clean games. Marine Lord seemed to have had his number for a while. But in the previous game, that was probably Puppy Paw's cleanest and perhaps Marine Lord's shakiest on 4 lakes. Puppy Paw certainly in the need of a couple of additional wins here. It is still match point for Marine Lord.
Yeah, it was... I mean, those previous games, as we talked about in them, it often felt like there was no point that we could point... Or there was no specific moment we could point to and say that's when the game was lost. It just felt like it was a subtle, gradual thing. That no mistakes were really made, and just Marine Lord was chipping away. And Puppy Paws managed to do well in those games despite losing. But he's managed to get 2 up on the board now. So the question is, here at match point, is he going to be able to hold on? Today, we will find out. The French, the Macedonian dynasty. You can see our observer highlighting the Chamber of Commerce. He's excited. I am too. Let's see what we've got. To be honest, I don't think we've got particularly favorable spawns for the Chamber of Commerce, but I'm all for it. And if we can see... I'm not going to abbreviate it just because I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, come on. Show us your School of Cavalry. Let's go with let's go with that. That's probably a bit safer. Anyway, it's going to be the School of Cavalry today, Litikor. How do you feel about that?
One can always hope.
Yes. We can always hope to see his... Chamber of Commerce. Maybe one day we'll see. I've heard the model's quite big, actually. Anyway, Imperial Hippodrome going down on the southwest side of the map. We're going to have cavalry versus cavalry. I mean, that's kind of what you expect, at least early on. The single villager building it. What does that tell us, Litikor? Does that tell us... He wants to build a second TC? Probably not. He's gathering up resources to go Castle Age at the same time? Probably not. Maybe he forgot to move villages? I mean, it's a Marine Lord. There's no way he forgets. Everything he does is intentional. Is he maybe... Oh, is he... He's probably doing a war camp in the Dark Age to defend against the inevitable knights? Is that probably what he's doing?
Maybe? I don't know how much you need to defend against those initial knights, though. I mean, I wonder... Would you not be better off just going Rax, get a couple of spearmen out? That should be enough until you get the walls up. You could actually start walling very early here if you want to.
Yeah, let's take a look and see whether he goes for it or not. At the moment, inside the base, it is going to be the Varangian Stronghold going up. So, School of Cavalry coming up on the top side. So he will be looking to do a bit of defense. 2 villages on it, so expect to see some McGurmiters out early on. How are we looking for the base? Can we take a look at the cliffs here for each of the players? How defensive are we actually with regard to the spawns? So, Marine Lord placing a wall against his wood line here. I guess at the end of the day, like, he's just putting the wall on and not actually walling the choke because he doesn't really care about the choke. He just kind of cares about the wood line.
He should care about the choke, but I feel like it's a fairly small investment to wall that wood line off, and then eventually he can expand the walls. Perhaps he feels like just completing that wall with as little effort as possible is good enough for the time being. He is going to have a couple of spears out to deal with the initial knights. Puppy Paw is committing into archers though, so he's certainly trying to put some pressure and get some damage done.
I'm just looking at the minimap right now. A little bit of autism coming out from me. It is so incredibly symmetrical. It is wild how symmetrical this map is spawned. It is... I wish every map spawned like this. It's lovely. I like it a lot. Anyway, I just thought I'd let you know. Anybody want to pay attention to that? Feel free to enjoy that for the next couple of minutes. Let's talk a little bit about upgrades, because we've got one coming through already for Puppy Paw. It's looking to pick up Specialized Pick early on. Boost that economy. Meanwhile, Marine Lord upgrading the Edgermeter. No other upgrades for the moment. He's up to 4, defending against that knight. 6-minute mark, so it's quite late on the way in here. Still very clearly thinking about Castle Age, though. The wall to the back. The base is doing a lot of work here. We see that knight coming in towards the front. He's got the scout here as well. He's spotting out all the villagers. I expect to see Puppy Paw look to hit in multiple locations at once. This is what they love to do, these top-level guys.
He's going to have to get some damage done because Marine Lord just wants to go to Castle Age here, and unless you do a decent chunk of damage here, Marine Lord will be able to get to Castle soon.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be hard to stop as well. See the Edgermeters behind. Beautifully positioned as well. One on each side of the gold vein. The cavalry rotating in as well just to help out, just in case. Now back towards the front. You can see him trying to poke on both angles. Now coming through underneath the mill, but look at the response time from Marine Lord. He's paying attention, folks. Oh, he spotted it on the wood line. He wanted it.
The micro is just on point here for Marine Lord. Puppy Paw is really trying, and he's got really good knight micro here, but the way that Marine Lord is shadowing these knights is just unmatched.
Yeah, he's
and
doing very well.
This is actually getting concerning for Puppy Paw so much that he's just going to give up on this Feudal Age aggression. You see, he's actually going to Castle Age himself. He saw how heavy Marine Lord was on the gold, so Puppy knows fully well that Marine Lord is aging. He wants to age himself.
It's going to be the Golden Horn Power safely inside the base today. Not going to see any shenanigans of being outside the base. So let's talk a little bit about this map. So we've got the 4K gold in the base. That's it. All the other gold is on the low ground, which means you're going to have to venture out if you want to grab gold. And the other key thing to note here is that there's no real safe golds either. Everything is up for grabs. And it means that if your enemy has got the advantage when it comes to military, it's going to quickly snowball because you won't have access to gold.
I guess one of the good things that Puppy Paw was able to achieve with this knight aggression is that Golden Horn Tower had to be placed all the way at the back, which, sure enough, it's nice. It's going to protect the back of your base, but you would love that Golden Horn Tower to be in a spot where it can actually do damage in the future. If it was on the front of your base, it would be a really good emergency fallback option. In this position, it feels more like a case where if you fight under this, you're in big trouble.
I think it's probably more targeted towards those annoying raids that the French always do, where they're trying to get and like come in behind your TC. I reckon that's what it's for. But we do now have some walls coming up. Let's get spotted out by Marine Lord. Unit's going to force it back for the moment. Just a couple of archers. So looking to try and keep things safe. First layer of walls is starting to come up. Little villager lead as well for Marine, or for Puppy Paw at the moment. He's playing the French. Now we start to see the Radaris coming out. Moving towards that top side. upgrades are on the way as well. +1 cav defense for Marine Lord. +1 ranged attack on the way for Puppy Paw. First of the Arbor trio also coming out. Looking forward to seeing that unit in this matchup. Very flexible unit. It's one of those units that just, I don't know, I keep going back to. I think about the Arbor trio. It's just, you could make 1 million of them and you'd still want more.
Especially with the French discounts. The real benefit is the cost efficiency of the Arbaletier, and because you do have the Pavise, it's not as easy to counter them with just mass archers like an ordinary crossbowman is.
It's just it's such a solid unit, right? Like you get a whole bunch of them, you just want to bunker down, you can. There's nothing your opponent can really do other than like mangonels, and even then, you do pretty well against mangonels if you've got decent micro. So, yeah. Spearman, now rather Agomeda coming out, manages to take down one. What was it? By the looks of it, I think it was a knight, maybe a scout potentially. Meanwhile, towards the south side, the first of the monks.
There's someone camping that relic. There's a yellow dot right next to it. That monk isn't going to grab it. And I don't think Marine Lord knows that there is someone by that relic. That unit pulls away just now. You can see it on the minimap. Bit of a counterattack here by Marine Lord on the tower. And if these knights don't start this fight, the villagers might fall.
Archers are here as well. Radari should be able to clean them up. They're focusing down the Atgomeda right now. Who does the advantage sit with right now? It feels like it might be Puppy Paw. Indeed it is. As he holds on, forces back these cav. I can't believe that Marine Lord just walked up to the outpost and just started sieging it down. And Puppy Paw was like, oh shit, there's units here. And then just jumped inside. It's the relic going down as he predicted.
Yeah, Marine Lord still has the edge in the relic race. He's got one relic, bringing in the second one. Tries to surround these knights. Does get a couple of kills. Nice little fight over here for him. He's actually going to clean this whole army up here from Puppy Paw. Those archers and arbaletier are a little slow to catch up.
Decent number of archers now building up for Puppy. More upgrades coming through. Marine Lord now focused a little bit more on his economy. Going to be double broadaxe as well as horticulture coming through. Radari getting the axes off. Always good to see. And Lord behind the base about to be caught out though. It's going to be the end of that little shenanigan, that little endeavor. Trying to take an Arbaletier with him. Not going to be happening. Now that numbers looking much better for Puppy Paw. Relic-wise, Puppy Paw yet to get on the board. Marine Lord, he's got 2. He's moving out for the 3rd one now. And to be honest, he's probably going to get 4. Technically, there's a 5th one he could come and grab.
I mean, that's as good as it gets for him, especially given the framework where Puppy Paw had the initial advantage in terms of map control. He had the knights and the archers out on the field. I love that. Like, throwing the axes, picks off a villager. Classic cheeky Marine Lord. It's just one
you
villager
think you're
pick,
safe behind your walls, do you? Oh, isn't it just so annoying?
Love the extended
so
walls from Marine Lord to the south as well. He's got map control, and he's going to leverage that to build a more ambitious wall, but something that will give him a pack of deer and a boar as well. Whereas if you look at Puppy Paw's base, he's going to have to start finding food very soon. He's actually out on the deer pack to the north, but it is wide open, and he does need to protect that spot. Marine Lord is running out of gold inside his base, however, and he does not really have a natural fallback option.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Yeah. Puppy Paw positioning out the front now. Can we take a look at those walls to the south? They are, you mentioned, like, they are very far out. Have a look at that. More than enough of a warning happening right there for him. I mean, there's just so much food there. We see Puppy Paw actually moving to the north as well. Now going to be taking that deer. Working down that gate slowly. Units make their way down to defend. Of course, it's Cav, though, so there's only so much catching you can do. single Arbilatria gets its shot off. That was it. Yeah. How pointing out right now that the gold has been exhausted inside the base of Puppy Paw.
Yeah, so it's for Marine Lord. So now the question becomes, where do you go? On some of these map spawns, you can have some large gold veins fairly close to your cliff. This is not one of those map spawns. If you look, you really have to go all the way out to get yourself any gold. In the meantime, Castle coming up here just to get the discount for the French. That's where the cost efficiency factor comes into play, and you're starting to see that as well, because the numbers are growing for Puppy Paw, very heavily focusing on Arbaletria so far.
Yeah, it's looking quite good for him at this stage. And this is becoming a pivotal point, because Marine Lord requires gold. Puppy Paw knows that, and you see exactly where he's applying pressure. If we take a look from his perspective, I suspect he knows about every single gold vein on this map, and he knows that's exactly where Marine Lord is going to be going. It makes sense, right? He's already got the walls down here. He's already got food. It's the natural extension point. So he brings his army, he sits it down here. Where else can Marine Lord go? You know, short of building a keep, calling a central gold vein home, he's limited. I think it might have to be that option, though.
Yep, you just go for the stone and then try to get a keep up somewhere, I guess. This is looking solid, I would say, so far for Puppy Paw. He's gaining some ground. He's going to have to find gold very, very soon. But Arbaletria are not super gold heavy with the discounts that the French are getting, so should be fine-ish. I think one of the big difference makers, though, is that all the relics are in Marine Lord's hands. So when both players are out of gold, even if you're not going for a gold-heavy composition, Marine Lord does have the edge.
Indeed. Alright. I'm gonna do my best to troubleshoot behind the scenes, Lidakor. I've got another camera issue. I know, it's okay. I'll work my magic. But in the meantime, though, we will continue talking, because we've got ourselves a game right here, and not just that, but we've got ourselves a bit of a problem. Is that villagers moving north at the moment?
Nope, that's Cav. They're moving a little too fast.
Rodari on the south as well. Arbaletria number looking so healthy, though, up to 29 now. Together with the horsemen, such a good combo.
Marine Lord is banking a lot of food. What is he up to? He's going to find the villagers right here, and these villagers are more than exposed. It's not enough space for everybody in that tower. It's a beautiful find. Puppy Paw does not have anything to protect these villagers with. This is a much-needed kill here for Marine Lord. He's down by a couple of villagers. Being able to hit these, they don't have anywhere to go. No one's going to catch them. That's really nice for Marine Lord. He's going to take 7-8 villager kills here.
Yes. Wow. Okay, 2,400 food in the guild hall. Not bad. Not bad. And, yeah, 7 villagers do go down. Yeah.
You could, as the observers are pointing out to us, Puppy Paw does have a pretty good army. I would argue that his army is much better than Marine Lord's right now.
Yes.
So you could Red Palace that Sacred Site and Gold Mine in the middle and make it just very miserable for Marine Lord to ever get across the middle of the map. It makes it difficult for him to rotate, makes it difficult for him to go for those gold mines. And it's not like Marine Lord has a lot of presence on the flanks that he could use to get the gold either.
If he was a real hero, he'd put that Red Palace inside Marine Lord's base. But unfortunately, he's not.
I don't think like hero is the proper word for that. Interesting choice, slightly more conservative. He's just going to protect his own large gold vein and also secure another one. Still will essentially lock down the far right flank over here, making it difficult for Marine Lord to really come this way. The path into his own base, that is Puppy Paw's base, is wide open though, so that's something that you have to keep in mind. Marine Lord is struggling because of the gold though. He's got a lot of food. He would love to go to Imperial, but he's got no gold to work with.
Age up now through. Puppy Paw immediately looks to lumber preservation as the Imperial age has arrived. That's what he needs. He needs a little bit more wood. Insufficient wood currently. Pressure towards the top side. Wall a little bit further out. Elite upgrades now coming through for the Arbitria. You also see the shaft. Is it shaft mining, if I remember correctly? Yeah, we got it. Shaft mining coming through. And elite horsemen. So he's having a good time. Marine Lord still struggling with regard to gold. Where is he going to get it from? Like, there's literally nowhere he can go right now. This feels terrible.
I think he's sneaking out on the far left because Papipo is very heavily focusing on the right side. There's no second layer wall behind this one. But do keep in mind, the Golden Horn Tower is inside the base of Marine Lord. So this army can certainly push the villagers away, but it's not like it can dive under the town center. It's just going to get absolutely eviscerated. Papipo knows that this is exactly the spot of the build-up. Really, this is the only legitimate place where Marine Lord can get gold from. He is going to get what he needs, and he's going to age up to Imperial in just a moment.
Alright, not long to go before those upgrades arrive. More eco upgrades coming through for Puppy Paw. He's looking for those tier 2 food gathering upgrades. A little bit of fertilization. There's the foreign engineering company now being put down. So once again,
we're getting to the domain that we talked about at the beginning of this series. French having a very cost-efficient army. On the other side, obviously, the blacksmith-style upgrades for the Macedonians coming in clutch late game. But this is still a Castle Age army here from Marine Lord facing off against an Imperial army. And this is a fight that Papipo 100% wants to take.
Yeah, this is one of the best fights that you could ever take here. And you can see he's got the Pavis shield just sitting there, being forced to, unfortunately, move away from it. One of the unfortunate things about going on the offense with these units, but look how many he's got. And he's just having a field day in there. Horsemen now moving forward. Just keep in mind, these are elite units up against Castle Age units, so he slowly grinding them down. Numbers still
Marine
looking
Lord's
decent,
also
though,
out of
for
food.
Marine Lord.
Replenishing this army is going to be next to impossible. Marine Lord is running out of food here. Papipo might have to pull back for a minute, but I feel like sustainability is on the side of Papipo here quite a bit, focusing down the Atkirmader. Marine Lord cannot afford to pull back. He needs this gold mine ASAP, but he just doesn't have the food to make more units. He's got basically 0 units in queue.
Marine Lord pushing slowly back and forward, but as time goes on, it feels like the Arbitria are just getting more and more value. And keep in mind, as you mentioned, when it comes to efficiency, these units are just so cheap as well because of that French bonus. More horsemen getting added to the queue. Elite upgrades about to come through for Marine Lord. And now those villagers on the gold getting told, get out of here. Horsemen on the front, trying to defend for the Arbitria. There's the elite upgrade. It's finally arrived for the Radari.
But they're so weak now. Most of the Radari went down. A lot of them were heavily damaged. And indeed, Marine Lord knows that. Throws in the towel, and Papipo takes another here. Making it 4-3. He's looking to do an almost reverse sweep. It's not really a reverse sweep, but it looked grim. There was a moment where this series was 4-1, and look where we are right now, 4-3. Marine Lord still on match point, but Papipo is not giving in easily, and we have ourselves a series here.
We really do. This is taking a turn. Papipo has decided to put the pedal to the metal at the exact point that he needed to. Now, there's no better time than when your opponent is on match point, because if you wait any longer than that, it's probably going to be a bit too late. Yeah, I mean, overall impressive game from him. It was another almost flawless game, right? Like, the only thing that we really saw were the villagers that were going down. He lost about 7 villagers to some Radari, but yeah, he played it very well out of the gate. And at the end of the day, so yeah, you can see this big fight right here at 22 minutes. It was just a methodical, slow fight and just worked out very well.
Now, here is where it gets interesting. Jushi is a pick for Papipo for the next game on Dry Arabia. The other one is Tughlaq. Jushi, probably in a predictable fashion, gets banned. Which means that Papipo is going to play a game where his opponent has match point with a civilization that did not win a single game in this entire tournament. How do you feel
Godspeed.
about that?
Godspeed,
I'm
Puppy
like,
Paw. Good
I'm
luck.
like, what do I do with this? There's no nice way to frame the fact that you have a civilization that did not win a single game in this tournament. It's literally the worst civilization of the tournament.
I mean,
Again, you could have your sneaky go-to strategy. I'm not going to say that there is no, like, magic. Puppy Paw might have saved this the whole tournament. But
I
just
think-
based on pure statistics, Tugluk feels like a very sad state of affairs.
we have to go to Twitch chat for a little bit of wisdom here. The real Greco shouted out and said, let him cook. And I'm going to side with that. I think we got to just let the man cook. He is going to give us something magic that we're going to witness, something that we've never seen before. He's going to blow our brains.
So here's the other thing with the Tugluk. They were mostly picked on hybrid maps, and I actually wonder if that gives us a bit of a bias. It's kind of a weird feeling, because what can you really say about a civilization that did not win a single game? But is it because it was mostly used up for hybrid maps, and it just, for whatever reason, didn't fare well there? We have not seen Tugluk on Dry Arabia. I consider this a massive gamble by Puppy Paw. I'm a very data-driven person, and data tells me that this civilization is shaky at best.
And he had other really good options here, right? Like,
Did he?
Actually, no, he couldn't have picked
I
Deli
think,
Salt, right?
I think our header is a little incorrect.
Yes.
He had
Order of the
Abbasids
Dragon?
available. Yeah, he had
Abbasid.
Abbasids available, OOTD, and Jushi.
Juicy. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're kind of at the pointy end of the stick now, aren't you? There's not much
on the other
left in
side,
there.
on the other side, options were Lancaster, Sengoku Daimyo, and Knights Templar.
All great civs.
Yep.
There's a bit of outdrafting that's going on here, maybe.
I don't like the Abbasids against any of those. Order of the Dragon, you could convince me, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe he's trying to save OOTD for Coastal Cliffs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. Game number 8 of the grand finals of the Elite Classic 4. Welcome. Today, we got two big players. Two of the big guns spawning in the south of the map, in the color pink, playing as the Sengoku Daimyo, representing Team M8. It's Marine Lord.
And up to the north, Puppy Paw with the color yellow in command of the Tugluk dynasty. We talked about this in the pregame. This Civ has not won a single game in this tournament. So, safe to say, bit of a gamble here from Puppy Paw, just based on the data. But it's the grand finals. Perhaps there is one sneaky strategy that he's been hiding all along. Players sometimes do that. And what a better way to do it than with a civilization that it just didn't do well in the entire tournament. Who would expect you to go for it? And, you know, who would expect a certain sneaky strategy to come out? It's going to be a Dark Age opening here. Actually, a nice little start here because the gold mine for Marine Lord is all the way to the front.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Look, earlier we took a little bit of wisdom from Twitch chat. We said, all right, there was someone in Twitch chat who said, let him cook. And Don Artie came in and said, well, look, the World Cup is going on at the moment. If there's anything we know about the World Cup, it's 7-1. Took like currently sitting 0-7. So that means they've got to win this game. That's it. It's got to finish 7-1. So let's see it. What do you got? Let him cook. Puppy Paw has got something in it for us, and it starts to be just some spears, some nice little spears coming out early. And take a look at Marine Lord's current position, how he's sitting here, 32 gold in the bank. It's not pretty, is it? It's not pretty.
The scores are flipped, folks, indeed. So now it has been fixed for you. I just want to touch on the scores real quick here because this matchup was actually the grand finals of Elite Classic 2 years ago. That time, Marine Lord won 5-3 against Puppy Paw. So we're going to have to see if history repeats itself because Marine Lord is up 4-3. But recently, Papipo has been on fire. The last 2 games have been incredibly clean, and he went from 4-1 to 4-3.
Godspeed. All right, I'm hoping that Paul will be law. Will he take us through to a final game? The pressure starts off strong. I mean, this is what you want, right? Like, you got to remember, and this is something that we drew on earlier, is the fact that when you are coming out of the gates and you're attacking somebody, the same way that we see him doing here, you've got a plan. And as they say, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And Marine Lord has now just been punched in the face with these spears. And now he's off balance. Whereas Puppy Paw, this was always a part of the plan. The age up is about to be finished. Or not finished, but it's about to be started. Whereas Marine Lord, he's got 32 gold in the bank. He is not having a good time.
Arrow victory on the way here for Puppy Paw. And once again, just for history's measure, now that I looked into the metrics a little bit here, just real quick, I just realized that this is the 4th edition of Elite Classic. Do you know how many of these Elite Classic events were actually won by Marine Lord?
If I said 4, it would probably be wrong.
That's
so
incorrect.
I'll go with 3. I'll go
That
with 3.
is correct.
Yes.
It's
okay.
kind of crazy to think about this. Elite Classic is a tournament where every single installment was actually won by Marine Lord. That is incredible.
Guy knows how to play a classic style of Age of Empires. We can say that.
Anyhow, let's see if Puppy Paw can break that curse, that tendency. Marine Lord swooping him with the Spearman, hitting a couple of villagers on the stone here. Has to just get the elephant out. Bit of a skirmishing here in Dark Age. Marine Lord is just going to start aging up though.
Elephants out in force. No damage to be done, but some damage to be soaked at the very least. Power of Victory slowly coming up. Ryokan on the other side of the map for Marine Lord. Interesting decision. But now the Spearman number looking a little bit better for Puppy Paw. He's also got 2 more in the queue. Another interesting thing to note is that Marine Lord here, he's got 5 vills on the Ryokan. So really looking to try and speed that bad boy up.
Yeah, I feel like his timing might have been thrown off a little by the Dark Age Spearman, and he just want to make sure that he doesn't get delayed that much into Feudal Age. Spearman Skirmish pulls away everybody. So far, nice job preserving all of these low HP spears. Unless the Wolf catches up. The Wolf might be a little quicker than the spears, but kind of loses interest. Spearman gets to get home alive.
Scout just chilling out as well. Coming in to help out. Maybe do a little bit of the siege dance. Slowly work it down. Age up's coming through for both of these guys now. Puppy Paw arriving a little bit before the 5:45 mark. Marine Lord about to be the same time as well. More spears coming in.
Puppy Paw doubled down on the Spearman count, and, well, excluding this one that ran underneath the town center, his Spearmen are also a lot healthier than the ones from Marine Lord right now, so that's why Marine Lord cannot take this fight.
Until the
They are getting
Ryokan
healed up by
comes in.
Yokan, yes.
Yes.
But that's part of the reason why Marine Lord wanted to pull back all of these spears, because he wants to heal them back up. Kind of needs to fight this one to keep the Matsuri alive.
Alright, one Vill is doing the repair work. Not bad, not bad. We're no longer burning down. Just chasing away the hot dog carts. Second TC now getting put down by Puppy Paw. Okay, I'm liking this. Alright, that's 7-1. Let's see whether or not it's going to be coming true here. So the second TC, this is a smart move, because now all of a sudden it puts the burden on Marine Lord. It says, hey, you got to do something about this. Either you got to come kill it, you got to do it yourself. You got to find a way that you're going to deal with this. How does Marine Lord look to play it? Does he go castle, look to click or collect relics, and then maybe think about a second TC himself? What's the play?
Possibly. I mean, he would love to get to castle, get to some mounted samurai, and start raiding. He's been really good when it comes to Night Micro and just getting villager kills with these heavy cavalry units across the series. Plus, of course, getting up to castle quickly and grabbing the relics would offset some of that eco differential. Having said that, this DC is very much exposed to the front. It's all the way, it's isolated on the other side of the wood line. So it's certainly something that you could try to pressure if you're Marine Lord, and that seems to be the case right now. He is slowly getting in some Yuumi. Also needs to clean up this harassment on his food trucks.
Indeed. Yeah, I wonder if that TC on the front is intentionally aggressive, right? Because, like, when he put that down, there are plenty of good places that it could have gone down rather than there. That is...
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would have
there's
been
a beautiful spot at the back, yeah. Like, that's a god tier. Like, he's got the deer out towards the east that he could be going into as well. Like, there's a lot of good things that you could be doing with it. So I'm wondering almost if it's like, if he's planning things out, if he's maybe going to be looking to put down a fort or two, maybe even another TC. Because that for me, that was always the way to play. It was always about taking advantage of the stone. But we can see Marine Lord's very deep in on the gold right now. So at the 8-minute mark, he's going to be looking to shift gears into a Castle Age play.
Yeah, I think that's the right call for Marine Lord. Just go up to castle, grab the relics. If your opponent is not contesting the map, then you should just go. Grab the relics, and then try to just chip away at those villagers, because right now Puppy Paw's base is wide open. I would love to see Puppy wall off the far right flank. That would make those gold mines substantially more well protected.
Yes, yeah. And keep in mind, he's got triple gold vein to the back, so if he's compromised there, it's not going to be pretty. But have a look at this. The big man coming down right now.
Knock, knock.
He's whipping. Yeah, knock, knock, exactly. Anybody home? Meanwhile, the scout cannot be saying the same. You can barely hear the knocks of the scout. Raider Elephant continues.
This is actually a very heavy commitment to the Raider Elephants. It's got 4 of them on the field, more coming. Puppy doesn't just want to sit back on 2 TCs and boom. This is kind of a hybrid build where it's 2 TCs, but it's fairly early aggression. It's actually quite uncommon that you see a 2 TC build that is so heavily invested into army at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I kind of like it, though. Especially with the way that he's playing it, because you're keeping the pressure on your opponent, and you're not forcing units out, because Marine Lord's not making any more units, but you're preventing them from coming out, and that's exactly how it should be.
Trying to push away the Yatai. So far doing a decent job. Do keep in mind that, you know, Marine Lord does have the Yatai available. If you just let him do whatever he wants, he's going to age up the Castle Age with a decent economy. So Puppy Paw doing his best to try and stall him out. Marine Lord is going to click Castle Age in just a moment, though.
Alright, back towards the base of the Sengoku. He's got enough to go up now. It's going to be the Sake Brewery. Let's see whether or not we get a cursed Sake Brewery, or whether he gives it to us the right way. Yeah, we'll allow it. I think it's within the range, so we'll permit it. But Raider Elephant's now coming back through.
I'm kind of liking this setup right now for Puppy Paw. That's actually a decent force, and he could time this very nice. Marine Lord is just now aging up. He's actually very far away from getting Castle Age units going. That's a decent amount of Raider Elephants. Support by archers as well, and Marine Lord really just has Yuumi here to deal with this. Only 2 spearmen on the field. I can see this working out for Puppy Paw. I got many elephants. At the very least, it's going to force some idle time, throw off this Castle Age timing a tiny bit. And
did you see the damage that volley did? That damage from the Yuumi was literally 0. I think they might have actually healed the Raider Elephants when they attacked them. It was that small.
Any delay that is imposed upon Marine Lord is exponentially useful for Puppy Paw, because he's escalating an eco, and while he's pinning the opponent inside the enemy base, there is no relics being collected. Goldmine is being contested. Nice timing here as well by Puppy Paw. His opponent just doesn't have a lot of gold to work with.
And underneath the TC now, this is it. The Raider Elephants all in sync, all enjoying themselves underneath here. You can see the TC's going to be what's doing all that damage there.
Villagers running in the wrong direction. Only one villager killed, though. And that has been a theme in many of these games in this series. Heavy pressure by Puppy Paw, but if the villager kills are not there, it's not going to be enough. Puppy's going to have to fall back. Certainly slows down this Castle Age timing for Marine Lord, though.
Raider Elephants marching once again, bringing that stampede out. But now, the tides have turned. The Yumis are upgraded. Samurai are mounted. And the Sengoku are daimyo. Second TC is still pumping, though, for Puppy Paw. He's got a 16 villager lead at the moment. So that is incredibly nice. Now, for Puppy Paw, the key here is... You think?
You can actually see the distribution. The observers are pointing out to us. There is not even a glimpse of thought about going into Castle Age here. Not one villager on gold to slowly trickle in something. This is full wooden food. Feels almost like a feudal all-in, if I may say so.
But the best part is it's not, because there's a second TC.
Yes, of course, but alongside that, there is just no desire to go up to Castle Age anytime soon.
Yeah. But I think this is actually the smart choice, because what I was about to say is the fact that he needs to make sure, as long as he doesn't die in the next, 3 to 4 minutes, he'll be really, really good. And as long as he doesn't lose copious amounts of villagers again, he'll be really, really good.
Puppy Paw really needs some walls on the flanks, because just a couple of mounted samurai can undo all the eco advantage that he built with those 2 DCs. Elephants are now getting very, very low. This is the problem that you're looking at. If you can be up by 17 villagers, but if a couple of mounted samurai just keep idling you out or picking off villagers, that eco advantage is going to disappear so quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult with those mounted samurai coming through. We'll need to find a way.
Beautiful micro by Marine Lord. He's preserving all of those low HP mounted samurai, chipping away at the elephants, and I feel like now the tides are turning. The elephants are slowly getting picked off. Puppy is down to 3, and you look at his army, it's mostly archers against mounted samurai, 8 of them on the field already.
That is a scary amount of mounted samurai, and I think, yeah, that's sort of what makes your blood get upset when you're playing against this civilization, the mounted samurai. It's just such an incredibly powerful unit. So versatile as well, that's the other thing, but this now becomes very difficult for Puppy Paw. How do you defend from this position here? Spearmen are coming out, they're just diving straight onto the back line of archers. Plenty of units now arriving as well. The Raider Elephant's going to make a connection. He needs to make sure that those mounted samurai are focused down, but you can see just how many there are here.
There's no armor-piercing power. There's no spearmen on the field. Mounted samurai butchering the villagers, and Puppy's in the middle of a farm transition. It's just going nowhere from here. Mounted samurai absolutely butchering his army. He's got no standing army left, and these guys can stand under these DCs and start killing villagers, and Puppy knows that. That's it.
It's a repeat. It's a repeat. Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to say your new champion. No. Your champion, ladies and gentlemen. He is crowned. It is Marine Lord. Good game. Well played. Puppy Paw taps out. The final score, 5-3. We do not see a 9th game. We do not need one. He did it in 8.
Boy, oh boy. Marine Lord. First time. It is June 18th, 2023 that he won Elite Classic 1 against B. That was a 5-0. But guess what? Afterwards, a year later, we go into the Grand Finals, Marine Lord versus Puppy Paw, a 5-3 final scoreline in 24. In 2025, back in May 18th, 2025, he wins against Louis MT 5-3. And today, on the 28th of June 2026, he wins against Marine Lord wins against Puppy Paw 5-3. Marine Lord, 4 Elite Classic events, 4 champion victories. What a storyline. But you really have to give it to Puppy Paw as well, because this was not an easy series for Marine Lord. Excellent fight all around, and an absolutely beautiful Grand Finals to cap this event off with.
Impressive performance from Marine Lord. Yeah, I mean, 4 years in a row. Well, not 4 years, but probably 4 years in a row, isn't it? Yeah. That is... what consistency? I mean, nothing really summarizes it more than that. It is just incredible consistency. So, yeah. All right. Well, we'll be diving into an interview with him shortly, Littlecore. I've got a couple of questions. I'm thinking back to that last game there. It's probably a little bit scary, don't you think? A little bit scary underneath the town center. All those Raider elephants running in. I mean, he managed to hold, but at the same time,
Yeah, it was a little dicey. I just felt like, it almost felt like one of those old school all-in games where it's dicey, but if you hold it, you win. And that actually reminds me of the King of the Hill game as well. Very, very similar circumstances. Puppy Paw had a massive push inside the enemy base. It seemed like everything is going to go as planned. And then Marine Lord is able to stall that attack, slowly clean it up. Next thing you know, Marine Lord does have the momentum for a counterattack, and Puppy does not have the troops to actually fight that off.
yeah. It definitely could have gone one of two ways there, that's for sure. But unfortunately, in the end, the Tuklag dynasty go from 0-7 to 0-8. Unfortunately, no 1-7 dream. Sorry, Don. I know he was hoping for it, but not today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be diving into an interview with your Victor, Marine Lord. Can you hear us? Are you there?
Hi. What's up? Yeah. How are you doing?
Hey, Marine Lord, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. I won, so yeah. Doing good.
Wonderful. Congratulations, mate. It's only your fourth one to hang up on the wall for the Elite Classic. You must be feeling pretty good after it. So I guess, first and foremost, let's talk about that last game. Were you ever in any doubt? It looked a little bit dicey there under your town center when all those Raider elephants came in. Were you a bit worried?
I mean, not really, because then, if I just hold and I don't lose too many villagers, if I lose one or two, I know with the counter attack it's gonna be GG. So, no, I was not really worried at this time. I was worried a bit at the start because it didn't go exactly my way, and my what's the name? My Matsuri was forward, and I was not too sure it would end up being. But it was okay, and I was very surprised when he actually chose to make a second TC. I believed I was expecting him to go for like the castle thing on the deer pack or like on the berry pack, and to make like houses next to it. But when I saw TC, I was pretty confused because I don't think it can really work against Sengoku.
Yeah, I think the casters were confused as well about it, and I think especially with the Tuklag Dynasty in the event at the moment, they haven't had a single win. So the fact that Puppy Paw picked it confused us a little bit. We were willing to let him cook, but yeah, unfortunately wasn't able to find it. But yeah, this fight right here, we thought it could have gone another way. But you looked very comfortable on the Sengoku Daimyo. Throughout the series, Puppy Paw managed to pull a couple of wins back there in the middle,
Yep.
And regain some tempo. Did you ever feel your composure waning, or were you still feeling a strong mental throughout?
No, I was fine with all my losses except the Ayu beat Zeli. I think that was a pretty bad pick from me, and I should have avoided this matchup. So this one was disappointing because it was not very smart, but the rest was pretty much controlled. I knew about 4 legs, like it was a bad matchup on paper, but you need some bad matchup in this draft in best of 9. So it was meant to happen. And the other loss was French against Macedonian. And I was very surprised when he got French on Elendale, because I feel like it sealed the deal. The two other matchup he would get on Coastal Cliff and Arabia would be pretty bad. So I was really not expecting French, and that's why I picked Macedonians. So when I saw French, I was very happy, and I knew like it was gonna be very hard to beat French on Elendale with Macedonians, because this Eve needs to get the castle on the big gold in the middle, and if you don't really do that, you're gonna lose most of the time. I feel like I outplayed him most of the little plays here and there with like the monks and like the knight skill and a few villager skill, but it was still very hard. And yeah, this matchup is very hard, I think, on Elendale for Macedonians. So only Ayubis was disappointing. The rest was, I mean, not calculated, but kinda planned, I guess. Like it was meant to be. Yeah.
I want to ask you about the King of the Hill game. That was
Yeah.
where we saw the Ottomans coming out.
Mhm.
Can you walk me through that game? How did that go for you? Because from the caster's desk, it looked a little bit worrying when the bombard was coming in.
Mm-mm.
How were you feeling?
Yeah, I was worried too, but I was surprised, like, the way I play Ottoman, I just always hit some timing push and I kill people. So when people sit back with Otomo, I have no clue if it's good or not. So when he was not attacking, I was not sure if it was good for me or not, and I was a bit confused and a bit scared because yeah, when you don't know what's happening in the game, you are obviously scared. But when I aged up to H4 and I got the plus production on the archery range, I knew I would make Encanonier 3/3. I went out of my base because I was really expecting him to actually go age up 2. I was very surprised he was really far away from aging up. So my move out made no sense, but to me it made some sense because I wanted to pressure him while I age up. So it delays his age up, and then I get a timing with my upgrades. But he was really not going age up, so I almost killed myself, I guess, with this stupid push.
Yes, this push right here was very, very questionable. Yeah, I guess for us, when we were watching this game, we couldn't really pinpoint the moment that it turned in your favor, because obviously it was a little bit further on in this battle right here. Was there a specific moment that you said, "Oh, I'm going to be okay"? Because even maybe 10 seconds before this, it still looked a little bit worrying for you.
Yeah, honestly, I have no clue. As I said, like I never play Otomo this way, so I was not sure if he was fine, if he was like on 150 supply, if he was maybe aging up towards the end, and I'm gonna take back the middle, but then he's gonna age up and it's gonna be a macro game with me losing a lot of villagers. So I had no clue, honestly. I just knew I had a good economy, a good full economy, but the rest was pretty destroyed, so like, I don't know. I was just trying to play on the moment, try to macro my best, make some smart decision and the good composition, but I had no clue if I was going to win this one.
Yeah, well, I guess in the end it turned out in your favor.
Yeah.
All right, Marine Lord, one last question for you before I let you go and celebrate. How hot is it there at the moment?
Oh, it's fine. It's like, maybe at night it's a bit annoying because it's like 30 degrees in my room, but I don't know. Maybe it's my half Portuguese blood from my dad. I don't really care about heat. So if it's below like 30 degrees, I'm fine. And right now I think it's 28
right,
or 29, I guess, but it's fine.
That's not too bad. 29. But
It's
yeah,
fine.
I guess I'm saying that as an Australian. It's probably a bit different for you guys in Europe. But anyway, awesome. Thank you, Marine Lord. And we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you next event, I'm sure.
We have to give the patats. We have to give some patats
Of course.
to the people.
Oh, of course. They want to see it.
The goat. She won.
Oh,
I didn't do anything.
too
She's
cute.
my brain.
All right, Marine Lord. Thank you very
All right.
much, and good luck, and have some fun with your cat. Oh, she's too cute. All right, back to it, Lidicor. Back to it.
We are. Another one in the books. What else is there to say? 4 Elite Classics, 4 Marine Lord wins. But you know what's cool about this? We already have Elite Classic 5 scheduled for next year. So, who knows? Maybe that's going to be another win for Marine Lord. But before that, of course, we do have a bunch of other events coming up. Next up is the EGC Masters Fall in September. If you do not want to miss that, make sure you join the EGC TV Discord, follow us on socials, or check out the EGC TV website. You do not want to miss those because we've got more events lined up across the year. Any closing thoughts from you for this one? How did you feel? What was it like being back in the broadcast booth for Elite Classic?
It was awesome. It was great, and especially like throughout those games, I'm just thinking, man, I miss this. I need to do this more. I love it. It's just so much fun. So yeah, who knows? But I think closing thoughts. I mean, Marine Lord is just always so impressive, isn't he? He's just almost faultless. I think we saw an impressive drive from Puppy Paw in the mid of that series, and there was a real potential that he could take that all the way. But unfortunately, in the end, it felt like he probably just got a little bit outdrafted, and it just meant that he wasn't able to push it over the line. So, yeah.
Well, it's time for us to say goodbye. But again, don't forget to follow the EGC TV media, social media, as well as the EGC TV channels, because we will be back with the EGC Masters Fall back in September. Happy summer, everybody. We're here to stay at EGC TV, a loaded calendar for the next 12 months, but we will also take a bit of a break, and we will be back with the next EGC TV event in September.